Hypocrisy.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. We are going to watch some CPAC. If you just give me a minute, I'll get it pulled up. This is the conservative thingy. How's that? It's the conservative thingy. We've got it here. It is allegedly running, but we're just waiting on the speech of Ted Cruz to start, which is allegedly starts in 1 minute. In 1 minute. I'm just here. Right in time. Right in time. So CPAC is the conservative political conference. Brought by the American Conservative Union, and a whole bunch of people get up and talk. So we're going to watch them talk, I guess, and see if they say anything interesting. I'm going to doubt it. But we'll see how long this goes. We'll see how long this goes. Let's see here. Waiting for the main stage here. What? Okay. Okay, their setup here is really weird, but I think we've got it. We're just waiting for the next speech to start. Very, very weird sort of setup they have going. Hold on, I got to figure out which actual stream is running. This one. Is this the one? Oh my gosh, this is going to be great. Because I have literally no idea if this is the right feed. But we'll see. How are you guys doing today? Is it true what you said on Adamcast IRL? Are you actually black? The fact that you have to ask that in today's world puts a smile on my face. Trump will not be speaking until Sunday. Let's see. I'm not entirely sure. Let me just make sure I'm not missing something here. See how we're doing on this one. Okay, I think all right, yeah. Okay. So it's just not there right now. We're just waiting. We're just waiting on Ted Cruz to show up. Ted Cruz has the 9:50 my time slot. We just finished a panel discussion. I didn't watch any of this. Who's awake? Who's awake this early in the morning? Oh my gosh. But Ted Cruz will be speaking on the Bill of Rights, Liberty, and cancel culture. And that is supposed to start 4 minutes ago. So I'm glad you're all here with me to suffer through this. But that's where we're at. Yeah, I missed DeSantis. I missed a lot of things by being asleep. Just a second. Let me do one more maintenance thing over here. I want to make sure we've got it. Okay. Woo-hoo-hoo! You get up at 5 a.m. every day, and I can't convince you that it's wrong. It's not wrong for you. It's really wrong for me. Lord Blackwind, YouTube seems to have a grudge against you. I did not get a notification for this stream. Well, in fairness, there was no warning for this. What? Oh my God, Ted's
CPAC.
talking.
For a second there, I thought we were in Des Moines.
Just a second.
That one took people a minute.
Are these?
It's murdered! We're gathered.
Oh my God. This site is terrible. Here we go.
And the media desperately, desperately, desperately wants to see a Republican Civil War.
Okay, here we go. Now we're on.
Liberty is under assault, and what are we going to do? I'll tell you. We will fight.
Very substantive, Ted. Thank you.
Listen to William Wallace.
What?
And let me tell you, the media here.
Ted is not a preacher, but his
men
father
and women gathered here,
is.
at the young people gathered here, as dangerous radicals. This is the Rebel Alliance.
Stop with the movie references, Ted. All of those people hate you.
And Vader and the Emperor, and let's be clear, they're not your father, are terrified of the rebels who are here, and I'm proud to tell you, Gina Carano is standing with us. So what do we do? What do we do at a time where the hard left is resurgent? Two very simple things. Number one, we defend liberty. Okay. Are there tensions in our party? Sure. Because we believe in diversity. We believe in individuality. Different people have different views. We aren't the Borg enforcing. Okay, I may have committed a cardinal sin mixing Star Wars and Star Trek.
It is.
Next thing you know, you're going to cross the streams, and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man's going to come. We were just
he needs to
too
stop.
Many terrible references.
He needs to stop.
We don't believe in
uniformity. All these 30-year-old movie references.
What can unite conservatives and libertarians and those who value the Constitution and the Bill of Rights is a love of liberty.
Cringe Cruz.
And the left, they tell you who they are, particularly in a global pandemic. As Rahm Emanuel said, you never want to waste a good crisis. And who boy, these guys don't want to waste it. You see statists in California putting 37 tons of sand in a skate park because ain't nobody having fun while the socialists are in charge. We see Bill de
Ted's looking a little
Blasio
thick
in New
these
York
days.
sending people in to shut down parks and to throw young Orthodox Jewish kids out of the parks because, God forbid, children have fun. We see leftists across the country shutting down churches. California, they've helpfully explained, you can go out and protest. You can scream and yell, abolish the police. And this virus, magically, no one will get infected.
This is true. Science,
you can French kiss
science
the guy
backs
next
this up.
to you,
If you're a
yelling,
commie, you
abolish
don't
the
get
police. And no one will get infected. But if you go to church and say, Amazing Grace, everyone's going to die.
Yep. This is better. This is better, Ted. Thank you. Go down this path, not the movie path. Stay far away from the movie path. Don't do the movie thing.
By the way, how many of y'all have eaten at a restaurant in the last 6 months? Can I just stop and say how strange the rules are right now? I want to understand how this virus works. So when you walk in, you got to put your mask on. Sadly, I've got two. You walk in, you got to put your mask on. You sit down.
Do you wear both of them, though?
See, apparently the virus is actually connected to elevation. No, remember, this is all about science. It's actually, it may not be elevation. I think it's that there are hormones that are released in your thighs when you're sitting.
This is red meat
So
fest.
you can sit at the table and there's no virus being transmitted. But if you stand up, put the mask on.
This is all red meat for a friendly audience. You get to say whatever you want.
And listen, let's be clear. This is a dangerous virus. But these collectivist statists, okay, now they're saying, everybody can get immunized.
He should end every speech with...
We can have herd immunity everywhere, and we're going to wear masks for the next 300 years.
He should end every speech with, thank you for
way,
listening to my TED Talk.
2, 3, 4. You can't have too many masks. How much virtue do you want to signal? This is just dumb. You know, the U.S. Capitol has giant fences with razor wires and 5,000 National Guard standing out front because the Democrats are convinced that political theater helps them. Let's be clear, this is not about security at this point. This is about political theater. Half the country, the deplorables, are dangerous.
Axolano, I'm just
inspired by Ted. And they're going to turn the Capitol into a military outpost in Baghdad just to have their compliant media echo that message. But do you know what terrifies every one of these statists? The truth. Liberty's powerful. Liberty's persuasive. Liberty is fun. You know, last week,
nothing more fun than liberty, dying to protect it. Hilarious. Gambler of Fate says he's in too deep now. He needs to continue making bad movie references. That's the only thing that'll save him.
I was so blessed and so fortunate to call Rush a friend.
And Johnny Savile says, not enough to not have COVID. You must be anti-COVID.
Before there was Hannity, before there was Tucker, before there was Ben Shapiro or Steven Crowder, before there was Donald Trump.
I've always been here, Ted.
There was Rush Limbaugh.
I've always been here because I'm so pro-life. I was born before I was born.
And before there was Section 230, there was something called the Fairness Doctrine, which gave leftists in Washington the power to silence views they didn't like. We got rid of the Fairness Doctrine, and Rush Limbaugh started by going on one AM station. And then a second AM station, and then a third, and then a fourth, and then a fifth, and the voice of liberty spread like prairie fire. And let me tell you right now, in Los Angeles, there's some skater kid who's 19, who's told that it's hip and chic and cool to be a leftist socialist man, who's going to hear a message, wait a second, these guys don't want me to speak, think, have fun, do what I want to do? The message of liberty is profoundly subversive. The left believes in rigid conformity. We believe in diversity, free speech. You can say whatever you want, no matter how dumb it is. And by the way, in Washington, D.C., we test that proposition.
Whoa, politicians are dumb. Zing. Bam. Got him.
Religious liberty, you can worship however you like on your knees before Almighty God. Or you can worship the almighty dollar. Or you can worship, I don't know, pink Martians.
Just not Muhammad.
That's the beauty of freedom, the Second Amendment. Oh, the left hates the Second Amendment. Because they want their people docile and compliant. You know, when we saw riots all across the country, I remember there were reports that riots were going to come into suburban, mostly peaceful, fiery but mostly peaceful. There were reports riots were going to come into the suburbs. I got to tell you, in Houston, where I live, there weren't any rioters. Because let's be very clear, if there had been, they would discover what the state of Texas thinks about the Second Amendment right to keep and bear arms.
Nick Naylor says, I sub to your only locals fans. This might better be worth it.
So defend liberty. But number two, have fun.
Shock value, this is
fun.
work for Ted Cruz.
You know, so many on the right, they act like they got a stick inserted somewhere it doesn't belong. Like, just lighten up. Especially now, the left, they are shrill. They are angry. How many leftists does it take to screw in a light bulb? That's not funny! Like, God bless. Who would want to be around these people? You know, Jerry Seinfeld doesn't tell comedy anymore because any joke that's funny is canceled. You know, SNL is unwatchable. The late night comedy, they stand up and say, we hate Donald Trump. Yeah, no kidding. We didn't get that the last 9,000 times you told that.
Oh, he pegged SNL right there. The problem is they all liked it.
In 2020, the New York Times reported that 60% of women named Karen voted for Joe Biden. That's actually real. You can look it up, the fact checkers. That's what the New York Times reported. And I'm willing to bet 80% of the men named Karen voted for Joe Biden.
Now, that was a good joke. Okay, that was a good joke. You nailed that one, Ted. That was great.
Just have fun. You know, yesterday, John Boehner made some news.
Boner.
He suggested that I do something that was anatomically impossible. To which my response was, who's John Boehner?
Ooh. Ouch.
And you know what? There are a whole lot of voices in Washington that want to just erase the last 4 years. Want to go back to the world before, where we had government of the lobbyists, by the lobbyists, and for the lobbyists.
Katashi says, can we get hallelujahs in the chat for Pastor Cruz?
Republicans.
Can I get an amen? Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
And they look at Donald J. Trump, and they look at the millions and millions of people inspired who went to battle fighting alongside President Trump, and they're terrified. And they want him to go away. Let me tell you this right now, Donald J. Trump ain't going anywhere.
Uh-oh. We are getting a preview, I think.
And the Republican Party is not the party just of the country clubs. The Republican Party is the party of steel workers and construction workers and pipeline workers and taxi cab drivers and cops and firefighters and waiters and waitresses and the men and women with calluses on their hands who are working for this country. That is our party, and these deplorables are here to stay.
It's a 1998 Democrat speech. That's amazing. The flip is so amazing to me. Watching this growing up and then seeing where we are now, where they're literally flipping the party.
Every one of you has a platform. Every one of you has a voice. The corporate media wants to silence these voices. You have a platform. You know, last year I launched a podcast, Verdict with Ted Cruz. Over 25 million downloads in a year. By the way, please go subscribe. Verdict with Ted Cruz, Verdict with Ted Cruz. Click on subscribe. 5 stars, please.
Ted, get me on your show. What are you doing?
But you know what? You have the same platform. You have social media. You have your friends, your neighbors, your family, your classmates. Speak out for freedom. Because I'm going to close with these words of encouragement. These are dark days, and the media tells us this is the new galactic empire forever and 1,000 years. But already Joe Biden and the radicals in his administration, they are already overshooting. They are already going too far. Their policies don't work. They are disasters. They are bad. They are destroying jobs. They are stripping our freedom. And there is a natural pendulum to politics. And the country will come back to sanity. And mark my words, 2022 is going to be a fantastic election year. And so is 2024 as we stand together and defend liberty, defend the Constitution, defend the Bill of Rights of every American. In the immortal words of William Wallace, freedom!
That's a word, Ted. That's not 2. That's not plural. And those words were his most mortal words. Ah! I think he botched it at the end. Freedom was his most mortal word.
Don't you agree we need voter ID and clean election
His
laws?
immortal words were, they may take our lives, but they'll never take our freedom.
Elections will be fair and honest.
Poor Ted, man. He sounds a little hoarse.
Politicians don't want you to know what they're up to. Secret slush funds, secret emails, and pay to play. Judicial Watch is your watchdog in Washington, D.C., shining the light of transparency on our nation's capital.
Okay, Judicial Watch is shilling hard here.
Want to catch the latest news on government corruption, waste, fraud, and abuse?
Remember, there was.
I'm gonna pause this. I don't want to sit and have Judicial Watch ads just blasting my ear the whole time. Okay, hey. By the way, to everybody who tuned in during Ted's speech, welcome. Welcome. We're on a CPAC day. I'm trying to figure out how to navigate this agenda. Next we've got Protecting Elections Part 1, Voting is Democracy. That starts 7 minutes ago. So I'm not sure where that's going to be, but they're running a few minutes behind. I don't know if it's just the broadcast that's behind. Probably something like that. But that's what's going. Oh, here we go. We got a guy. Oh, damn it. This stream is going to get struck super hard.
Good morning, CPAC Nation.
By the way, Republicans have to stop playing music from people who hate
Kennedy
them.
liked to joke during the 1960 presidential campaign that he just opened a telegram from his father. It read,
You had
"Dear
Telegram
Jack,
back then?
Don't buy one more vote than necessary. I'll be damned if I pay for a landslide." Republican Bob Dole said in 1996, "When I die, I want to be buried in Chicago so I can stay active in politics."
Oh, no. Didn't he just
These
die?
lines get a chuckle or two these days, but especially after the November 2020 election fiasco, vote fraud is no laughing matter. CPAC's theme is America Uncanceled. A keystone of the right's new agenda absolutely, positively must be to uncancel election integrity. Why are clean elections vital? Why must Republicans and Democrats both be able to say after Election Day, yep,
what if you wrote an entire speech and it was just questions?
Election integrity is a core principle that undergirds
without
this
ever answering them.
constitutional republic that you and I love so much. In 1787, James Madison emphasized the importance of elections in Federalist Paper number 52. And as he wrote, it is essential to liberty that the government in general should have an immediate dependence on and an intimate sympathy with the people. Frequent elections are unquestionably the only policy by which this dependence and sympathy can be effectually secured. Our republic relies on democratic elections to implement a basic tenet on which this nation stands. Thomas Jefferson wrote this in America's birth certificate, our Declaration of Independence. To secure the rights endowed by our Creator.
By the way, you're going to miss that Ted Cruz preacher style real quick. Powers from the consent of the governed. Through elections, we give our representatives our consent to be governed. Absent this consent, our founding fathers believed, government is illegitimate. Furthermore, since all men are created equal, our elections should empower one man with one vote. All men are created equal, all equally superior to women.
For years. Eventually, in 1920, we embraced the concept of one woman, one vote. And with the Voting Rights Act of 1965, we finally abolished the idea that one had to be white to vote. This proves for all the consulistas and wokistanis out there that America is not perfect, and we have made mistakes along the way, some of them huge, but we always try to do better. And sooner or later, either we get it right, or at least we do it better than damn near any place else on this planet.
Okay.
So in short, election integrity matters. Battle elections are essential to the good health of this republic as checks and balances, the rule of law, and liberty and justice for all. Alas, this guiding concept is in huge trouble these days. Despite the left's relentless lies, vote fraud is a problem.
Uh-oh.
For concrete proof, check the Heritage Foundation's priceless vote fraud database.
YouTube's algorithm. This is not the view of this channel. I, for one, love our vote fraud.
Vote fraud. No, not accusations.
I will not let this man besmirch the good name of vote fraud.
1,130 of them. So don't tell me that vote fraud is just some right-wing hallucination. The November 2020 election was a nightmare. Judges and other officials made last-minute rule changes that only state legislators were authorized to enact, as the U.S. Constitution requires. Mysterious late-night ballot dumps triggered huge lopsided vote spikes.
They absolutely did not.
Multiple affidavits offered sworn eyewitness reports of cars with out-of-state license plates unloading piles of ballots at counting centers in the wee small hours. Such shenanigans,
why does this guy hate me?
Infected Georgia, Michigan, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. No wonder a November 18 Reuters survey found that 39% of Americans believe, quote, the election was rigged, unquote. This included 67% of Republicans, 31% of independents, and even 17% of Democrats.
Wait, in 2018?
Blind leftists ridiculed the right's complaints about fake ballots and election irregularities because they were not widespread. Well, how widespread must vote fraud be before the left shares our concerns? Will that require 10,000 bogus ballots? 1 million phony votes?
No, one.
Here's a modest proposal. The left can pick that widespread number. We on the right will accept it. And in turn, the right will decide which leftists will have their genuine votes canceled by those widespread fraudulent ballots. Let's start with Rachel Maddow, Chuck Todd, Joy Reid, Chris Cuomo, Nancy Pelosi, and Chuck Schumer.
What?
If illegal ballots nullify their votes, maybe they finally will fight for election integrity.
Okay.
Of course,
Teleco,
that is unlikely because the Democrat Party is the party of vote fraud.
DeRoy Murdoch. DeRoy Murdoch.
Yes, this is quite a charge, but abundant evidence confirms this allegation. Democrats resist virtually every Republican idea to make our elections more secure, and they labor tirelessly to make our elections more chaotic, more unsupervised, and more unreliable. Democrats, not Republicans, blasted out mass mail-in ballots to everyone on voter rolls in multiple states, whether requested or not. Phantom ballots littered apartment building lobbies. Some were thrown in the trash.
Is my autofocus going crazy?
Were filled out and submitted.
My bad, I'll fix it.
Who knows? Democrats, not Republicans, install ballot drop boxes on sidewalks where nobody oversaw them? How many fraudulent ballots got deposited in these boxes unchecked and then got counted? Who knows? Democrats, not Republicans, diluted signature match standards, which made it easier to accept and tabulate mail-in ballots with forged signatures. Democrats, not Republicans, blocked GOP observers from ballot counting rooms in Atlanta, Detroit, Philadelphia, and other Democrat swing state cities.
Okay.
In contrast, Democrat observers did their jobs in peace in Republican-controlled areas. Virginia lawmakers passed a sensible bill in 2017 that would have required an investigation of any election in which there were more ballots cast.
Now, the problem is it's focusing on a point a foot away from my face.
Well, guess what? Former Governor Terry McAuliffe, a Democrat, not a Republican, vetoed that measure. The Federal Motor Voter Act and Help America
The Federal Motor Voter Act
both require that states maintain accurate voter
That's an
rolls.
act I can get
Here
between.
in Florida, former Governor Rick Scott attempted to remove 51,000 dead people from the voter rolls. Not so fast.
200 Watt Studio says
General
Ted
Eric Holder,
Diceman
a
Cruz,
Democrat,
by the way, is
not
he
a
playing
Republican,
Catskills?
Sued Florida. Holder claimed that the governor's act of electoral hygiene violated the Voting Rights Act of 1965. And now Democrats, not Republicans, are pushing H.R. 1, a bill that would take everything that went haywire last November and shove it into the U.S. Code.
Yep.
As Nancy Reagan might have said, just say no to H.R. 1.
West Nile Chan says, knock, knock, this Child Protective Services in the U.S. Department of Health. We're here to assign your children their genders.
Please join us for these urgent discussions. Speaking of conservative political action, long before the 2022 midterm elections, conservatives should demand at a minimum the following reforms. First, as Ronald Reagan might have said, we must catapult mass mail-in ballots onto the ash heap of history.
Yeah. Right onto it.
Second, absentee ballots must be limited to the old, the sick, the infirm, and what a concept, people who will be absent on Election Day. Third,
I agree.
Election Day must be Election Day, not election month or election quarter. Fourth, no more ballot harvesting. Fifth, voters must be American citizens, not foreign citizens.
Ooh.
Sixth, voter rolls must be cleaned early and often to remove inactive, relocated, and deceased voters. Let's remember and honor our dead, but let's keep them away from the polls, shall we? Seventh, when voters cast ballots, they must show photo ID that proves they are who they say they are. Now the left
He's
calls
destroying
us
these
racist
jokes
for
with
expecting
facts
black
and
voters like
logic.
everyone else to show ID cards. Wrong. What
Whoa!
is racist is the Democrats' insistence that we blacks are too disorganized, too confused, or too stupid to get our hands on photo ID cards.
Thank you. Thank you.
What bigoted anti-black filth. Black Americans show photo ID 7 days a week to drive cars, cash checks, purchase adult beverages, and much more. Just yesterday, the federal government under Joe Biden made me show photo ID to board my jet to Orlando, just like everyone else. How racist. Now, if photo ID really is a tool of white nationalism, how does the left explain this? Nigeria, a country that is controlled by black people. If you want to vote, you got to show voter ID. Ghana, a country that is controlled by black people. If you want to vote, you got to show voter ID. And here is the situation in South Africa. Here is the late, great Nelson Mandela wearing a T-shirt that says, get an ID, register, vote.
To be fair, Joe Biden doesn't want to think about Ghana.
Yes, we want voter ID cards, and we want them now.
Those casket dancers are looking at him daily.
Voter ID cards are good enough for Nelson Mandela, so they're good enough for the USA. The fight for clean elections will be huge in the months and years ahead, and we all need to fight like hell for election integrity. This is a fight we can and must win. If we lose, we will become the corruptly outvoted vassals of the left. It is in our hands, my fellow conservatives, to make elections great again. Thank you very much.
Mega! Yes, put it on a hat. Put it on a hat. Mega! I like it. That guy was good. He was fine. He's a little dry. I'm not going to play their ads, man. That's a lot of ads. Woo! Alex Ghost says, can catch you on replay and thanks for the content in Kermit voice. It's better to come on the sink than sink in the cum. Amen and a woman. That's disgusting. That was disgusting. All right. So next up on the agenda, who knows, like, if they're going to try and get things back. I don't know why Ted Cruz was so late. Maybe he was playing, like, Raid Shadow Legends or something. So next is a panel discussion. We've got Protecting Elections Part 2, Other Culprits, How Judges and Media Refuse to Look at the Evidence. Oh, no. Why did they do this to me? We've got Jesse Binnall. What the hell was that? I don't know what that is. Hold on. Let's see what's up next. This setup that they have is terrible, by the way. The setup on Rumble. I don't like it at all. No, I had a second window open. That's what it was. Whoops. Okay. This Jesse Binnall name is very familiar to me. I think he's in one of the lawsuits. Oh, he's one of the lawyers for Sidney Powell. So that's where I recognize his name, which means I'm basically going to die. You know we're getting nuked for this one. Oh, Lord. That's not good at all. Okay, we do have the closed captioning back.
Judges and the media refuse to look at the evidence. Please welcome, from the Banal Law Group, Jesse Binnall. Fox News contributor, DeRoy Murdoch. From the Heritage Foundation, Hans von Spakovsky. And our moderator, from the American Conservative Union Foundation, Denise Cohn.
Oh, okay.
We over here?
No, you're not. You're already mic'd. Stop it.
Good morning, everybody.
Hi.
Morning.
And DeRoy, thank you so much for setting us up.
pleasure.
DeRoy
Thank
is a
you.
fellow New Yorker. Like me, we both escaped for a couple of days. Jesse Binnall is a litigator out of Alexandria, Virginia, and he went to Nevada for 5 days to fight for President Trump and came back 2 months later. Had some interesting experiences. And Hans von Spakovsky.
He got stuck in a
Heritage
casino.
Foundation has
It's like,
been
there's
writing
a
for them on
circus
election
inside
integrity
the hotel.
for, many, many years, and he has always been proven right. So,
Yeah.
DeRoy set it up for us perfectly. If we had actually followed those principles, we wouldn't be sitting here today talking about an election that none of us can wrap our heads around. And we're going to talk about the how, but before we do, let's find out what happened.
Reminder
Why
to
didn't
YouTube,
judges-
this is
why
not
didn't
the
they-
views
why
of
didn't
this
they look at
channel.
all this evidence that was
This is
collected?
me covering the conservatives talking about things that I do not believe.
It's a good crowd, okay.
They want to hear what we have to say.
All right, or turn the mic up.
Well, at least someone
so
does.
What do you think, guys? Hans, what do you think? Why do you think the judges didn't look at the evidence?
Well, it's very interesting because, judges in even ordinary election contests are very reluctant to overturn an election.
That's what I
And when it
said.
becomes an extraordinary election contest, one with national implications and one in which they risk being attacked by one of the political parties, the pundits, and the news media, their reluctance to do anything gets even greater. And that's why if you look at almost all the cases that were filed after the November election, virtually all of them were dismissed on procedural grounds.
So we're gonna get into that, but I mean, are you saying that the
Procedure.
judges were afraid that they didn't want to look at the evidence?
Well, I think in some cases that is true. In other cases, they might.
This
have
guy's
had
face
valid
died
procedural
8
grounds,
years
but
ago.
It sure didn't look like it to me. I mean, the best example of that is one Pennsylvania case was dismissed for the doctrine of latches, which is this legal doctrine that says, well, you can't wait.
Do you notice this guy
for a
has
certain
Joker
thing. They
scarred
just sit on
dimples?
your rights. Well, the election had just
Wanna
happened.
know where I got these
They filed
dimples?
suit very quickly after that, so applying that doctrine just
Look
did
at him.
not seem legally correct.
Oh, God, it's horrifying. I can't unsee it.
That was. Why do you think the judges didn't look at?
Well, Hans von Spakovsky is always right. He's right again.
Hans von Spakovsky.
I think the judges didn't want to get involved. I think essentially they didn't do their jobs. And I think it's a bit like, imagine you're watching Game 7 of the World Series. It's the bottom of the ninth. Teams are tied. Bases are loaded.
And you're kicking a field goal.
On
Be a nerd.
third base tries to steal home, dives into home base. He reaches home base at the same time that the catcher touches him with his mitt. Everybody's wondering, is he safe? Is he out? Everyone looks at the home plate umpire and goes, why are you looking at me? I don't want to get involved. He turns around and walks out the door, all right? So what happens? Rather than either make a good call or a bad call, but at least make a call, he doesn't make a call. And what happens? The fans in the stands start fighting with each other, and chaos ensues. The Supreme Court did this when they did not get involved in the Texas case. They should have heard the case. They should have heard the evidence. I think even if they'd heard the evidence, even if they made a decision with which we disagree, we all would be able to say, well, at least we had our day in court. They said, whatever,
he's right.
We don't want to get involved. No, they should have got involved. That's their jobs. Their job is to get involved in the tough cases, not the easy cases, the tough cases, and give us a ruling, and they didn't. And it's to their profound discredit that they didn't do so, and largely, I think, bear a lot of the responsibility for the chaos that ensued.
I agree 100%. In fact, I did a whole video ranting about it.
That's continuing because just last week the Supreme Court... It's continuing because just last week the Supreme Court said they weren't going to look at a whole bunch of other cases.
And again, they're not...
It was this week. It wasn't last week.
They don't want to get involved, so next election we're going to deal with this again. They need to get in.
Well,
I hope they make decisions we like, but even if they don't make decisions we dislike, at least we'll know what the rules are. We can proceed rather than just operate in a fog.
200 Watt Studio says not even a dollar star McLaughlin group. Ugh.
I do. I think both of those are excellent points why this happened, but there's another aspect of it too, and that is that actually judges, technically speaking, are human beings. And I understand that they were also lawyers at one point in their career, but when they're serving as judges, they're also human beings. And when you have judges that are doing these, taking on these cases, they're also going home and they're watching the media. So when the media has this narrative that there is no voter fraud, that it's debunked, it's baseless, and they say the same thing over and over and over again. And one of the most enraging but successful gaslighting attempts in American history, judges are actually at home watching that. And they don't want to be the first one to go out there and say that the emperor has no clothes. Right. And so you get in this circle of disinformation where the media starts the lie. You know, our friends right there in the media, a lot of them, they start the lie that there's no voter fraud.
He's calling them out.
Baseless, without any basis for saying that it's baseless. Exactly. And then judges go ahead and base their decisions on that, and then the media comes back and points to the judges who are really already doing what the media tells them to do in a lot of cases.
I like this guy, Jesse. I think he's going places. Good kid. Probably he'll do something great.
Yeah, and so they're creating a story.
Good contribution, moderator. Yeah.
But they're not actually investigating either, right? But the media is not actually investigating the situation either. It's
incredible. They have completely abdicated their roles to be the fourth estate and to go out there and try to, be gumshoes and get to the bottom of this by saying, actually, let's look at this evidence. Let's look at this, the huge amount of data that we had in Nevada, for instance, to actually
Nevada is a tragedy,
whether
by
or
the
not
way.
it's accurate. They never dug into any of that. They, right or wrong, they never tried to dig into the facts about voter fraud. They just said it doesn't exist.
Right.
And I can give an example of this. To show how things have changed in the media. Look, we're in Florida, right? We're in Orlando, okay? Well, in 1997, there was a mayor's race in Miami, okay? There were all these stories and claims that fraud may have occurred in that election. So the Miami Herald actually assigned a huge group of reporters to investigate the case. They went out, they interviewed witnesses, they interviewed voters, and they uncovered a voter fraud conspiracy.
Let me show you how to hide a pencil.
In court, a judge overturned the election, said there were probably at least 5,000 fraudulent ballots cast in that election. Dozens of individuals.
This is not the presidential election.
Were indicted, criminally charged, and convicted. And the Miami Herald won a Pulitzer Prize for its work. Okay? You didn't see that same kind of activity after this last election. And in fact, last fall, before the election, USA Today, PBS Frontline, assigned more than a dozen reporters to investigate me and the election fraud database that we maintain at the Heritage Foundation, which has over 1,300 proven cases of fraud. And what were the reporters doing? Going through our database, case by case by case, trying to find a mistake, rather than actually going out and investigating the kind of claims Jesse is talking about, where you go interview the witnesses and see what their credibility is and what their stories are.
Right.
No, I think that's absolutely correct. I mean, one of my huge frustrations as a Fox News contributor and someone who's on TV and on radio is hearing these, my brethren in the media say, oh, there's no evidence of vote fraud. It got to the point where I would go on television, and I wrote about a dozen articles about vote fraud in addition to the TV and radio appearances I did.
He did not.
And
His articles don't exist.
One article in a file and another, until I had probably a stack about that big, 4 folders, 4 files like this. And I go on there and say, oh, no evidence? Well, then please explain all this stuff. Affidavits, courtroom transcripts, courtroom pleadings by Jesse, as a matter of fact, statistical anomalies, letters from legislators and so on. There was evidence. Now, you can weigh some evidence more than others or question some evidence, but the idea that there is no evidence was a total, complete lie, but they repeated it over and over and over again until people believed, oh, there's no evidence, it's just all of us hallucinating up here.
Well, and in fact, it seems that there was only one case out of all of this litigation that we've seen where there may have been a tiny little bit of evidence that did go forward, and that was in Nevada, and it wasn't covered.
Am I saying he's lying for the purposes of YouTube? Yes.
But you were saying that your procedural rights were.
YouTube does not agree with any of these statements.
The case was conducted. You weren't given, the opportunities that you normally would.
That's absolutely right. Our legs were cut off before we even walked into the courthouse.
Well,
we were told that we had to prove our entire case for election fraud with no more than 15 witnesses, that we would have to put all this together during the Thanksgiving holiday, and so if we couldn't get witnesses to show up, then we wouldn't be able to substitute in one witness for another. It would all be by deposition, no live testimony, and we were given no meaningful opportunity to actually go out there and prove our case. We had 30 witnesses that were ready to go, and half of our witnesses were taken away from us at the very first status conference in the case. When it came to our appeal, the Supreme Court of Nevada gave us slightly over 2 hours to file our appellate brief. 2 hours. Normally, that's something that you get at least months for. An election case is going to be truncated, we understand that, but they gave us slightly over 2 hours. In slightly over 2 hours, we still, with a great team, still put together a 40-page brief of all the problems in the district court.
So Jesse, in 2 hours, you were able to pull together a 40-page brief explaining everything. And I imagine it must have taken them quite some time to review the brief and come back to you with an opinion?
About 2 hours later, they came out with their opinion. I'm sure there was no chance that was written before we even filed our brief.
No chance at all.
Matter of fact, we know it is because one of the things they told us in the 2 hours is they wanted us to quote chapter and verse where in the district court record our errors were, because they figured there's no way in a couple hours that we could get that in there. But we did. And they had a part of their opinion that said that we didn't do it because they assumed that we wouldn't be able to do it.
And now, that was the only case where there was any kind of evidence. So we go back to all of the rest, all of the hundreds of cases that didn't go forward, and they were dismissed on what are procedural grounds?
Who's ever heard of a procedure?
Standing was a big. You don't have
so
standing.
what is standing? What is standing?
Well, I'm not a lawyer. Maybe one of the attorneys.
You're the best person to answer it then.
I mean, with standing, you have to show that you have a concrete injury. You're not just speculating that you might have been injured or perhaps you'll be injured, and many of the cases were dismissed on that ground. Look, the key point here is the credibility of all of these claims was
That's a terrible explanation of standing.
And that's something that you should do and have to do. And since the courts didn't do it, frankly, it's now up to the state legislatures to do this. They are in session all over the country, and they should be doing it.
And if I'm, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Georgia has a GOP state legislature. I believe Pennsylvania does as well. I think not both houses in various states, but one house or the other. So you could have, as you say, state legislative investigations, hearings, where they finally can get to the evidence, get this stuff out there.
Hey, I appreciate you too, 12-step woman.
Election, but at least we can know what happened and act accordingly.
Right. It really is quite remarkable because there are how much evidence do you think there is that's accumulating in in
this lady needs to drop a joke or two to moderate.
All of these public records.
Well,
how much
maybe it may be shredded by now.
Yeah.
You think so?
Maybe. Well, probably.
Well, look, they're supposed to keep them.
Because what?
They don't always keep them. They're supposed to keep them, but it's unfortunately far too common for a lot of these local officials to maybe not keep up with their document retention requirements because in many cases they know about the voter fraud, but they're unfortunately looking out for their own necks, and they're perhaps not that concerned about the voter fraud because they know that the voter fraud is going their direction. And so they have no real incentive to keep up with their document retention policies. But we do need to do that, and it's absolutely critical.
Amtank says, sue and settle without standing shouldn't stand.
Their jobs, like they've said. But the other thing that we need to start doing is what the Democrats have been doing for a very long time, and that is understanding that these cases aren't won in the days, weeks after an election. They're won in the weeks, months, and even years before elections. So when we litigate these cases now, we need to try to get ahead of it. We can't just be playing defense. We need to go on the offense.
This is the big failing of the Trump legal team.
Issues to make sure that there's not voter disenfranchisement through fraud. Because every single time that a fraudulent vote is counted, the vote of an honest citizen is dead. It's canceled out. And the media is ignoring that message. They say what we're doing is voter suppression. When they're suppressing the real speech on this issue, that's the real suppression, and that's the real voter disenfranchisement that's happening.
Well, ironically, they ignore the voter suppression. And in fact, my brother was watching CNN this morning. And they were talking about this panel, about DeRoy's panel, about all the stuff that we're doing on election integrity. And they said it was just a bunch of voter suppression.
But see, it's the opposite of that. Let me give you a quick example again, okay? Shortly before the election, I actually published a paper at the Heritage Foundation.
No kidding.
It was a study of 4
It was a study of human anatomy.
Absentee ballot fraud cases from across the country, including that Miami mayor's race that I talked about, and in which elections were overturned because of the fraud. And let me tell you what the common factor was in almost all of those cases. The people engaging in the fraud, stealing the election, submitting fraudulent ballots, who do you think they picked on? What they picked on was the most vulnerable populations. They were going after, as they said in the Indiana case, the elderly, people for whom English is not the first language.
Yep.
Folks who are voting for the first time. They were going after the poor and the people who wouldn't know that what's going on is wrong, who wouldn't complain about it. So those are the populations who are picked on by the folks who want to steal elections.
Yeah, Hans is right about that, and maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's a case
you
not
see
too
her
long ago
face?
where some folks actually were caught trying to get homeless people to vote, and the way they were doing it was giving them cigarettes.
Yes.
Is that right? I mean, this is from people who probably say, oh, big tobacco is awful. Here they are giving cigarettes to homeless people so they can put them on buses and take them to go vote. This is ugly, disgusting behavior. And
imagine a windowless van shows up to the homeless guys like, hey, fella, I got some smokes. You want to get inside?
His team have put together at the Heritage Foundation. And you can read the specifics on these cases, the location, the dates, the circumstances, and the punishments. And almost always what you see is probation, suspended sentence, small fine. Oh, don't do that again. This is going to keep going unless we start putting people in jail, locking them up behind bars, And when people see...
You know what, Troy? I'm going to...
When fraudulent political actors find themselves behind bars, not for a week or two, but I'm talking months and years.
Oh, yeah, variable.
Then maybe this will start tapering off.
I don't know if I could do his voice right now.
To do it. Why not steal an election? You know, maybe maybe you'll have to do a little community service or something.
This is an issue.
Probably won't be caught.
Is it stolen, or was it that the laws were weakened so much leading into the election that there was plenty of room for error? And it's very hard to distinguish between when people are innocently making mistakes and their votes, which should not be counted, are being counted. And that's the kind of thing that we would have discovered had we actually taken a look at the evidence. It's not necessarily the most nefarious thing that people are looking at. It could be just human error that was sufficient enough. Maybe.
Whoa, the audience disagrees.
But we haven't looked at the evidence, so this is the point. We don't know, and that's the major frustration here.
That's an excellent point. It is an excellent point. There is some mistakes that were truly human error. There were irregularities that were human error. There's, perhaps people that didn't know that they couldn't vote once they've moved to a new state. I don't know. There's certain instances of that. But in Nevada, we introduced evidence of 42,000 double votes or multiple votes. That's not an accident. Most people know that in this country we have one person and one vote. And
Amtang says no law requires clerks to perform their jobs in Texas.
Evidence, and also look at the irregularities. And the fact that we have these laws, and these, in Nevada, there was a law called AB4 that was passed in the dead of night just months before the election, for instance, that set the groundwork for voter fraud, that set the groundwork for irregularities, that set it for
Jesse's
all
a little
of this.
nervous being up there. Look at his hands.
Lo and behold, the stage was set, and the fraud and the irregularities came.
Now, you testified to this in the U.S. Senate, didn't you?
I did.
Did everybody see it on YouTube?
I'm sorry?
Did everybody see it on YouTube?
YouTube took down my sworn Senate testimony before the Senate Committee on Homeland Security and Government Affairs because it talked about voter fraud.
Yeah, you guys are trying to get me taken down.
That is
rude.
One of the incredible examples of the suppression of speech that we've gotten right now, and where you have not just the traditional media, but you have these social media outlets that are trying to absolutely silence this discussion and this debate that we're having. The traditional media is no better. USA Today tried to fact-check our case in Nevada. And the way they did it is they went and got a data scientist because we had extremely compelling data that still has never been rebutted, only ignored. And USA Today got this data scientist to say, they didn't, the data evidence didn't show which reports and data it was looking at. That's just absolutely wrong. It was in the expert report, and our expert was deposed in cross-examination by one of the main partners at Perkins Coie. It is hogwash to say that we didn't give him that information. And the next thing that USA Today, the fact checker, did was read the court's opinion and say, well, the court disagreed with this, so it must be false. Again, we get back into this circle of disinformation.
You mentioned mistakes. There are mistakes. People sometimes do something innocently, which they shouldn't do. But we have affidavits. Affidavits are evidence. This is among the evidence that the media refused to read were all these affidavits. I think about 1,000 by people who saw things that they thought were funny, unusual, illegal, as the case may be. I was fascinated by some affidavits out of Georgia.
Watching you daily, I know it doesn't.
Including a couple of Democrats who said that they saw these ballots for Biden, absentee ballots. Absentee ballots leave the registrar of voters. They fold them, they put them in envelopes, you fill them out, you fold them again, you mail them back. So they have fold marks. Well, these absentee ballots, according to these affidavits, did not have fold marks. They were never folded. And they had votes for Biden and nothing else, nobody voting for House or Congress or City Council, what have you. And the bubbles where you fill in Biden were all pristine, all completely, perfectly filled in and identical, as if done by a machine or something like that. That to me is unusual. That to me sounds pretty illegal. And I think at a minimum, we should have had an investigation of that and seen, was this on the up and up or was this corrupt?
Why did that evidence not go forward? What happened there? How did that get thrown out?
It didn't go forward. I think you guys can correct me on this, but I believe the judges who saw it in Georgia said, oh, well, we're not going to rule on this, and the case was dismissed.
And I'll give you another example in our case on that, is we were able to get in the discovery period, the 4-day discovery period we had in Nevada, evidence of over 4,000 undocumented immigrants voting in Nevada.
Discovery where you get the other people to turn over the information that you're looking for so that you can...
That's right. And because we didn't turn it over before we had it, the judge wouldn't accept it. The judge wouldn't accept our affidavit evidence after limiting us to 15 witnesses. We tried to get in other witnesses through affidavits because that's all we could do, and the judge wouldn't accept that at all either.
Nevada was a really, really bad case, and the media swept it all under the rug really quickly.
To prove fraud after an election because you have only a short period of time, it's hard and difficult to gather the evidence, takes a lot of time and resources. And what all of this illustrates is you want to be sure that it doesn't happen in the first place.
Yes.
And the only way that's going to happen...
Gerald Hester says, thanks for all you do. You're a good man. Hey, thank you.
The only way that's going to happen is two things that have to be done right now. Okay, one of them is stopping, as DeRoy was talking about, H.R. 1, which is coming down the pike this week. Okay, which will basically put in the worst rules you can imagine in all the states and will ban states from having basic security protocols like voter ID laws. But the second thing is getting the state legislatures right now while they're in session to fix all of these problems and all of these issues and doing just basic common sense things like putting in voter ID laws that apply to both in-person and absentee balloting.
Amtank says if you want to see, if you want to look, look at Thomas McNutt, 2016 Texas House race, lost to Byron Cook by 225 by official count. Irregularities found, nothing was done.
Has to be run by the states, agreed. Per the Constitution.
Lady, it's in the Constitution. Oh, my gosh. Stop listening to the audience.
Right. The Constitution says that the election laws are supposed to be governed by the states. H.R. 1 says,
so H.R. 1 is an
Constitution, whatever, we're going to do our own thing, which is sort of their outlook on a lot of things.
Here's the reason that this is so difficult to swallow is this election actually was lost very closely. The Washington Post reported that fewer than 45,000 votes would have swung it in a different direction across 3 different states. 3 different states, 42,000 votes, 45,000 votes, something like that, and we would have had an electoral college vote of 269 to 269. Back then, Republicans had the majority in the House of Representatives. They would have voted, and President Trump would have had a second term, and something like H.R. 1 would not be able to go through. There are going to be many consequences that we're facing because such a close election was lost. And with all of these efforts from the media, from the judges, from the left, all of these efforts still came to a very close race.
Yeah, but that's why these kind of state law provisions can make a difference. And again, if I can just go back to it very quickly to show what a difference it could make. H.R. 1 bans all state voter ID laws at the very same time that it requires all states to put in same-day voter registration. You understand what that means? That means that I could walk into any polling place on Election Day, say that my name is not Hans von Spakovsky, but Tom Swift, and I live at 100 Main Street. They have to register me and immediately let me vote, and they can't ask me for an ID to verify who I am that actually live in that area. I could then leave that polling place and go to the next polling place down the street, immediately register under the name Tom Smith, vote, and keep doing it all day, and there's absolutely nothing state officials could do to stop it if H.R. 1 is passed.
Waffle says, get help, kid. Here's more.
We're going to stop.
Love the content. I'm glad you're out there speaking your mind. Started doing the same and calling out morons.
At the end of this session, we'll be forcing out to your apps a means for you to contact your legislator. You'll put in some information, and you'll be able to send them a letter telling them to vote against it. And our goal really is that not a single Republican in the House votes for this thing. We need to have a unified front to fight it. It's going to be a challenge. It's going to be a challenge, and
yeah, well, it will be a challenge. But look, I mean, we need to fight on this one, and I think this is probably going to go down to a party line vote. I don't know if we can peel away any of the Democrats in the Senate on this, but we all ought to be talking to everyone who know. Contact your lawmakers, contact your friends, call radio stations, go on local television, whatever access to the media you have, and just scream bloody murder about this thing. Because if this goes through, all the garbage we saw last November is going to be baked into the U.S. code.
Yeah, and look, this actually. There should be a bipartisan effort in the states to stop this, because I don't care whether you're a Republican state legislator or a Democratic state legislator.
But they care.
You
they
ought
care
to
a
be
lot.
angry at the idea that Washington is going to usurp your role and tell you how to run elections in your state. The residents of that state, through their elected representatives, are the ones who make that decision. H.R. 1, I think, is the most anti-democratic bill I've seen in my 20 years in Washington.
Well, it'll be up to y'all to sue over H.R. 1 because it's unconstitutional.
For the People Act, right? Right. We call it the Not for the People Act. It's Orwellian bill names.
So we're going to wrap it up pretty quickly. And just what is one of the most egregious things that you think happened in this last election cycle that caused us to be where we are today?
Absentee ballots. Look, nobody disputes that we need them for people who are in the military and overseas, or for people who are so physically disabled they can't make it to the polling place. But other than that, we should all be voting in person. And the biggest mistake that was made in the last election, in addition to the fact that voter rolls are in notoriously bad shape around the country, is that there was this huge push to go to absentee ballots. COVID-19 was used as an excuse, even though all of us are safely going to our grocery stores and our pharmacies. And the whole problem with absentee ballots is this. They're the only kind of ballot that are voted outside the supervision of election officials and outside the observation of poll watchers. And that makes them the most vulnerable to being altered, changed, forged, and it makes voters vulnerable in their homes to pressure and coercion to vote a particular way. And that is the whole problem with them. And I think that was the biggest problem with this past election.
I'll pick up on something Hans said. Hillary Clinton said one of the reasons that she lost the election in 2016 was that the pro-Trump husbands were forcing their pro-Hillary wives to vote for Trump, okay? And we all laughed at that. And it sounds like yet another of her 1,000 excuses as to why what happened. But there probably are instances where you've got a very abusive spouse. It could be the wife beating up the husband, or the husband beating up the wife, as the case may be. Or it could be, okay, Grandpa, if you don't vote the way we want, you're not going to get your insulin this afternoon, or whatever else it is.
This is actually all over social media.
Pressure, you can go to the polls, vote the way you want, and then come out and tell your obnoxious relatives, hey, I voted the way you wanted, when in fact you didn't. But if you've got an absentee ballot, you're sitting at the kitchen table and they're watching you fill it out, and they're going to pick it up and drop it off at the drop-off box a couple blocks away, you're now voting for a candidate you don't want to support. So this is an additional problem, and why we need to stop these absentee ballots. The other thing I'd add very briefly is there's something beautiful, I think, about the way we used to vote, which is we show up on Election Day, you go to the local firehouse, the local school room, whatever it is. And we, the American people, on one day in November, the first Tuesday after the first Monday in November, decide who our leaders will be. And there's something very moving and touching. And then they count the ballots, and about midnight or so, we know who's going to govern us, and the people we've given the consent to govern us. Now you sit at home, you're voting in a bathrobe or with a towel around your waist, whatever it is, while you're watching Jimmy Kimmel or whatever's going on, and then you drop it off at some drop box. Who knows if it's ever going to get picked up or if it's blended in with fraudulent ballots. And what they've basically done is dumb down elections. So you've got the fraud problem and just this destruction of this beautiful civic ritual of the American people coming together to have democratic elections or constitutional republic. I think we need to go back to the old model.
We have to have transparency.
Sorry?
We have to have transparency. that is the most one of the most.
For me, I think it was the
I think we get out
keeping out of the poll watchers and poll observers
election,
or poll challengers.
You know, hey, maybe the Washington Post is onto something, and democracy does die in darkness, because the kind of darkness we had in 2020 was tons and tons of examples where there was no transparency in the way that votes were being cast and the way that votes were being counted. And that observers were shunned, weren't given meaningful access. There were tons of time where election officials were alone with ballots, which is a horrible, horrible idea. Yeah. We had evidence in Nevada where postal workers were told by their supervisors they had to deliver ballots to undeliverable addresses. And then when we tried to subpoena those postal workers, the Postal Service said, nope, they can't come to court. We're not going to let you even, or not even come to court. You can't even take a deposition of them. We have to have transparency. We have to make sure that, like we say, the mail-in voting is just ripe for fraud. The rest of the world almost exclusively does voting in person because of the opportunities for fraud in mail-in voting. And we're supposed to be the gold standard. We have to put a stop in this, and making sure there's transparency in the future. It's one of the most important things we can do.
There are many things that we have to do, and DeRoy had a great list of them. The American Conservative Union is going to be launching a Center to Protect Elections, and we're going to be counting on everybody here to join us to be activists to fight. We'll be talking more about it towards the end of the election. Sorry, the end of the conference.
Funny, Ginger, he's a lawyer. That's why.
Do your part right now to fight H.R. 1. And make sure that we do everything we can to defeat this bill, because it's going to be that much harder for us to ever have another Republican elected if we lose it.
Amtank says, watch your city, county, and state matters more.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Kean Williamson says, UK viewer, keep up the good, love the channel. Thank you. Thank you. I gotta turn off their copyright music. That was, not super exciting. And the next couple panels probably aren't going to be either. But, this is what we're here for, is the not super exciting. The next panel is actually really, really important, but it's going to be boring as sin. You love that? That's that good advertising. That's me. I'm a marketing master. Look, this next thing's really important, but God, it's going to be a snore fest. Amendment 5, freedom from confiscation of private property. That's the next panel. It starts 11 minutes ago, so they should be getting it going pretty quick here. But that is a very, very important topic. We're gonna be talking about, or we're gonna watch it. We're gonna watch all this stuff. The official main stage closes at about 3 p.m. No, wait, 3:30, 4 p.m. Central Time. I don't know if I'm gonna stick around for the breakout sessions because, well, I need to do something during the day. But that's where we're at. Monkey Ultra says, when is young Pharaoh coming on? He's not. He is not. He has been uninvited, like Alanis Morissette or whatever. Vietov Ramen, I get you, man. I get you. Let's see.
Washington Examiner's Kerry Pickett.
Look at this guy. Come on.
Stay standing. Stay standing.
Okay, let's see.
Good morning, CPAC. This is the Fifth Amendment, Freedom from Confiscation of Property panel. I'm Kerry Pickett. I'm the senior campaign reporter at the Washington Examiner and host at SiriusXM Patriot 125. On this panel, we'll discuss how millions of American small businesses were forced to close due to COVID restrictions that prohibited them from operating. Now, according to our Constitution, when the government seizes your property, the Fifth Amendment guarantees that you must be properly compensated for what was taken.
This is going to be a bunch of lawsuits over the next year.
This mandates payment of just compensation anytime the government takes private property for public use. Yet, in the wake of the pandemic shutdowns,
she's wearing like a
financially devastated
pleather
and forced
dress
to fire their employees. About 53% of small business owners don't expect to return to pre-COVID operations for at least the next 6 months, according to a survey taken by the U.S. Census Bureau back in December. On average, across the 50 largest U.S. metro areas, only 26% of small businesses have at least 3 months of cash readily available, which is the minimum amount generally recommended as a safety net. Now, the COVID pandemic set up a convenient crisis, creating ideal conditions for big government to assuage the American public into acceptance of and compliance with some of the most extreme proposals from their decades-old wish list, even if it means chipping away at some of our most sacred constitutional rights.
I wish these people would not read their speeches.
Their own actions after what state and local governments did between 1918 and 1919 when they shut down many businesses during the Spanish influenza epidemic in the United States. Back then, there was the desire to impose regulations in the name of public health. The science guiding them wasn't precise, though, and they didn't have the benefit of the research we have now. They also didn't have the PPP loans and the bailouts or any other part of the massive government response that we see now. Today, legal precedent maintains that only a few government actions can be defined as a quote-unquote taking.
Yeah,
And
distract
these would
enemies.
generally
Trump
fall
is
under
Sunday.
Permanent physical occupation or of a property or regulations that destroy or damage of a property's financial value. We may have a debate over kilo, but not COVID. So since businesses shut down were supposed to be temporary, it's been an uphill battle for small businesses to win these
Does
legal
your
fights
audience
against
know what
their
kilo
state
is?
Governments. But does that make these shutdowns constitutional? That's right. The High Court, though, also maintained that the Fifth Amendment was also designed to prohibit government from forcing only
If she
some people
stops talking, I'll
to bear
explain
public
kilo.
burdens, which in all fairness should be borne by the public as a whole. So why are only certain small businesses forced to shoulder an unfair share of the burden to protect their communities against this deadly disease, while other businesses have continued to run their operations, albeit under certain COVID regulations? How's that fair? Why should small businesses be forced to shutter their doors when their big box counterparts can remain open? And why can only certain businesses in strip malls
She really
remain open while
biffed
other
it on that.
businesses of the
Whoops.
same size,
She really
but have
biffed it on that
different
kilo
features, are forced to
reference.
close? Yet, when we look at the numbers, some of the worst state lockdowns have the highest COVID mortality rates, and vice versa. Why are Florida's COVID numbers
Kilo versus United States
similar to
was
California's,
a
but
very
California
famous
had some
property
of the most
rights
stringent
case
lockdowns?
where the government took
Why is
private
every
property
state so
and
different
gave it
from
to a
California,
different
as in all
private
which leads with the worst ideas?
a different private
So,
entity
my
for
question is
public
this.
use.
Why are
Basically, they
business
took
owners forced
houses
to
to make
rely
a
on
mall.
these federal government
And the
spending
Supreme Court
packages
upheld that
to
as
pass
okay.
to compensate
It was a
them
mess.
when it was their state governments, their governors, who decided to shut them down to begin with. So questions like these and others are often responded to by government officials with the trite response that they're simply following the science. And if these businesses don't adhere to these regulations, they'll have the heavy financial penalties and they'll also have jail time. And that brings me to meet our panelists right here.
Thanks,
Dallas,
lady.
Texas hair salon owner Shelley Luther became well known last year when she reopened her salon
hair is
4
magnificent.
weeks after the state issued a shutdown order for business establishments just like hers. She was sentenced to 1 week of jail time and issued a $7,000 fine by a Dallas judge who told her she had the option to avoid jail if she admitted to the government she was, quote, wrong and selfish for reopening too soon. To her immense credit and the admiration of patriots everywhere, she stood fast and refused to acquiesce to this dictatorial fiat.
Why are you reading everything? Can't you just speak?
She chose instead to face imprisonment. Ultimately, she was released after 2 days when Governor Abbott removed the threat of jail from the order she'd violated. Another defiant business owner we have here on the panel is Ian Smith, co-owner of Attilis Gym in Belmar, New Jersey. Ian and his co-owner, Frank Trombetti, famously refused to follow New Jersey Governor Phil Murphy's shutdown orders.
This guy looks like a New Jersey gym rat, doesn't he?
Despite Murphy's continued attempts to close down they repeatedly reopened their gym. Remember them kicking down the doors, filed a lawsuit against the state, and they were arrested and had their license rescinded by the borough of Belmar. Ian and Frank have raised over $468,000 and counting in their legal defense funds for their efforts. Congratulations, Ian. And finally, we have former Nevada Attorney General and ACU Foundation board member Adam Laxalt. Laxalt has served as Nevada's Attorney General between 2015 and 2019. Prior to his time as Nevada's Attorney General, he worked at the State Department under John Bolton during the George W. Bush administration, and he later served as the U.S. Navy's, he also served in the U.S. Navy's JAG Corps. Let's hear what our panelists have to say right now. Mr. Attorney General. I'd like for you to really take some of these questions that I put out there and really wonder, how exactly do you think government should take advantage, how do you think that government has taken advantage of the pandemic ultimately and really crushed these businesses? What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think it's important that we go back to the beginning of this. Our founding principles, both the U.S. Constitution and state constitutions, we enshrined individual liberties for a reason. They knew that government, in general, was always wanting to encroach upon our liberties. This is something we've seen forever. But I think they particularly knew that in times of emergency, that emergencies would be used to take as much power as possible. And so, as been said many times, our individual liberties are not fair weather rights. And sure, it's easy for us to preserve our individual rights when there's not times of crisis, although clearly many of our rights are generally in jeopardy. But government is going to use this kind of a crisis to go as far and fast as possible. And so I think what's most disturbing is the original mindset.
Oh,
if you're a
riveting.
Governor of a state and you're trying to protect the public from a public health crisis, you should have right here at your core.
Oh, don't!
These are my people, these are my citizens, and I want to
don't hit the mic.
The best I can to preserve as many of their liberties as possible. That should have been the starting point. And we all would have agreed from the very beginning that there were measures that need to be taken by government to try to alleviate the pandemic. But rather than do what, say, Governor Ron DeSantis did, when he was faced with the call to close churches, what was his response? His response is, freedom of worship, this is a fundamental right. Who am I to say that someone can't make that personal decision to go to church and receive the bread that they need?
Yeah,
and
the bread.
And so
that's
he
how they
refused to just willy-nilly close churches.
Synapse says, today is payday. Here's beer money while I fetch myself a gold label reserve and spend this Norfest sending my money away to better currencies.
Shut down hair salons for
Thank
7 months? Or should we have said to all the hair salon people, can you open safely? Just give us a plan. You want to keep your people as safe as we do.
Let the gym owner and the salon owner talk.
Do what you can, keep people safe. We'll strike that proper balance. And the problem is they took the convenient way. Broad, totally discriminate shutdowns. And yes, big box stores and grocery stores stayed open the entire time. Small businesses done, churches done. In our state, schools, camps, sports, all of this.
Camps, since the
Japanese.
Japanese.
If you took a liberty-first approach, again, you would do everything you can to keep these open. And that's the fundamental thing we've faced. And obviously, we're reaping a lot of societal benefits. But
the next speech, the next group is supposed to start in 7 minutes. They're supposed to start in 7 minutes.
I'd like Ian to answer this. Do you feel what happened to you and businesses like yours and Shelley's was a violation of the Fifth Amendment's taking clause? And does the government have an obligation to build you back up?
Yes.
First of all,
just say yes.
The entire thing from start to finish has been trampling on numerous parts of the Constitution, and the Takings Clause is one of them. And you're guaranteed in the Constitution to the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And if there is an instance where the government has to come in and suspend that, then you should be justly compensated. It says it very clearly. And you had businesses all across the country who were told to shut down, who weren't given any due process in that shutdown. There was never any clear and substantive science put forth that said, this is why you're a danger, and this is why we need you to close. And I think that a lot of small businesses, if that information was presented, would have shut down, because I think that we all as Americans care about each other and we do want to do the right thing. So it wasn't fair. It wasn't fair. There was a massive double standard. And then we were told to sit by and kind of stand by and wait while the people up on Capitol Hill played politics. Meanwhile, we have no relief, and we're expected to continue on with our bills and punished if we don't. And right away, what did we see? We saw politics at play. We saw pork spending in these massive federal bills, and to what your point was earlier, it was handed off to the federal government when the states were the ones that were responsible for the shutdown. And we know that the states were receiving federal money for all these positive cases and for these hospitalizations, and the state never stepped in. And that's their responsibility first, because the order came from them. There was never any relief put forth, and then finally, when the federal aid packages came, they fell laughably short for most businesses. We saw big businesses and all these big corporations who were still in operation pick up funding. And I don't know about Shelley, but we didn't get any money at Attila's Gym. We were told that because we weren't in business for a full calendar year, that we weren't eligible, even though in 2019, we had paid our taxes and we had done the right thing. So it's a gross violation of the Constitution, and
it's a terrible
really
answer. You should have just said yes.
And small business gets the short end of the stick, while you see big corporations never having any trouble getting big bailouts. We've seen it time and time and time again, where the government will come sweeping in to rescue the automotive industry or whatever it may be. But the good, honest, hardworking bulk of Americans who just want to live the American dream and want to do the right thing just get hung out to dry.
Zero, they're talking about Fifth Amendment takings. If you take something, property from someone, the government has to compensate you. It's in the Constitution.
Backstage, I want to thank you guys for standing behind us. There's no way that we could have done this without you, and it sounds cliche, and it's still a little upsetting.
Don't cry.
But it wasn't about a hair salon. It wasn't about a haircut. It was about common sense. I've got the dog groomer next door. Cutting dog's hair, essential. You could you could get an abortion. You could get liquor to go in Texas. You could buy CBD things. All of these things, but you could not get your hair cut by trained stylists who have hours and hours of sanitation training. And we can talk about the Fifth Amendment and we can talk about due process, but it just comes down to common sense. And Just to say, Governor Abbott was not on my side. He did not get me out of jail. He was a big problem in this. Not only did he
shots fired at
close
Abbott.
my business down, the government closes my business down, they get me thrown in jail, and then the government puts over $2 million against me when I try to run for state government. So we have a big problem with the establishment, and we need to get people out to vote for real people that have your concerns and your heart
Yeah,
in
Abbott
mind.
screwed this
and
one up
that's what
badly.
this is about, common sense.
By the way.
Now, Mr. Attorney General, how do you feel Nevada has fared? And what do you think the road back to recovery is for tourism-dependent states like Nevada?
Nevada's been an absolute disaster. Many of you probably know, I mean, it's one of the convention tourist capitals of the world, and with conventions come so many additional layers of jobs and small businesses, and it fuels the entire economy. And we are the hardest hit one of the hardest hits in nearly every category. Unemployment, our growth has vanished. So we go from this roaring economy to something that just absolutely cratered. And when you look at Florida and California, Disney is open in Florida, and it's closed in California. When you look at conventions are happening here. We're here, right? One of our biggest conventions in Nevada is the National Finals Rodeo. It's a massive, massive convention. Well, it was not allowed to go forward in Las Vegas, and so they did it in Texas. And when you have these clear examples that another state is finding a way to safely do something that your state didn't find a way,
that's because
it is just shocking.
It's just not that unsafe
really
for the majority of people.
But the ripple effect is beyond just the tourism economy. We have so many small businesses all across our state that are not going to come back. They're just not going to be able to make it back. And I asked this question. Our schools are still largely closed, our public schools in Nevada. The question is, if teachers were not being paid over the last 9 months, is there any chance that schools would still be closed? And this isn't...
That's a good
this
point.
This is not to go after teachers.
This guy
It's
takes
just
forever to get there,
show
but
that
it's true.
As government was making these decisions, it's like a value. There's nothing lost for the government worker or the teacher or the big box that gets to stay open, and the small businesses and by the way, churches and church attendance, which is going to be vanquished going forward. There just wasn't any urgency about these classes of people. And of course, there's no science that distinguishes these things. There really isn't. There's no details that definitively say why California has no dining indoors. We have dining indoors as of the last few months, but only 4 people. And if you wear the mask as you're walking into the restaurant, everybody's safe, and then you sit down. We've all done this. You sit down 3 steps later and take off your mask. And so whenever people, like you said, try to ask common sense questions, they're just immediately shut down. And there's no real forum for the public that is not only the voting public, and the power resides in the people, but they're the ones most affected. They aren't included in this decision. And in my state, as one example, the governor for the first many, many months did all this unilaterally. And how any state legislature didn't wrestle in to be part of this solution as the people's representatives, both parties that are representing people, to say, let's get at the table and let's figure this out. Look
Oh,
at
boy.
Wisconsin. Wisconsin, the legislature there got very involved. They sued, other parties sued, and they challenged the authority of that governor to go alone. And the Supreme Court there said that the governor couldn't go alone, and it kicked it back to the people. And Wisconsin has found a different way to do it. Not because the governor chose that, but because their Supreme Court said there are limits to how far government can go and how broad they can be in trying to protect the public. Meanwhile, you're destroying values, communities, health. We have the highest suicide rate amongst our kids in Las Vegas right now. All of these things that were predicted when people brought them up at the time, they were shouted down or they were ignored.
Absolutely, and unfortunately, we didn't see enough state legislatures step in to really tell their governors that they went too far, which brings me to Ian over here. You and your business partner had to change your entire business structure so you could keep your gym running during your legal fight with Governor Murphy. Can you describe these efforts? What did you have to do to comply with the safety mandates of New Jersey in order to keep your doors open?
Oh my gosh, this is boring.
Actually, when Frank and I chose to reopen, and we credit that to Shelley over here, because we were watching this brave woman and saying she's got the right idea. You know, we watched what she did, and she reopened, but she didn't just fling her doors open. She put a lot of thought into it, and Frank and I did the same thing, and we put together a 15-point safety protocol. All we had was time. You know, we didn't stop coming to work just because our gym was shut down. We were there every day. We were researching the virus as best we could, how it was transmitted, the newest information on it, ways to provide safe and reasonable measures to protect people that come into the gym, and we went over the top. We actually went well above and beyond what Big Box was required to do, which is quite laughable. You know, they had some capacity restrictions at first that they just kind of did and then kind of forgot about, and you know, they were told you slap a mask on your face and you wipe your cart with a Clorox wipe, and all of a sudden, you know, there's no risk of coronavirus at a Walmart. So when we reopened, we said we're going to go so far beyond that it would be absurd to shut us down. And you know, we have 8 hydroxyl generators running at all times. Each individual has a spray bottle that comes in. We have a health questionnaire. We have temperature checks. You name it. We have MERV 13 filters. So we wanted to go beyond what the state had and point out the absurdity and the double standard. And that wasn't good enough. That wasn't good enough for Governor Murphy, because it went
That man has some thick eyebrows. I didn't even notice.
And when we reopened, we did so in the hopes that we could come out and say, okay, you told us to shut down for 14 days. We didn't really want to, but in the good, or in the interest of the good of all, you know, all people, we said, all right,
this guy should be giving this speech while doing squat thrusts.
Much more, as we all know. But we didn't just want to open. We wanted to open and provide a solution where there was none. You know, these politicians just kept saying, Governor Murphy's favorite thing was, we're not there yet. We follow the science, we follow the data. And when we asked for the science and data, there was none. They were judging off of high cycle PCR tests, which there were plenty of people at the time saying that these things are not accurate, including the individual who created
these guys are not talking about the Fifth Amendment at all, and it's driving me nuts.
Those tests are unreliable, and they're making policy off of something that's not scientifically reliable. So the whole idea for us was to go above and beyond and show that small business and churches and schools and all of these essential places can open safely and can do so in a reasonable manner. And we really hoped that government would want to work with the people and for the people, because to my understanding, that's what government is for. And we were met with resistance.
Silly, naive child.
I think that's probably the biggest disappointment in all of this, is that instead of coming to us and talking about it and looking at our protocol and saying, hey, why don't you hold off, let's put together something, and let's do this together. We're all in this together. It's about everybody's health. We were just met with punishment after punishment after punishment. So we had to change our business model. And we were hit with fines, and we were arrested. We had our doors physically locked at first. We got them back open because we do have a nutrition store inside. When the courts started to fail us, we opened back up again, and they threatened to come change our locks again. So Frank and I took the doors off, and we stayed in the gym 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
That's a good move right there.
And as I can laugh about that now, it's sad that that's what it's come to stay in business as an honest, hardworking American, when big business is just allowed to do whatever.
Yeah, Aiden, his story is way worse than he's making it sound.
So right now, we run off of donations, and we are blessed with the support of so many Americans who care about us and believe in what we're doing, and we sell a lot of T-shirts. We don't charge our members. We have not charged our members since April 1st of last year, and we will not do so until we win our legal battle.
Wow, way to go.
Yeah, his story is super interesting.
Similarly,
he's just not telling it very well.
Have had to comply with the mandates reflecting
propaganda. He is suing.
Opening, then closing, rinse and repeat. Now, how have you weathered this, really? And looking at your colleagues in their respective fields, how many do you think are going to survive?
You know, it's really sad to see that. And if I wouldn't have had so much support, our salon would not have survived. And I know that the government has forced a lot of cosmetologists to work underground. And with my business, I thought, you know what, I'm going to be responsible, sanitize everything, put the waiting chairs 6 feet apart outside, put my own money into sanitizing stations and everything. Here's what's funny, and here's what we're dealing with. When one of the top officials at Governor Abbott's office, before I went to jail, I know that sounds funny, but they called me and they said, I want to work with you and see what we can do to get you guys open. And I'm like, well, why are we closed?
What? Okay.
They said,
just a rumble hiccup.
It's classified. Those exact words, it's classified. I'm like, what do you mean? How are we supposed to work together if you won't even tell me why we're closed? We'll have to get back with you on that. And then I was in jail. And then after I get thrown in jail, 2 days later, salons are surprisingly open. So we're not dealing with people that have our best interest in mind. And any government official that wants to take away liberty needs to go fast.
Yep, I'm with her on that one. Get it out.
As far as losing businesses, we need to work together as a community because we cannot rely on the government to help us. We are not that party. We need to join together, work together to get these small businesses, shop small businesses, lay off the big box stores that you could go buy flowers and stand in line with 600 people at Lowe's or Home Depot, but you could not get your hair cut, nor could you go work out. It's just ridiculous, and when it sounds ridiculous, it is, and that's when we need to stand up and say, enough.
Her point was simpler than the other guys, but
is it my understanding
it
that
was
you're
also
looking to put together
concise.
A website to really reach out to a lot of these businesses that have been struggling, to really help them who've been shut down, and to help them sort of set up a structure in some way? Can you talk about that?
Yeah, you know, that's so. When we reopened, we did so not only in self-preservation, but because it was the right thing to do to take a stand for our own liberties. And we wanted to inspire others to open, and a lot of people...
I like how their closed captioning is screwed up here.
Because they...
See if I can fix it.
these are good, honest, hardworking Americans who have never, most of them have never even had an interaction with the police. So they don't know how to navigate these situations when the cops come knocking or when the health department comes knocking. They don't want to be in that situation. You know, all these people want to do is just make a living. You know, so the reason we stood up in the beginning was to inspire others, and people were still reluctant. You know, so we set out to create that website, and we did, and it was called StayOpenStayFree.com. And I actually did an interview with Pete Hegseth about it on Fox News, and the moment that I posted it on social media, it was taken down, and my account was severely throttled, and we were then dealing with big tech. You know, so that really, it didn't take off the way it wanted to. There's a lot of other grassroots organizations that are out there trying to do that, but it just shows the extent of what we're actually dealing with when you're being censored for something like that. You know, we're not inciting any bad things. We're trying to get businesses back on their feet, and big tech doesn't want that either.
And Shelley, are you doing something similar?
Yes, of course, we got a lot of GoFundMe money. Our charity, Courage to Stand, we gave away over $100,000 to businesses that were struggling, and we continue to do that now. We're starting a podcast on, I think it's going to release Friday. We interview heroes and people that have done, and I want you on my show, people that have done really amazing things that you never thought that they would do.
You always got to get that show plug in.
You
got to do that. I'm serious.
That person. You are that person. You have that inside you. Let's get out and do this.
Every time the audio hiccups, I'm like...
with that, we're going to wrap it up there. Thank you, everyone, for coming to this panel today.
Let me critique
CPAC.
that.
Enjoy
That was terrible.
Thank you, everybody.
That entire chat was awful. Absolutely off subject the entire time. And that's why I see many people in the chat saying that, why are they whining? Government isn't there to bail them out or help them, blah, blah. Here's the thing. The panel was supposed to be about the Fifth Amendment, and the Fifth Amendment guarantees your freedom from a government taking. The government can't take your stuff without compensating you, a reasonable compensation. And so what they should have been focused on is the fact that the government was taking their right to engage in commerce. They took it away. And since they took it away, the government has to make you whole. It's a constitutional amendment. It's your right to be free from those government takings. It's not asking for a handout. It's really not. If the government shuts you down, they've got to make you whole. Now, this is going to be a little bit of an uphill battle because you have to establish a property right in your business income that you're not actually making, or your right to do business in the first place. But there is a really good argument there, and we're going to see those cases crop up over the next year or so, especially. These were Fifth Amendment takings. The government cannot take your stuff without paying you just compensation for it. And they were way off topic. They really should have. And the attorney was one of the worst guys on it. He was terrible. They didn't focus on the issue, and I think they really, really failed in delivering that message. I'm talking about, we don't want the government's help. We want them to keep us open. That's what we want them to do. Just let us stay open. However, if they're going to shut down, our Constitution demands that they compensate us. Our Constitution demands that they make us whole. Without the government in our way, we would have been open. We would have been working on our own. We would have been pulling ourselves up by our own bootstraps. We built successful businesses. The government shut us down. Not a pandemic, not us, not mismanagement, nothing else. The government did it. And because the government shut us down, they owe it to us to make us whole. That's how it should have been stated. They're really bad at covering that issue. Night of Hope says, I hate to be that guy, but I kind of don't give an F about CPAC. That's fine. That's fine. He also says, I like how the CPAC artards pretend to understand things we care about because they... Whoa! That's a wide boy.
Standing right here in the middle.
Whoa! Does this stuff still work on our side? Does nobody remember how they sold us down river?
Being here.
Basically,
thank you for that wonderful
for the last 2
greeting.
decades.
The series of speeches that you are about to hear are about education, and particularly education as it pertains to North Carolina, because the 3 people that you'll hear from are Congress people from North Carolina. So I want you to listen to the
wide body
speeches
chassis.
carefully. Now, as you heard, I'm the lieutenant governor of North Carolina. I sit on our state school board.
No, poor school board. Don't sit on them.
All of you conservatives out there that are listening to me right now, I want you to hear something. If there is anything conservatives need to tackle in this nation, not just in North Carolina, but across this nation, we need to wrestle the education system away from these leftists who have turned it into their own personal playground and are using it for political means to vex the minds of our youth. We need to fight it on every front. Yeah. Our office is currently fighting it from the social studies standards that they have politicized to the indoctrination that we see in our classroom across the state and nation every day. We are not going to lie down and take this anymore.
I love Southern
accents. Education is for education, not for indoctrination. We need to make that point clear as conservatives. We need to get involved with our school boards. We need to get involved with our city councils. We need to make sure that the school board meeting on Monday is as packed as the football stadium on Friday night. Yeah. And if we do that, we can make some real changes in our communities. And that's where it starts. So I encourage you all, let's listen to these speeches, take notes if you have to, but when you go back to your communities, get involved in education. It touches every aspect of American life. Absolutely every aspect of American life. Again, my name is Mark Robinson. I'm Lieutenant Governor of North Carolina. I'm pleased to be here. Woo! Thank you all for being here. I'd like to now welcome to the stage Madison Cawthorn, 11th District Chairman or Congressman from North Carolina. Thank you all. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Put this man, come on, put this guy on constantly. Don't let anybody else get on the stage. He's tearing it up. Hold on, I gotta wait for the music to go away. Whoop.
So good to be here. You know,
here we go.
I am just so honored to be with normal American. I mean, it's just, you know, Washington D.C. These globalists who want to indoctrinate our children. They want to remove our moral foundation from the next generation. They want to make a generation that's completely reliant on the government. When I'm around them in Washington, D.C., I literally feel like we're at battle at all times. And it's not just against flesh and blood up there. You can feel the tension in that city. So when I get to come down to Orlando and see real Americans who care about this country, it does my heart so good. So thank you for that. But I wanted to really get to talk about what's going on in our nation.
George Mountain says, any plans to watch/stream AFPAC tonight?
They're trying to destroy
I don't
our
have any
family.
plans, but I'm not.
They're trying to destroy
depends on what I got to do at home.
what's made America great for so long, and that's our moral foundation, the fact that we were founded on Judeo-Christian values, and that we live in a nation that we can all be proud of. And when, you know, I'm excited to be a dad. I just got married. Everything's going great in my life. Yes, thank you.
Hey, congrats, buddy.
And because of that, you know, I'm starting to think about having children. You know, my wife and I are having that conversation, you know, is it going to be 2 years, 3 years, when is it going to be? And something about that just makes me feel completed as a man and as a soon-to-be father one day. You know, I feel like there's something primal within us that makes us want to raise children and rear them as we're called to do in the Bible, you know, to be fruitful and multiply. But, you know, when I think about raising my children, obviously I want to provide for them. I want to give them shelter. I want to give them protection. I want to give them sustenance. But when I start to think about this child, you know, I obviously want it to be very successful. And so I want my child to learn to be independent. And so because of that, you know, I'm going to let my child push the boundaries every now and then. You know, maybe he's reaching for a limb. I know it's just a little too far, and he might experience what it's like to fall out of a tree, or he's going to take a tumble on a playground that hurts him just a little bit. You know, I know in that fact that he will learn what failure is. But, you know, when my child starts to experience this extreme difficulty and realizes that he's in pain, what's it going to do? What's my little Throckmorton going to do? He's gonna cry out. And as a father, I'm going to want to come to his aid and fix all those problems for him and put him back in a safe, sheltered area. That's the role of a father. It's the role of a mother. But my friends,
I know it's still hiccuping.
that is not the role of our government.
I'm just saying, if you get kicked off, come back.
Our government right now is trying to buy votes in their desperate scramble to have nothing but complete power. They are trying to do this by, they're promising Medicare for all. They're promising free things just left and right. And they're promising to forgive student loans. Now, the problem I have with this is that it's intellectually dishonest. They're trying to think that Americans are too common, are too naive to know that in the end, we're the ones that have to foot the bill. In the end, it is the next generation, my generation, that will have to foot the bill for this debt and pay these taxes because people wanted to give away free tuition, because people wanted to try and buy votes. But I believe that in this country, we should push back on that. We as Americans must realize that our number one guiding principle is personal responsibility. We have to realize that what happens in our country when the government comes and tries to come to our aid and raise us up, if you have a government that is strong enough to fix all of your problems and heal all of your woes, then my friends, you have a government that is also strong enough to one day take away all of your liberties.
Okay.
And as conservatives, it is our mandate to limit that power of government, to make sure that our liberties stay intact. Because, my friends, let me tell you, when I look at what's going on in this country, when I see that they are trying to silence us, they are trying to take away our right to be able to defend ourselves, they're trying to make us become dependent on the government, they're trying to have indoctrination camps of schools, and the way they're trying to make us dependent on the government is through trying to say they want to get rid of all our student loans. But at the end of the day, what's going to happen is people who didn't even go to college, young men and women who became welders or linemen on power lines or HVAC repairmen, or people who've already paid off their student loans, now have to go and take care of the fiscal irresponsibility of another person.
Yes.
So I realize,
I still want the wide boy back. He was
I believe
way more
that
interesting.
we all must take note that they do not want us to be responsible. They don't want us to take responsibility for the direction that our country is going in. Because, my friends, the direction our country is going in, we all know, is very dangerous. We are walking down a road that is very near socialism. They are trying to turn this country into a communist ash heap. And, my friends, if we do not all start taking personal responsibility for our lives, if we all do not start saying, as this next generation of young conservatives coming up, saying that, it's not enough, we're not just going to take on the status quo, we're not just going to sit here and say, oh, well, I'll just patiently wait for my time to come to go make a difference in Washington or in my state government. My friends, if we do that, if we sit on the sidelines, we will not have a country to inherit.
Yeah.
If we do not get involved and say that it is our duty to make sure that our country is responsible, that our country doesn't take away our liberties, then, my friends, we will lose this nation. And so my encouragement to all of us here is, as young conservatives, this new generation that's coming up, it's time to take responsibility. I need reinforcements in Washington, D.C. The Democrats, my opponents and adversaries on the other side are brutal and vicious.
This is a homeschool
kid. They are trying
to
take away all of our rights, and they are playing for keeps. And so, my friends, it is time for us to stand up and no longer say, oh, well, we're just going to react to what the Democrats do. And when they try to do all of this major spending bills, when they try to spend $1.9 trillion, the conservative idea is just that we're going to come and give you our own version of the liberal ideas that just cost a little bit less. That's not what we are as conservatives. I'm going to tell you something. I'm not going to come up here and promise you free things. As a conservative, the conservatives in government, we believe that we are going to offer you something that is immeasurably more valuable, and that is your freedom. That is your freedom to go out and have the right to fail or to succeed. Your freedom to speak up or to sit down. And my friends, we have that freedom right now, and it is time for us to no longer sit down. It's time for us to stand up and take on issues everywhere, whether it's on free education, our health care, the environment, our gun rights. This new generation of young conservatives, we do not just want a seat at the table to talk about this and react to what the Democrats do. We want to run the whole damn table. Because, my friend, what we are offering the American people is liberty and choice. We are going to say you can go out and do whatever you want. And maybe we're not going to encourage you to go get a 4-year degree in Egyptology. But rather, we're going to encourage you to get an education in a trade, something that makes our economy even more powerful.
Wow.
So, my friends, when you hear the Democrats trying to buy your votes and acting like you are too naive to know what is going on, push back on that. Take personal responsibility for your life, because if we don't stand up, if we don't start fighting for our country, then who will? Thank you.
The stream is still here. The stream is still here. This is such a fun thing to fight against. This is so much fun. I love losing.
When they composed the most magnificent curtain line in history.
Over 1,000 viewers.
And he quotes, "We mutually pledge to each other our lives, our fortunes."
Sorry. I was letting people know they could come back, that it's still here.
Now, you would think that teaching our children about the fundamental goodness of our land, like Rush's father did, that wouldn't be controversial. But for the far left, it is. They have a radically different view of our country, epitomized by something called the 1619 Project. The project is a series of writings released in 2019 that try to reframe U.S. history and put slavery at the center of our national narrative. Think about that. The left doesn't want to teach our children about the history of men who banded together to shrug off the tyranny of a king and establish for the first time a nation and a government of laws and not of men. A government that led to the end of slavery and the establishment of equal rights for every citizen. The radical left wants to ignore all of that and focus on everything that America got wrong. But to be blunt, they want to teach our kids that our country is flawed, it's hopeless, and evil. The worst news of all is that the 1619 Project has been adopted in 4,500 classrooms across all.
Hey guys, I'll
50
be right
states.
back.
School systems have adopted the project in cities like Buffalo, Chicago, Washington, D.C., and even in my hometown of Winston-Salem, North Carolina. And I'll tell you why this is so important to the extreme left, because they view our founding as an obstacle to their pursuit of political power. They think that if they can re-educate the next generation of Americans into being ashamed of their country, then they can fundamentally transform us into a land of government dependency and socialism. But the Trump administration fought against the left's radical agenda by developing the 1776 Commission. Absolutely. And that brought together scholars and historians to study and understand the principles of the founding. And the commission is the key to establishing a base curriculum for a patriotic education for the 21st century. Put simply, we have to teach the next generation of our country to love our country and not to hate it. But on his very first day in office, Joe Biden canceled this commission. So here's what that told me. He exposed a dirty little secret about this new administration, that they don't believe in the goodness of America, and they don't believe in the freedom for her people. They think they know what's best, and if you love our country, they think that you need to be re-educated. If you're patriotic, they think that you're backwards. And by canceling the 1776 Commission, they want to silence millions of Americans because they, the elites, they feel that they are morally superior. They want us demoralized, and they want us to stand aside while they indoctrinate the next generation to look at our flag with shame instead of pride. But you know what? We're not going to let that happen. So I want everyone to leave this conference invigorated. Remember, we're the happy warriors. We are the people.
Was this guy any good? I missed it.
Teddy Roosevelt famously said, "The credit belongs to the man who's actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, and if at worst he fails, at least fails while daring greatly." So I want each and every one of you, because you already are, to stay in the arena, to strive valiantly, and to dare greatly. Because this nation is special. Our country is blessed by God, and we embody the ideals of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and that we are all endowed by our Creator with equal rights that no man or government can ever take away, and that is worth fighting for. So, with the help of the patriots in this room,
he's supposed to be talking about dummies.
By being in the arena, I believe that we can save our country again.
Was he talking about
thank
dummies?
You, and may God bless each and every one of you.
God, this stupid music. Okay, now we got to see the next person. I'm going to eat this frozen Reese's egg. Oh, yeah. All right, this should be terrible.
Hi, everybody. What a great
Stoker Roylott
group.
says, love
What
your
a
channel.
great
Thank you
group.
for informing
It's a
us and all your
delight
hard
to be
work.
with
Hey,
you
thank
all
you.
Today. I have to say, I had a cousin get in touch with me who said he was going to be here today. His name is Frank Palmieri. Frank, I know you're not in this room.
Frankie
you're in another
Palmieri.
One. We're no relationship to Jennifer, I will tell you that. So anyway, you know, the federal government has no place in education. See this? I carry this with me everywhere I go. The three most important words outside the Bible, in my opinion, are those three words that begin this document: we the people. Show me in this document where education is referenced, and I'll show you swampland in New Mexico.
Uh-oh.
The Biden administration is using COVID-19 to erode our freedoms and expand the federal government's role in every aspect of our lives. Democrats are happy to dictate precisely how much salt is in school meals, but they can't dictate a school reopening plan. The hypocrisy is crystal clear.
Yeah!
Right now in America, the powerful teachers' unions and their enablers have seized control of too many education systems.
The problem with schools is teacher unions.
Themselves. Instead of fighting to reopen schools safely, teachers' union leaders are tweeting about the dangers of in-person learning while sitting poolside in the Caribbean. Teachers' unions claim passing the socialist Medicare for All bill, defunding the police, and increasing taxes on millionaires are necessary for teachers to do their jobs safely. Remember that swampland in New Mexico? This isn't a reopening plan. These are hostage demands. Heck, we've even seen virtual schools close because of snow. Does that make any sense? Nonsensical. But it's also sad because we've lost sight of what truly matters: students. When working with Betsy DeVos, we both lamented that our education system is prone to saying no instead of finding the will to get to yes. But most importantly, it's built around those who run it, not those it is supposed to serve: students. America's children are being robbed of precious time that they should be spending in classrooms alongside their peers. Studies show that school closures lead to significant learning loss, with students of color suffering the most, exacerbating an already existing achievement gap. Republicans understand that education is a gateway for students to achieve their greatest potential in society. At such a pivotal moment in this country, why in the world would we allow the next generation of entrepreneurs, business owners, civic leaders, and so many more to be left behind?
She leaves out some letters, and it's weird.
Congress and in state houses around the country recognize this grave threat. We won't stand idly by while America's families and students are left to fend for themselves. For over a year, the public's been told to believe the science, follow the science, and live by the science. But now that the science favors school reopenings, Bureaucrats and
It
teachers
always
unions
did.
claim that
The
schools are
science
no longer
always
safe
favored
for
school
America's
openings.
students. You've heard the Biden administration change its tune too many times to count. It's disappointing, but it isn't surprising. First, the Biden administration claimed it was going to reopen a majority of schools within 100 days, period. Then they said, well, actually, we'll make sure schools are open 1 day a week. It also said schools could reopen without teachers being vaccinated. Then they said, no, actually, the CDC director made that comment in her personal capacity, even though she said it at an official briefing.
Ooh.
It also said that reopening schools hadn't led to increased community spread. Then they said, well, actually, most schools probably shouldn't reopen because we're worried about community spread. Now they're saying we need to pass a new stimulus bill so schools have the money to reopen, but just this week, the White House spokesman admitted this Pelosi payout of nearly $2 trillion won't be used this year to help open schools. Also, the Biden bailout bill will pay
Where's the money going,
bureaucrats
Pelosi?
$1,400 per week for 15 weeks to stay home and not work if their child's school is still virtual. How in the world will this get our schools to reopen? 1 day per week of in-person instruction is an insult to the countless families who've been caught in this balancing act for more than a year. Students must safely return to the classroom. We cannot allow teachers' unions to hold hostage our children's future. Republicans are proud to fight for the millions of students and hardworking families who are stuck in the middle of this shameful saga. You've got my commitment that I'll work to reopen schools safely. Reopening the schools
For reading a
is
speech,
truly
she's doing pretty well.
Opportunities for America's students. So our nation's young minds are encouraged to pursue their American dream. And we need you to help us push those concepts. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you.
Nailed it. Nailed it. I liked her. I liked her a lot. That was good. Good stuff. I don't like read speeches, but she read it really well. She had a lot of dynamism in her voice, good inflection. She hit the audience really well. She didn't pause and wait for laugh lines or anything. She just right through. She nailed it. I like that. Oh, now we got Tom Cotton. Look at this long, gangly fellow. It's like someone put him in a taffy machine, stretched him out. But he's good stuff. He's good stuff.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you all very much. Thanks for that great Florida welcome. You know, it's great to be back at CPAC, although something is a little different this year.
Long boy.
You know, for the first time ever, CPAC is not in our nation's capital. That's because they won't let us anywhere near our nation's capital.
Ooh.
Think about it. Even though cases are plummeting and vaccination rates are surging, we are still banned from getting anywhere near our nation's capital. Now contrast that with what happened last summer with the BLM protests there. Thousands of people in the streets as cases were surging. Did Democratic politicians try to lock that down? No, they went out and marched with them. Now, maybe if CPAC had promised to burn down buildings and tear down statues, they would have let us up there. But there's nowhere I would rather be than here with my fellow patriots, free than locked down in Washington, D.C. But just think about that contrast. That contrast strikes at the heart of our freedom. That your rights may depend on what you say, or what you believe, or the color of your skin. That's the opposite of freedom. And conservatives everywhere, and really just normal Americans who don't subscribe to every fad and fashion of the far left, see risk everywhere they turn. Big business may take your job away. Big tech may deplatform you. Your liberal college may kick you out of school. Your liberal governor may shut down your church. And why does the left do that? It's because
Tom's a well-spoken
they failed
dude.
to heed the warning of Ronald Reagan in his farewell address. They lost what he called the unambivalent appreciation of America.
Yes.
Now, many on the left have concluded that America is a fundamentally flawed, irredeemable, wicked place. They have a lot of names for it, but whatever banner it flies under, it gets back to that anti-American idea. You can call it wokeness or political correctness, cancel culture. You can call it critical race theory, critical gender theory, critical whatever. Some people call it systemic racism. But here's their point. The key word is not racism. The key word is systemic. It doesn't matter so much what the system is guilty of, only that the system is guilty and it needs to be burned to the ground.
Uh-oh!
So many...
Sounds like incitement.
So many liberals think that about America. And how do they plan to do that? They plan to do it by rejecting our beautiful Declaration of Independence and the central promise of America, that we are all created equal in the eyes of God and we all have equal rights under the law. But too many of them no longer believe that. That's why there's no more urgent task today than the defense of America and a simple, unapologetic patriotism. We face many threats in this country, whether from China or Iran or Islamic terrorism, but there is no more pernicious threat to America than the rejection of our founding principles and our heritage and our tradition. And to all those on the left who would reject those things, I have a message. We will defend America without fear, without reservation, and without apology. I mean, after all, we've seen what happens when people lose the nerve to defend America. Last summer, chaos and riots engulfed our streets. Police stations were firebombed. Buildings, businesses were looted. Courthouses were attacked. Statues to our heroes were toppled. The police, in some cases, were overwhelmed and didn't have the numbers to stop the violence. In other cases, liberal politicians refused to allow the police to restore order. You may recall, we were all told these are mostly peaceful protests.
Mostly peaceful, y'all.
Protests, as entire city blocks were burned to the ground. Remember the guy on CNN standing in front of the blazing inferno? It's a mostly peaceful protest down here tonight, Wolf. But the violence continued, night after night. So I wrote an op-ed in the New York Times. It had a very simple message, very simple, very common sense message, grounded in American history and law, supported by a majority of Americans, arguing very simply, if the police cannot, or especially if they are not allowed to restore order, then it is time to send in the troops.
Woo!
And what happened next? Total meltdown with the little social justice warriors at the New York Times. All these children that had been marinated in the language of the campus seminar room. They said things like, "Your words put my life at risk." As if typing on their phone, sitting on their futons, was as dangerous as being a cop trying to stop rioters in the streets. or your words are violence.
Marinated in the language of college seminars.
Violence is what your friends are doing out on the streets of America.
Rich Clark says, Nevada is screwed. We either have Sisolak or Laxalt.
And of course,
Lax just wants to be a politician because his daddy was one. I miss Sandoval. Lax is awful.
They said my work didn't meet their standards. That's one time I actually agree with the New York Times. My work did not meet their standards. It far exceeded their normally lousy standards.
Yeah, get it. Get it.
You know, some people on the left even called for me to apologize. So let me say again, I will never apologize for defending America.
He should have just stopped it. I will never apologize, but I'm with it. I'm with it.
And you know, one of the first things I learned in the Army, really one of the first things anyone learns in the Army, is the 5 principles of patrolling, the most important of which is security. Because if you don't have security, you don't have anything. And security is what our brave police officers bring to our communities every single day across America. And that's why conservatives should never apologize for backing the blue. And whether it's a child mob at the New York Times, or a social media mob, or an actual mob in our streets,
child mobs really scare the New York Times because that means abortion didn't happen.
Mob ever. Now, the New York Times is a laughingstock, obviously, but this is no laughing matter.
Rich Clark says CPAC is better with Ron
Paul. Expect us all to surrender, to capitulate. They want to control the terms of the debate. They even want to control our language. Have you seen that Joe Biden wants to ban the term illegal aliens? It's true. What does he want to replace it with? He wants to replace it with undocumented non-citizen. True, I'm not making it up.
How
Why
do you
are they
ban?
undocumented? Because they're illegal.
I'll say illegal aliens all the time.
It's simple, people. And that's just the tip of the iceberg of their open borders immigration agenda. They want to give amnesty to 15 to 20 million illegal aliens with no strings attached.
He just said
voting rights,
the crime word.
Presumably in time for what they hope will be Kamala Harris's re-election campaign. They have halted deportations for all illegal aliens. Murderers, rapists, terrorists, MS-13 gang members are not being deported. They stopped building a wall on our border, and they put up a wall around your United States Capitol.
Yeah!
And right now, as we speak, they are literally tracking down illegal aliens in Mexico who Donald Trump turned away to invite them to come back. That's not catch and release, that's recruit and release. And of course, you can't fly into America without a negative coronavirus test, but you can cross our border without one. Now, I've got news for the Democrats again. Turns out this open borders agenda is not very popular. You can see that in the polls about Joe Biden's plans. 2020 was one of the best elections we've ever had, with Hispanic voters in particular and with immigrant voters in general. It reminds me of a story a friend of mine back home told me. He works with a first-generation immigrant named Manuel. Manuel told him, my wife and both my boys and I all voted for Donald Trump. And my friend said, oh, you didn't vote for Donald Trump? And Manuel said, no, we voted for Trump.
Uh-oh.
My friend said, why'd you vote for Trump? And Manuel pointed at the parking lot and he said, have you seen my new pickup truck? And he said, did you know that both of my boys have full-time jobs now? And he said,
yeah, get it, Manuel. Get Manuel on stage.
He said, you know, I'm not offended by what Donald Trump does. And like so many Americans across the country, he said, we have Donald Trump to thank for those things. So, is it any wonder that people like him, immigrants who obeyed our laws and came here the right way, who earned their citizenship and earned the right to vote, are some of our most patriotic and loyal Americans? People who escaped oppression from countries like Cuba or Venezuela or China. More than ever, we need that kind of simple, unambivalent, unashamed patriotism. The proud love of a great country. Because America truly is a great country, it is worth fighting for, it is worth dying for, and it is worth defending our history. These radical liberals, they want to erase our history. They want to replace it with their crazy Marxist theories. They may say that it's about the Civil War or racism. Don't believe them. Look at what's happening in San Francisco. They're trying to rename schools named after George Washington and Abraham
Slave
Lincoln
owner.
And Dianne Feinstein. People, if Dianne Feinstein is not liberal enough for you, I don't know what to tell you. But they are more focused.
To be fair, there shouldn't be a school named after Dianne
Abraham
Feinstein.
Lincoln High School than they are opening up so kids can go back and learn there. And remember this too. Last summer, as those mobs rampaged in the streets, They tore down statues of Abraham Lincoln and U.S. Grant. When they're tearing down statues of Lincoln and Grant, it's not about the Civil War or racism, it's because they hate America. They want to erase and rewrite our history. These liberals read 1984 and thought it wasn't a cautionary tale, but a how-to manual.
Okay, stop recycling
These are the
jokes.
same liberals that were burning our flag over and over again last summer in the streets. And what happened? The media celebrated them. Kamala Harris bailed them out of jail. Well, I think you all know what we should do with rioters in the street. We should lock up every last one of them.
Nivok.org says, I'm sad they canceled the Black Israelite. That dude's stream and PowerPoint was lit. Lots of laughter and smack talking on his part.
It makes my blood boil.
Moncor002, welcome to Paralegal. Thank you.
When I was in the Army, I served at Arlington National Cemetery. And we performed funerals for our fallen heroes. I had to present that flag to their widows. The same flag that was burned in our streets
Powerful
last year. The same flag that pampered athletes disrespect by taking a knee during our national anthem.
Ooh.
You know, those athletes are about the same age as a lot of those soldiers. A lot of our wounded warriors, though, don't have the ability to take a knee anymore. You would think it was the least those athletes could do to stand up for our flag when our national anthem plays. But if they won't stand up, then we will stand up for our flag.
Notice what he doesn't say. He doesn't say they should be jailed or banned or anything else. He just plays to the...
Let me close
this is good
with
stuff.
just one final story about the flag. You know, I used to get asked questions a lot, I still do, about why the flag is backwards on the Army uniform. And it goes back to the day of cavalry charges. When our soldiers would charge into battle, the flag would fly in the wind. And if you were on the right side of the formation, and the flag is worn on the right shoulder, it would appear backwards. So our soldiers wear that flag backwards on their uniform still today to remind everyone that our Army always advances. It never retreats. And I think that's a pretty good lesson for us today. When America is under assault and conservatives are under attack, we will never retreat. We will never surrender, and we will always defend and protect the United States of America. Thank you all. God bless you, and God bless the United States of America.
Thanks, Tom. That was good. See, this is the thing. This is the thing. When we're talking about, you've always got to recognize the First Amendment right to protest, to disagree, you have a right to disrespect the flag, but people don't have to like it. They don't have to like it. And I like what he said there. If they won't stand up, then we will. That is how we deal with this. Not we'll force them to, not anything else. We'll do it. We'll do it, because that's what America has always been. It's always been the people standing up when the other people wouldn't. That's what drives the country forward.
It's an honor and a privilege to be with you.
Jason Chaffetz.
My name is Jason Chaffetz. I'm from Utah, and I am not Mitt Romney.
Okay. Good opening joke. I like that.
If you're looking for Pierre Delecto, you need to go down the hall, go left, and then just keep going left until, well, just keep going left. That's where you'll find him.
No.
I have a book that's coming out, and I am in the book selling mode. It's called They Never Let a Crisis Go to Waste, The Truth About Disaster Liberalism. And I want to talk about disaster liberalism, but I want to talk about it in the context of elections. Because there's a reason why Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer and the liberal left
This guy was good in Congress, by the way.
Elections. You know, there was a saying by Will Rogers, I loved it. It said the opposite of progress is Congress. He was a smart guy.
Talix01 says, waiting to see the black cat
in my
YouTube
lifetime,
chicanery.
liberalism, it meant everything goes. right? Liberalism is everybody's welcome, everything goes, there's no bounds. In fact, I looked it up on dictionary.com. Here's what it said. Liberalism, a political or social philosophy advocating the freedom of the individual. And I started giggling right then, and I kept going, and it said, parliamentary systems of government, nonviolent modification of political, social, economic institutions to assure unrestricted development in all spheres of human endeavor, and governmental guarantees of individual rights and civil liberties. And I thought, you know, something's changed in my lifetime because that's not the liberalism that we have today. Today we have disaster liberalism. See, they want more control, more power, more money, and the solution to everything is government. You know, I was fortunate enough to be the chairman of the Oversight and Government Reform Committee. When the Democrats took control of the House, they changed the name of the committee. It's now called the Oversight and Reform Committee because they don't believe government can do anything wrong. There's nothing to modify. There's nothing to change. There's no reform needed for government. Oh, God,
these audio glitches are awful.
They are the answer to all the solutions. It's conservatives who seek liberty and freedom and empowerment. And by the way, our rights come from God. They don't come from government.
Those audio glitches
President
are on
Ronald
Rumble's
Reagan,
side. I don't know what to tell you.
He was the President of the United States, one of my icons. I had the good fortune once, back in 1991, to actually shake his hand and get a picture with him. It's one of the ones I cherish the most. And it said, one of the things he said is, for the sake of peace and justice, let us move forward towards a world in which all people are at last free to determine their own destiny. See, I think the excitement we feel here at CPAC and like minds is because you're liberty-loving people. You care and love your country. And you're willing to do just about anything to protect her and serve her. And you want to leave that world a better place than how you found it. Unfortunately, we're up against this disaster liberalism because they've figured out that with a disaster, they get unlimited powers. They will take a crisis. Sometimes it's real. Sometimes it's just made up. And they will leverage that disaster because it's a crisis and we have to solve it. Therefore, we're going to bypass the normal legislative process and we're going to do it ourselves. Democrats are masters at painting pictures. They show you rioting, and they show you bigotry and scandal.
He's kind of cooled down here.
Immigration, and they attack Donald Trump, and even though it's moving in the right direction, they make it seem so scandalous. They take COVID and talk about grandma killers, and oh, there couldn't possibly be a vaccine, and Operation Warp Speed is just a fantasy, and they paint these pictures. And it gets frustrating and hard and difficult sometimes because you feel like you're up against the three branches of government, the executive branch, the New York Times, and MSNBC. Now, probably should have mentioned CNN, and specifically Anderson Cooper 360, but I got to tell you, it takes a lot of courage to name a show after the number of viewers actually watching it.
Oh!
So I left them off the list.
Oh, come on. Little Andy Coop. Don't do that.
They create facades, and they do it in unison with these so-called traditional media. And now they figured out that social media, they can't win that, so they need to suppress it. They need to cancel it. They need to get rid of it. They got to make sure that it doesn't get out there, that you all aren't allowed to communicate. So let's look at, again, a little bit deeper in terms of how the Democrats and the liberals do this and what they're trying to do. H.R. 1, House Resolution 1, was introduced in the 116th Congress as well as the 117th Congress. They modified it a little bit, made it even worse in the 117th Congress.
Automata says, weird, just tuned into the stream to see it goes back to
signature bill.
1 minute, 45 seconds as it's running for under 2 minutes
that she
right
wants
now.
More than anything else. And let there be no mistake. It wasn't about COVID. It wasn't about anything else. It was about elections. It's called the For the People Act.
Of course
it has nothing to do about for the people. It has everything to do with winning elections, securing elections. And I'm going to read to you, and it gets to be a little exhaustive here, with some help from the Heritage Foundation in what they put together in their analysis of H.R. 1. It really is a one-size-fits-all, and again, this is focused on elections. One-size-fits-all elections run by D.C. partisans for their own electoral benefit. It mandates 15 days of early voting. And keep in mind, I want to put the context here, elections are run locally by your counties. They're certified by states. But they want federal control. And I got to make sure, even though the fiasco and the concerns, the deep-seated legitimate concerns that you had about in the integrity of the election.
Uh-oh, shut her down.
Don't fall into the trap that the liberals want us to go, which is federalizing this.
No.
If you think there are problems now, this is the kind of stuff that the liberals want to do. Requires automatic voter registration for those who get driver's licenses, welfare, Social Security, go to prison, or receive Medicare, whether those voters are eligible to vote or not. It mandates online registration, which can be vulnerable to cybersecurity issues. No fault absentee voting, which means, hey, I made a mistake, it doesn't matter, you go ahead and count that ballot. Requires states to allow ballot harvesting, requires states to allow felons to vote, prohibits election security measures, bans voter ID requirements and signature notarization, mandates same-day registration, which makes fraud easier, wreaks havoc at polling places, forces states to count votes submitted up to 10 days after the election, prohibits states from doing routine voter list maintenance, including checking eligibility and removing ineligible voters, restricts the use of the United States Post Office database to verify lists, limits public disclosure of voter lists, ensuring third-party groups cannot verify the accuracy of voter rolls, prohibits the use of undeliverable election mail as the basis for challenging their eligibility, stacks the deck for the Democratic Party by reducing the Federal Election Commission from 6 seats to 5, ensuring that the power and control controls enforcement, transfers the right of redistricting from state legislators to independent commissions that cannot be voted out, mandates the inclusion of illegal aliens in redistricting, politicizes the IRS, limits the ability to challenge H.R. 1. Challenges can only be filed in the D.C. District Court, and requires all plaintiffs, regardless of the number, to file joint papers or to be represented by a single attorney, expands censorship of political speech, imposes onerous costs and regulations, and nonprofit disclosure requirements will subject donors to political harassment. That's just the summary of what this one bill does.
Gunnar Renee
number one vote.
Says he wouldn't make fun of Egyptology if he could see my collection of legendary Egyptian god cards. Arise, Obelisk the Tormentor.
The magic of the Trump administration.
Nicholas Beeson says, for the stress of dealing with YouTube, removed over 1,000 viewers. Thank you.
I wasn't quite sure he was going to be the most conservative president, but his 4 years in office proved that he was the most conservative president. Donald Trump and the administration, what the traditional media tries to do is keep it on the cult of personality. What they don't understand about MAGA, what they don't understand about you, what they don't understand about what the magic have happened for 4 years, is that the policies that were instituted by cutting back regulation, cutting taxes, allowing people to be more in control of their own destiny, that empowered people, and it worked. Every single economic metric that was moving forward was better. It was better. And then COVID came. Now, COVID was their opportunity to take advantage of a crisis and start doing things that they would never, ever be allowed to do otherwise. Here's what I think conservatives should be fighting for as it results to elections. Follow the Constitution and advocate in every state and every county. Having the integrity of the ballot, making sure that we demand only legal, lawful votes be allowed, and that we verify that we authenticate the vote. We can lead the charge as conservatives on voter access while also authenticating the vote, using things like blockchain and other types of smart ways to think through this to make sure that that ballot integrity is there. You have to fight those, not necessarily in the halls of Washington, D.C., other than suppressing H.R. 1, but you've got to fight it in your own community. Every one of you has a county commissioner or somebody, other form of government there at the county level. That's where conservatives need to be organized and push. Ronald Reagan, one other thing that he said, let us be shy no longer. Let us go to our strength. Let us offer hope. Let us tell the world that a new age is not only possible, but probable. The thing I like and appreciate about the conservative movement is that we're happy warriors. We believe that the best days of the United States of America are ahead of us. I also believe in what Margaret Thatcher, if you go back and read the history and look at what Margaret Thatcher did in the days of the UK and the difficulties that she was
Magnus
facing,
says, will they bring up Deckard Cain next?
Power as a
Yes.
conservative. She said, first, we need to win the argument. Then we go out and win the vote. We're like minds here. We believe that Donald Trump was one of the best presidents to ever serve our nation.
Pedro A. says, this spicy granny is better than that Evan Boomer. He means the last spicy granny, not Jason Chaffetz.
What I do hope in my heart of hearts is that you find that passion in those issues and you break bread with your neighbors and your friends and the people who don't see it as clearly as you do. Maybe they voted for somebody else, but that you share from your heart why you believe what you believe. I think if you do that in an honest and sincere way, not to berate somebody, not to make them feel stupid, but to actually reach out, break bread, and explain to them why you believe what you believe. You know, with my wife and I, for instance, we believe in the right to life. We believe that an abortion is murdering a child. That's how we look at it.
Word.
And so when we talk to friends or neighbors or loved ones or relatives, and they say, why do you believe so strongly? I mean, what about this tweet? And I'd say, you know what? I just believe in the sanctity of life. And I believe that we as a nation and as a party and as a people should fight for that little baby who doesn't yet have the voice and can't articulate the way you and I can. Talk from your heart, ladies and gentlemen. Explain why you believe what you believe. Look in the mirror. And don't just think that Donald Trump and Donald Trump Jr. and Laura and everybody else is going to take care of it. We have to do that individually. We have to tackle election security. We've got to be able to talk about these issues one at a time. Find those that you're passionate about, because there's a lot of people out there that are counting on you. Most people don't engage in an election, but you do. May God bless you. May God bless the United States of America. Thank you. Thank you. Very kind.
Okay, I guess. He started off hot and he kind of cooled down. Mr. Squiggle says, Granny thick and she got an accent. I hope she has an OnlyFans. Nothing Raven says, guess on the best media attack headline on CPAC. Oh, I have no idea. Also, why do conservatives/Republicans always talk about the property damage and not the murders from the riots, especially the ones that are still unsolved? Because the property damage was at every riot, and the murders probably were a little bit more specific, but I don't know. That's my guess. This is Marsha Blackburn.
Well, hello there.
Hello there.
I am delighted to see you all. I look forward to CPAC every single year. Seeing friends, being with happy warriors and fellow conservatives. I absolutely love it. This year is no different, but I'm going to tell you something that is different this year. And it's not just that we're all wearing masks and we have COVID-19 compliments of China. It is that we have a bunch of radical liberals in the White House, the House and the Senate, and they are determined to radically change this country. And it is very evident in the area of free speech. They are determined to take away your free speech and the First Amendment. Now, here is what the First Amendment actually says. Congress shall make no law. That is an order, shall. They can't do it. They cannot make a law. respecting an establishment of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for the redress of grievances. First Amendment, most important amendment. If they take that one away, you can be certain they are going to come for your Second Amendment rights. And they're going to go right on down the line. This is the core of the cancel culture. Quite frankly, they want to shut you up, take away your ability to talk to others, and cancel you. Now, I bet if I ask for a show of hands, how many of you have lived with being blocked or shadow banned or throttled or censored? I see a lot of hands.
I have no idea what that's like.
You know, we all lived through it in this election, didn't we? I've been through it too, but nobody has been hit by this like President Donald Trump. First, they decided they were going to fact check him, the leader of the free world, and then they were going to block him, send a message, and then they were going to temporarily ban him. Then they were going to permanently ban him from Facebook and Twitter, the leader of the free world. But if you go on Twitter today, the supreme leader of Iran, Xi Jinping from China, Putin, and other despotic leaders, they are on there spewing their hate, their vitriol. They have not been fact-checked or banned that I can find. But us conservatives, we have had to put up with this. Big tech, big media, and the Democrats are never going to stop trying to silence us, but they don't realize we are going to fight back. And even though Mark Zuckerberg says that Facebook works more like a government than a company, they think these guys, they all think they're the gods of the Silicon Valley or the masters of the virtual universe. They are so brazen. This week we even had Democrats in the House send letters to cable news providers and streaming services saying that they needed to shut down these conservative outlets like One America News and Newsmax and Fox News because they were giving differing opinions. They were guilty of robust, respectful political debate, giving two sides of the story. So they wanted to shut them down. See, they are pressuring media outlets to cancel conservatives. But I don't think you all are going to let them do this, are you?
Yes, they will. I mean, there's nothing you can do.
I have to tell you, this is more than content moderation.
They're going to cancel us.
Which is what big tech
You just have to go somewhere else.
Just making certain people are polite. This is about controlling what you see, hear, and say.
But yeah, I see people saying that, people like me and others are hit way harder than Trump on this.
Or they will cancel.
I think she should have brought that up. Not me specifically, but said, you all know about Trump being censored, but do you know who's really getting it? This guy, this guy, this guy.
Cut off their communication
people you
with
won't
others.
ever hear
Wouldn't let
of.
them travel around China, but you could go anywhere else in the world. China carrying out human rights violations against the Hong Kong freedom fighters, Tibet, Taiwan. They've got the Uyghurs enslaved encampments, internment centers. Look at what they do with
saggy
the
pants
economy
white
to
boys?
American
No.
innovators. They rob, replicate, replace. They steal your intellectual property. They create it themselves, and then they replace you in the marketplace, taking millions of American jobs. They're trying to steal the minds of our children and our college students with Confucius Institutes and classrooms. This is why we have to keep blocking Huawei, which is the spy network for big tech. They're trying to build a virtual you online. Thank goodness President Donald Trump understood China. He understood this, and he was standing up for the United States because China is trying to cancel the United States of America. China and big tech, they have a cozy relationship. And they have been allowing the Chinese Communist Party to spew all of their information. I can't find anywhere that they've been censored or blocked or banned. Big tech is aiding and abetting the Chinese Communist Party in their push for global dominance. And we
globalist
are
Chinese
going
vampires
to have to
eating
stand
babies
against it. So the question is, what are we going to do about it? And my question to you is, are you all ready to fight back against big tech, against big media, against censorship? Are you ready for the fight? All right, that's great. What we have is the virtual you protection agenda.
What?
Let's start with online privacy. Big tech, this is what we will say to big tech.
I'm worried about this already.
Track, follow, listen, data mine, or share your information with a third party without getting your explicit consent. It is your privacy.
Okay.
When it comes to Section 230, and you've heard a lot about Section 230, haven't you? When it comes to censorship, they cannot come in and remove you, remove or block you or throttle you without telling you explicitly why. And to big tech, we say, we're going to take away from you these Section 230 provisions, and we're going to save them for little tech, the new entrants in the marketplace, so that we have choice and options. Dealing with China means we have to bring our manufacturing back to the United States of America. We have to continue to support what President Trump was doing to
Can we make some 3080 Ti's, please?
We have to end these Confucius Institutes so that they cannot steal the minds of our college students and spread their soft propaganda. We have to continue to block Huawei. Thank goodness President Trump did that. And make certain that their spyware is not getting into your electronics and networks. And on the First Amendment that is the most important amendment, it is we, the people, that are going to have to stand up and tell big tech and big media that enough is enough. We are going to have to tell them we will not stand for them to cancel conservatives. We will not stand for them shutting us down on social media. We will not stand for them ending conservative and religious TV programs, music and entertainment that is enjoyed by, we know, at least 74 million hardworking, tax-paying Americans. So, it is going to be up to us to stand up for that First Amendment, to make the point that we, the people, treasure that right to worship as we please. We treasure that right to speak our mind and have an opinion. We treasure the ability to meet, to peaceably assemble, like we are doing here today. And we treasure
I don't know, this sounds not very peaceful.
Right to petition our government. And on that I will say, Nancy Pelosi, let's get the fencing and the wire down and away from the U.S. Capitol. You know, it is important that we have robust, respectful political debate. But in order to keep this in this country, in order for us to have the ability to defend the Constitution, to defend our rights, to vote for the candidate of our choice. It is imperative that we continue the work that we in the U.S. Senate started with President Donald Trump, and that we stand up to China, that we stand up to big tech, and that we continue to protect the Constitution and all of our Bill of Rights. Are you with me? Are you ready to go to work?
I guess.
All right, let's go fight to make certain
Lukewarm
we
support.
protect the Bill of Rights. Stand up for freedom. Thank you all. God bless you.
Okay, so here's some problems there. If you want to like explicitly give away your data, that'll just be wrapped into the terms of service. I don't think that that's going to be a big problem for big tech. Even if they say you must make a second click box, like, well, you can make your free Facebook account or you can pay them $50 a month. That's the option. People are going to choose free every time. They're going to choose free every time. They're going to. Outside of like 30 people. That's actually going to be a soft censorship anyway. Like all the based and red-pilled people who don't want big tech to have their data will just be kept off of big tech and won't have a voice. It's not actually helpful at all. It accomplishes what big tech would want anyway. They don't really care about that. So, it's just not that big of a deal in the way that they're talking about. But, the next thing we have is actually a multi-speaker panel. We've got Ben Ferguson from the Ben Ferguson Show as the MC, Jeff Brain from Cloud Hub, Robbie Starbuck, director and producer, Matt Gaetz, and Charlie Kirk are going to be the next speeches. So, there's that. There's that. Not as wide as the other guy.
Bearing great news. I just got word while you've been in here that Mitt Romney has been banned from Twitter.
What?
I got bad news. It was only his fake account. It's not his real one. Just his fake account.
Don't do that to me, Chunky.
We are under attack if you are a conservative. If you are a conservative, you're on social media, you are to be banished. You cannot have an opinion. Now, you would think this is something that normally happens in places like Venezuela and like Ayatollahs that would be banned from Twitter, from being violent, from saying terrible things. Yet somehow I'm sure that Assad will be able to tweet this afternoon, or his friends, about what happened there last night, because we protect that free speech in America more than the free speech of conservative Americans, just like each and every one of you. This genuinely may be the most important panel of this year, because there's so many conservatives that are being silenced.
Well, but
there are so
important
many
panel is a relative
that are a threat
statement.
to big
It's
tech.
almost an oxymoron.
And we know that this White House is not going to protect us. And we know that Mitt Romney is not going to protect us either, unless you have a fake account. So what we've decided to do today is do something that I think is really, really important, and that is to break down what we have to do. Where are we safe? Where can we go? If you spend a decade, like I and many other talk show hosts, building a platform on places like Facebook, to realize that now you can't reach any of your followers. When you have other brands that you worked on that have nothing to do with politics and they threaten to shut them down. True story. I have a barbecue restaurant that they have threatened to shut down. I promise there's nothing political on there. But it's connected to me and my name, so therefore we're going to hurt you.
You have a barbecue restaurant?
Your small businesses. We're going to destroy conservatives. We're going to make sure that you don't exist on the internet, which is kind of important to be able to reach people. They've already canceled us from everywhere else. So what do? Do we run? Do we fight? And where are we safe? So is there a safe place for conservatives? Well, my first guest that is going to come out and talk to you guys is a man that said several years ago, we got to find a safe place for conservatives because they saw it coming. You could see that they wanted to silence us. A founder, a CEO, that started something called Clout Hub, where you have a safe place as a conservative, where you will not be banned for what you say. Pretty nice idea, right? We're the United States of America. We're supposed to have free speech.
It's America.
I want you to hear from this founder, Jeff Brain, who's going to talk to you about phase one.
His name is
Of what
Brain.
we have
You
to
know
do to
he's
fight
smart.
and how we fight to get our voice and our message heard. Give him a warm weckle.
A weckle? What's a warm weckle? That sounds sexy. Random Globetrotter says this is just empty platitudes. Conservatives need to go and nationalists need to take their place. So sick and tired of this inaction. The GOP is weak. The nationalists would be just as weak.
Thank you, Ben.
Make no
Thank you,
mistake.
all of you. Glad to be here. Donald Trump, Michael Flynn, Sidney Powell, Steve Bannon, Mike Lindell, Rudy Giuliani.
What about
do
Lynn
all these
Wood?
individuals have in common? Not only freedom fighters, but they've been banned and deplatformed from social media. Of course, you don't have to be the President of the United States or America's most famous pillow maker to be censored. Raise your hand if you have personally experienced censorship on social media.
Thanks.
Raise your hand.
Stop doing the raise
if you have
hand
recently
thing.
had your followers reduced from Facebook or Twitter.
Darlene Namaho, welcome
Big
to Lawyer
Tech
Status.
has
Thank you.
become Big Brother. And your privacy has become their currency. And in their quest for profits, your mental health has become irrelevant. They have us focused on things that don't matter and limit what we see in order to impose their values on us. They have declared war on our freedoms and freedom-loving Americans. And that's why in 2018, I decided to create Clout Hub. Now, what is Clout Hub? And thank you.
I really hate the name of Clout Hub, so I never go there.
What is Clout Hub and why is it different? Well, we promote thought and debate. We don't police it. We protect your privacy. We don't sell it. And we put your mental health above profit. We actually used neuroscience consultants to make sure our platform is
That
healthy.
wig is really bad. I didn't even notice.
But even
You
more
guys
than
pointed
that,
it out.
what we're
Oh,
doing
it's
is
terrible.
We're redefining social media. Today's social media is really about look at me. I got this many likes, this many followers. It's not benefiting society. We are using the power of social media to bring people back together and enable them to connect, collaborate, and influence the issues that impact your lives, your communities, your freedoms, society, and our country. We're the first ever social media platform specifically created for engagement on the civic, social, and political issues that you care about. There are many challenges facing society and our country today. It's no longer enough to be on a platform where you merely just post in exchange for likes. We need to be on platforms where we can actually engage, organize, mobilize.
Yeah, he's right.
Advocate for the issues that are
Hit that
important
like
to
button.
us.
It's important to my self-worth.
We give individuals and organizations the tools they need to successfully engage, to hold leaders and our decision makers accountable for their behavior and their decisions that they make, and return power to we the people to reclaim control over our lives, our social media, and our government. Imagine if you read this morning that Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, and Instagram all merged together. That is actually what Clout Hub is. Clout Hub is an all-in-one, convenient platform that enables you to do everything you want on one platform.
But the name is so bad.
We have groups like Facebook. In fact, Walkaway recently came over to Clout Hub after they were banned from Facebook.
Thanks.
In the state of Florida, you have Defend Florida, an organization that's now working to take back communities.
Ducey says this
and
guy looks
government.
like the love
And
child
they
of
will be spreading
Cuomo and
across
Van der
the United
Veen.
States with Defend Arizona, Defend Michigan, Defend California, and they are doing that on Clout Hub. And we encourage you all to come to Clout Hub, form your groups where you are safe to organize and mobilize.
What other hubs do you visit normally, buddy?
We also have a public forum like Twitter. We have channels with many of your favorite personalities, Steve Bannon, Mike Lindell, RSBN News, Real America's Voice, Wayne Dupree, and many more. In fact, CPAC just recently added a channel to CloudHub. We also have video sharing, like YouTube, and a newsroom where you can see uncensored news. In the near future, we'll be adding a civic hub. We'll be adding, these are some of the tools that we'll have where you can actually engage with your legislators. In the civic hub, you'll access your federal, state, and local resources and legislators and decision makers. We'll be adding a faith hub.
Laura
where
Croft.
You can share and grow your faith.
James
We'll be adding
Bond.
a private hub where you can, like Facebook used to be, where you
Chris
talk privately with your
Pine.
friends.
Chris
and
Pine in
private.
blackface. Did you guys see it?
We'll be adding a business hub, an education hub, an entertainment hub, a sports hub, and a business hub. You can see we're not an alternative to Twitter. We're much more. We're connecting you to all the elements that advance your life and society. Now, we are a platform for everybody. Everybody is welcome. But already, General
Even
Flynn,
greasy
Katrina
liberals.
Pearson, Dr. Gina Loudon, David Webb, John Solomon, Kevin Sorbo, Bernie Carrick, Wayne Dupree, Tracy Beans, Rudy Giuliani, Pastor Greg Locke, and as of yesterday, Paula White are getting involved. And they're getting involved not to post,
Just not Paula Dean.
but to help us change the world. They're ambassadors for us. They're actively engaged in helping grow our platform.
Send Paula Dean to Detroit to help spread the word.
Clout stands for influence, and that's what we're looking to give you. I don't know what drives Mark Zuckerberg or Jack Dorsey, but we're here to empower you. Particularly this
Servos
group,
and
after
a
what
USB
happened
port.
recently, should be engaged on CloudHub. So I would, these are some of the ambassadors that are involved with us. We have about 30 of them, all that you would know. But I would encourage you, if
I
you
don't
support
really like
free
any of them,
speech
though.
and believe that social media should become a force for good and a place where we can organize and take action, not just do.
They should have had
Take
that,
action and start to solve problems again.
QR code
I encourage
higher
you to
because
join
of
us
the
in front lines of this revolution.
whatchamacallit.
Pull out your phone right now and join CloudHub.
They've got you. They can't
Download
do
our
it
app to
because
ensure
it's
that you
the
won't
closed
be the next
captioning's over it,
victim
even on your
of
screen.
cancel culture. Make CloudHub your platform for civic engagement, debate, and organizing with other freedom-loving Americans. Share it with your friends. Help us create a new future for social media that empowers we the people to reclaim control of our lives and our country. Thank you very much.
Oh God. Next is Robbie Starbuck.
So the question is, do we concede ground and run away from anywhere? Hollywood is a place that many have said, get out of. I just say get out of California, but that's for different reasons. Am I right? And by the way, if any of you are from California, God bless you with your recount, because it's going to be, that's what I'm talking about.
With your recall,
I
not
would have bet
recount.
against it, I'm not going to lie, but I figured, I mean, especially when people are like running from the state, I'm like, well, all the conservatives leaving, you aren't going to get the signatures, and you did it. Well done. So the question is, what do we do when it comes to Hollywood? How do we fight back? Because I'm a fighter. I don't like to concede.
He's a nuisance.
But how do you even get in there, right? How do you even infiltrate Hollywood that hates and despises us? There's a man that's going to come out here right now, a director and a producer, who understands Hollywood and big media and what conservatives need to do. Please give a warm welcome to Robbie Starbuck.
Play musical interlude for 12 seconds. It's just a guy walking out. You don't need... Okay. Oh, we got a man bun. We got a man bun.
Hello, CPAC. How are you guys doing?
Hi. How are you, Robbie?
If you don't know me already, I started out as a director-producer in Hollywood. I've directed Oscar-winning actors, actresses, and some of the biggest music stars in the world. But in 2015, I came out as a Republican, the most unforgivable crime you can commit in Hollywood.
What movie?
And then I endorsed Trump, which they didn't know that you could do something worse than come out as Republican, but that was it. That was Not a very popular thing to do, but I would do it all over again a million times if given the chance, despite losing 85% of our business in that first year and my little girl being called a racist because her Cuban dad was conservative.
Cubans can be racist
and I would
too,
do it
though.
over and over again because this country gave me the opportunity to stand up. And that's something that a lot of people lose sight of. There's people in China and in Cuba who don't have that luxury. So I will stand up every single time. So today I am here to stand up and tell you that I am critically concerned about the relationship that big tech has with the Democratic Party and government at large.
Anything I've seen?
It doesn't stop just, on the base level of, oh, there's censorship. If you pull a layer back, you'll see that at each one of these big tech companies, they are actually hiring people that have worked for the Democrats. At Twitter, their comms director worked for Kamala Harris as her press secretary. At Instagram, theirs used to work for Michelle Obama and Hillary Clinton. And at Facebook, theirs worked for Barbara Boxer. The list goes on and on. I could be here my entire time slot if I kept going. To make matters worse, there's people in Congress who actually endorse their silencing of you, and not only that, they believe it should go a step further. They want there to be a social credit system because then you'll be so afraid to state your opinion that you'll hold it back for fear that your business will be destroyed, your access to the platforms will be destroyed. This is why we need to acknowledge as conservatives that we are in a culture war and we are losing. And if we want to win, we need to acknowledge that fact. Culture is an important question. They recently had Joe Biden on CNN, and they did something that I never thought CNN would do, but they asked him about the Uyghurs in China who are being raped, tortured, and children are being kidnapped, forced to praise China as their mother and to praise communism as their savior. They asked Joe Biden about it, and he said it amounted to a mere cultural difference.
Yeah, that was crazy.
I don't think that more disgusting words have ever left the lips of an American president. And it was at that moment that if you didn't already know that he was not an American president, that was the moment where you should have known he was China's first president of America.
We technically don't know how Bill Clinton wooed Monica Lewinsky, to be fair.
And why is that important? That's important because our own culture is shifting. So if he can discredit that to just a mere cultural difference, what will the leader of the Democratic Party and the Democratic Party at large do when our own culture shifts to a point where, I can give you an example, recently a lawyer at PBS, yes, PBS, where they make children's show, a lawyer there called for Republicans' children to be put into re-education camps. So what happens if our own culture shifts to that point where that becomes acceptable? I think we all know the answer to that, and that's why we have to fight back. So I want to praise the people who are doing it right. People like the Daily Wire, who just hired Gina Carano after she was fired by Disney and Lucasfilms.
Milk Gina harder.
Ron DeSantis and Josh Hawley, who are fighting through legislation.
Hawley also wants to pass
and now
a federal
to all of us,
minimum
what
wage
we need
increase.
to do, we need to put the pressure on our AGs, our state legislatures, our congressmen, congresswomen. We need to pressure our governors to go ahead and bring that fight the same way that Ron DeSantis and Josh Hawley have, and people like Matt Gaetz, who's following after me. Our biggest donors need to match them with funding because we are not going to be given a seat at the table by these people in Hollywood. It is never going to happen. We have to build our own pillars of culture in academia, publishing, music, film, all around. And I'm not talking about something that's narrowly attractive. I'm talking about something that's broadly attractive to everybody because that's how the left got here. They used subtlety to change the minds of children, reaffirmed it at college, and then the kids came home hating the values their parents had raised them with.
Okay.
We can't allow that to happen for another generation, so I am calling us all to action. Ronald Reagan once said that we had a time for choosing, and I'm saying that we have a time for choosing again. If we want this party to survive, we need to go back to his words. Reagan once said that we face the greatest enemy in man's long climb from the swamp to the stars, and that if we lose that war, that in so doing we would lose this freedom of ours. He then said that history would record with the greatest astonishment that those who had the most to lose did the least to stop it. We need to make sure that that's not how history records us. He went on to tell a story about a Cuban refugee and two businessmen. where the two businessmen were listening to the refugee
Tony
tell his story.
Montana.
One businessman turned to the other and said, "We don't realize how lucky we are." And the Cuban turned to them and said, "No, you don't realize how lucky I am. I had someplace to go to." And in that sentence, he told the entire story, because this is our last stand. This is freedom's last stand. If America falls, freedom falls. And so we all need to double our efforts. We all need to double our efforts and make sure that we left nothing on the table, because this is a fight worth having. This is a country worth saving, and freedom is something that should be a human right. And we are the fighters who need to ensure that the next generation has it.
Okay.
This country is what makes possible for my own mom to come from Cuba, going into the unknown, leaving the only home she'd ever known after it was stolen by communism.
Just like
only
Elsa.
able to bring one item with her. She brought a doll that was passed down in the family, and that doll, its head was smashed in by a soldier. And I say that because I want you to know that that's what leftism does. It steals everything from you. And so this is our last stand. I hope you join me in fighting for freedom. That's why I'm able to stand up here. That freedom in America is the reason I can be here and say that I am running for Congress in the state of Tennessee in 2022.
Oh, hey, there you go. I was going to ask how he's fighting, like I don't know. But apparently that's how.
Thank you, guys. And lastly, I just want to say that this is my last remark. Mark Zuckerberg, Jack Dorsey, a wave of lions is coming in 2022. We will not allow you to get away with what you've gotten away with anymore. You fight for the establishment, we fight for the people, so get ready, because you are going to have the biggest fight on your hands that you two have ever had, and that goes for everybody else in big tech. Thank you, guys.
Okay. I guess he's fine. Alan Reese says, why do USA political leaders dye their hair, wear hair plugs, comb overs, or wear a wig? Come on, guys. Guys do go gray or bald naturally.
You guys can see backstage, because we have way too much fun back there. We have a side bet right now. You might want to get in on this action with whoever's sitting next to you. There are two people back there, and the bet is who's going to make a bigger headline. There's a guy by the name, you may have heard of him, Charlie. Yeah, that guy. By the way, I know Charlie, because right now Charlie's grinning real big right now because he's looking at another guy named Matt Gaetz. Yeah. And they're comparing applauses right now, but really the side bet is who makes bigger headlines today. I have a feeling it's going to be a tight one. You guys get your side bets, a little action down here.
That's what he says every time he gets into his suit.
Let's talk about government for just a moment. I have been asking myself this question for a couple years. Where the hell has my government been protecting my free speech? Where the hell is my government that is making sure that my words aren't being deleted? Where are they? The guy who's coming out next, Matt Gaetz, knows a lot about government. He's going to chat about that. Give him a big warm welcome.
Stop playing this stupid riff. I hate it. I hope you guys caught my fat joke. Look at this suit. What is happening? This guy's such a weird looking dude to me.
I haven't gotten that good a warm welcome since I was in Wyoming. My fellow patriots, don't be shy and don't be sorry. Join me as we proudly represent the pro-Trump America First wing of the conservative movement. We're not really a wing, we're the whole body. We're the main attraction in the greatest show on earth. It's our ideas that fill the stadiums with cheering fans, and while the establishment owns the think tanks, we're the ones doing all the thinking in the populist movement as conservatives. Turns out populism is popular, and everyone can see who the fakes and the phonies are and where we could find the real deal. A year ago at CPAC, I was the first Republican in Congress to swear off donations from federal lobbyists and political action committees. Their money is no good with me. Now, I can't say I started a movement. Not a single other Republican joined me. But it turns out I was ahead of the curve because the woke corporations turned around and canceled us. Many Fortune 100 companies will not donate to pro-Trump Republicans. Some have even pulled their sponsorships of this conference. American business should be worried about business, not wokeism. We gather here today in the shadow of Disney, a corporation that recently canceled its own founder, Walt Disney. Look out, Mr. Potato Head, you're next. I'm sorry, I think now he's going by Potato X. Can't be Mr. Potato. And see, to me, the whole concept of the Mr. Potato Head was he could move the parts around. I mean, Mr. Potato Head was America's first transgender doll, and even he got canceled.
A joke's kind of stale because Hasbro completely walked it back.
So while
to me,
I
I don't
stand
know.
alone in the House Republican Conference in my rejection of PACs and lobbyists, I am never alone when I stand with you, the great people of the greatest country that has ever existed. Now, unlike the left and even some Republicans, the America First movement will never sell out to foreign interests abroad or special interests here at home. Our citizens come first. Sorry, not sorry. Now, I'm a canceled man in some corners of the internet. I'm a banned man in the state of New Jersey. The governor literally said I was unwelcome. Many days I'm a marked man in Congress, a wanted man by the deep state. But every day, I'm a Florida man, and it is good to be home.
Oh, no! Run! 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 He's going to eat you!
Florida's like an amazing woman. Adventurous, beautiful, mostly sunny, sometimes a little crazy, and always here to encourage and support success. By contrast, New York is like a bad ex-husband. Mean, won't let you go out to dinner. You're less safe, financially spiraling downward, and they may kill your grandparents. Now, the fake news media and their allies in Silicon Valley made Governor Cuomo out to be some iconic cross between King David and Tom Brady. What a big lie that turned out to be. According to former aides, Governor Cuomo was offering to replace staff meetings with strip poker. Meanwhile, they were stripping Granny out of the COVID ward at the hospital and tossing her in the nursing home, just enough time to infect everybody and then go back to the hospital so that deaths could be recategorized for politics.
This is cringe
How about freedom for young and healthy people, learning for students, opportunity for entrepreneurs? How about we ditch the lockdown governors like Cuomo and Newsom and Murphy and never ditch the American way of life and the American spirit? Now, speaking of all this bias, it was awful the way the media treated Ted Cruz. I mean, the left and the media were more worried about Ted Cruz going to Mexico to spend his own money than they are about the caravans coming through Mexico to take ours.
I don't know.
You know, the greatest threat to our liberty is big government, and the second greatest threat to our liberty is big business, and there is no bigger business than big tech. The flow of digital information impacts every aspect of our lives.
Ted screwed up.
If we win the debate, but lose the internet, ours will be the last generation of American greatness.
I mean, I don't care that he
They'll
screwed
open
up,
the borders,
but he did.
lock down our businesses,
of course they were going to hit him on
and
that.
squelch even the faintest whispers of dissent. And here's what I don't get. Leaders in both parties have no problem flooding the deserts of the Middle East with American cash and American blood over the mirages of democracies potentially emerging far, far away. But they won't lift a finger here in our country to do what is necessary to preserve our republic, and that is to ensure access to the digital world for everyone, regardless of their politics. Elon Musk calls Silicon Valley Sanctimonious Valley for a reason. And the terms of service on Twitter can never be more important than the values that undergird our Constitution. We need more than a legalistic definition of the First Amendment. We need a culture of free speech in America. Now, when big tech and big government team up, America starts to look more like China. And the Chimerica dream is shamefully a nightmare for our people. All technology means is doing more with less. When big government fuses with big tech, government only becomes more efficient.
You guys misunderstand me on Ted Cruz. I don't care that he went to Cancun. I'm annoyed that he didn't see how bad he was going to get hit over going to Cancun.
China's attempt to control the internet would be like trying to nail Jell-O to the wall. It turns out the Middle Kingdom has done even more nailing than the 42nd president.
Whoa!
They even send their spies to nail some of our politicians.
Whoa! Some zings.
Conservatives rightly rail against the evils of socialism, yet the China model perhaps embodies something more dangerous, and we're heading in that direction. A captive capitalism, a corrupt linkage between business and government that enriches the elites and reduces the rest of us to interchangeable parts, just producers and consumers. And we should never let the virtue of disagreement and debate go away for the ease of clicks and memes. We were promised that technology would disrupt and democratize power. But what happens when all of the technology companies ultimately get the power and the government all at once? There are no checks and balances when they can control, alt-delete anyone for any reason. Now, in China, this means that the government assigns people a social credit score, where you live, where your children go to school, professional opportunities, access to government programs. It all depends on what government and tech think of you. Just look at what's happening in the Biden administration today, a revolving door with Twitter, Facebook, Google, Amazon executives rolling into the government to create a unified system. And maybe we would feel better if government was getting big tech's brightest. Sadly, we're not. Listen to how things have changed. Prior to social media in Silicon Valley, the most significant investor and customer was the Department of Defense. Our best minds worked on bombs and radar and stealth, often in partnership with DARPA. Jeff Bezos' grandfather was actually the number 4 person at DARPA.
DARPA.
But as commerce moved online, the incentives for focused digital talent moved too. Today, America's sharpest minds are focused on memes, not munitions, likes, not lasers, ratios, not robotics, and hyperviral, not hypersonic.
I mean, not to
So
point out something, but
really
those are
making us
weapons.
Stronger, safer, or do they just further addict us to our vices? Instagram for vanity, Twitter for
information
wrath,
is weapon.
Uber Eats for gluttony,
what history have you read?
Tinder for lust. We need a renewed patriotic nationalism in America. In technology, that means let's get our best team together and go whip China. And in politics, it means let's get our best team together and go whip the establishment. Speaking of people who ought to lose primaries, if Liz Cheney were on this stage today, she'd get booed off of it. What does that say? The leadership of our party is not found in Washington, D.C. You are the energy. We are America. That's why they're in the 8 square miles of Washington, D.C., and we're here in the Sunshine State of Florida. Now, Trump may not have drained the swamp all the way yet. So if you want to finish the job, maybe hire a Florida man. We've drained swamps before. We faced down the alligators and the pythons and the lizards and mosquito as big as grapefruit. America needs real fighters today, maybe now more than ever, and we must win, for we have a country to save. And so come fight with me. Go to mattgaetz.com, join our America First movement, and let's go get them.
Okay. He's not selling me, man. You know why our best and brightest are working on memes and likes? Yes. And that's why we are losing. That's why we're losing. That's why we're losing. Because information is power. It always
I feel like
has
these
been.
notes in my hand from that I got here, a guy named Charlie Kirk, he's back there. I feel like we should auction them off. I feel like we should auction these off for a kid to get a scholarship next year. So maybe at the end we might be able to do that if I can approve him to get that done. I tell you what, social media is important, and the proof of it is the man that's about to
Polar
come
Bear
out.
Yago says, how much y'all want to bet
A man
Patrick
that
made
figured
13
out
accounts to
the
dislike the
algorithm
stream?
to inspire and connect young conservatives in this country to stand up and not be ashamed, especially on college campuses. We know how bad college campuses are. We know how hard it is to be a conservative. I remember meeting literally at CPAC, 21-year-old, and I'm a young guy, Charlie, and they were like, he's starting this new thing, and it's going to be called Turning Point, and all the people around had matching clothes on. How many of you remember that, right? They were showing we're here. And they're like, they're going to build this thing. I was like, dude, if this happens, this could change college campuses nationwide. And guess what? It did. Please welcome Charlie Kirk to the stage, my friends.
So as he comes and goes, says, why do these guys have to be heckin' cartoon characters? It irritates me some of these clowns are the front runners and face of these values. MT Taylor says he seems like a neocon that wants more war and would change nothing.
나갈 때 보니까 사람들이 이렇게 막 여유 있게 나가더라고요, 사람들도. 한번 생각해 보세요.
What the?
It's an honor to be with you guys
They had
today.
the wrong mic on. What was
you
that?
might be saying, what on earth is Charlie wearing? What kind of tie is this? This is a 1990 Rush Limbaugh tie. And I thought, what better place to honor one of the greatest Americans, quite honestly, ever to live than at CPAC. Let's just remember for a moment the legacy of Rush Limbaugh. I mean, he impacted my life. I know a lot of people here had their lives impacted by Rush Limbaugh. I was honored to be able to call him a friend the last couple years, and his generosity, his commitment, his wisdom, how relentless he was to defend our country, never betraying his audience. And my goodness, did we lose a legend last week. So let's give it up to Rush Limbaugh and his family, an absolute gift to our country, Rush Limbaugh. Rush was a fighter for free speech. We talk a lot about free speech. We talk about the importance of the First Amendment. However, sometimes we as conservatives stop short of protecting freedom of speech where it matters most. So I'm going to ask you a question.
Okay.
Which is more powerful, Google or our federal government? Now, we as conservatives are taught to answer that question automatically by saying the federal government. Now, I'm not doubting
you didn't even
that
let
the
him
federal
answer.
government has power. The federal government can imprison people. They can audit you. They have the power of the law. However, if that were to happen, you at least get some due process rights. You're supposed to get representation by an attorney. You're able to sue your government if they do something illegal to you.
The feds are more powerful than Google
if Google
anymore.
comes after you? What happens if Google decides to digitally assassinate a certain person, like what we saw happen last month? They can wipe away the existence of an idea, of a human being, of a political movement instantaneously. So I understand lots of conservatives are hesitant to talk about challenging big tech, hesitant about challenging Menlo Park and Silicon Valley. But we as conservatives should not become corporatists. We as conservatives should ask ourselves, what does it mean to be a conservative? First and foremost, we are here to conserve God-given liberties and freedoms. We are here to protect the family, our country, the American way of life. And when a group of people in a concentrated area controlling trillion-dollar companies decide to impose a viewpoint that is completely contrary to the American way of life, and then we say, well, we can't do anything because they're a private company. Excuse me, as soon as you have 200 million users and 93% of all search results, you're not the local flower shop or the local coffee shop, and you shouldn't be treated as such. And we as conservatives must be very clear. If you do not support breaking up big tech or challenging big tech, you are not a conservative, you are a corporatist.
I'm kind of with the message here.
You see, the Founding Fathers were very worried about the centralization of power. I love limited government. But why do we love limited government? We love it so that we can live lives as we see fit. The Founding Fathers loved liberty. They believed liberty was given to us by God, not by government.
I don't know if he's on the right track. No, Nick.
Imagine
I don't know if he's on the right
small collection
method.
of companies could potentially be more powerful than our own government. Google is more powerful than our government, and there is no check and balance against them. People say, start a competitor. Well, then they'll wipe you out like they did to Parler. People say, well, what harm has Google actually done to the country? Well, besides addicting our children to their smartphones all day long and destroying the humanity of an entire generation, besides censoring different political opinions, even beyond that, they have the potential power to obliterate any political movement. We saw it with one of the most grotesque and dangerous acts of political interference in American history. 1 month out from the election, Hunter Biden's laptop, that story was given to the New York Post. Anyone who tweeted about it, anyone who posted about it, immediately had their account suspended. Just look at the New York Post. We have now given the entire future of American politics to basically 2 or 3 companies. And so what's the solution here for us as conservatives? What does this mean? Well, number one, we must identify the problem. And I'm going to just say something that needs to be said. Any Republican that takes money from NetPAC or from Google should leave the Republican Party. Any Republican that is funded by Google has no place in the Republican Party. We, as conservatives, must treat donations that you get from Silicon Valley like we treat donations from Planned Parenthood. We would never put up if a Republican came on stage here and said, oh, I'm financed from Planned Parenthood. Then why do we tolerate big tech companies financing our lawmakers? There are 2 governments in our country.
Surfing Cowboy says, how does anal sex help fight the culture war? I have no idea.
The ability to process and share information is critical to the future of our civilization. For all the lawmakers that are passing through here, or for people that want to win elected office, there are 2 things the conservative grassroots care about more than anything else. Number one, restoring election integrity in our country for fair and free elections. And number 2, it is challenging big tech. It is giving us the ability to speak freely on social media. We should never take a default position just to defend corporations. I love free enterprise. That's why I want to challenge these corporations, because they don't. They are not believers in capitalism. They're not believers in free enterprise. They use technology, and they use our own slogans and our own phrases and our own books against us as an excuse for us not to challenge them. So in closing, I want to say this. We as conservatives are very careful about identifying existential threats, and we should be. Because we as conservatives believe the biggest problem in your life is probably you and your actions. That personal responsibility, self-discipline, is inherent in being a good citizen and leading a happy and full life. But if we do not challenge these big tech companies, if we are not serious about the threat that they pose to our livelihood, to spreading information, or in some ways not spreading information at all, then we will live in a country where every state is like California. Now, this is why Ron DeSantis is a phenomenal governor. Why? Because the states need to rise up against these tech companies, as Ron DeSantis did. So for every Republican attorney general out there, sue these tech companies now for platform access, for monopolistic practices. We, as conservatives, have more power than I think we realize. We have purchasing power, we have consumer power, and we must, in a variety of different ways, make sure our lawmakers do not take money from these corporations, push back against their pattern of actions, and be unafraid to entertain ideas, to liberate the marketplace, empower real entrepreneurs, because the digital age is upon us. And if we do not have free speech or first freedoms, then we're all going to live in a country that is unrecognizable. And I believe if we do that and restore integrity in our elections, we're not just going to win a little, we're going to win big, and we're going to win for the next couple decades. Our best days are ahead. God bless you guys. Thank you so much.
Okay. Again, yeah, he's right. You got to rein in the power of big tech, but you don't do it. It's got to be done really, really carefully. Oh, no, no. Not you again.
We're going to call an audible here. This was not on the program, and it is something that I am genuinely excited, and I want you to hear the message you're about to hear. There is a guy that's been described as the outsider, the Ted Cruz of the Republic of Korea. A man that saw elections change in his country. A man that saw the power of changing elections. A man that understood what can happen when you change how things are done. In fact, it's a man that warned in this country several years ago of what could happen if you decided to start altering and changing things. We decided to pull him up here
Kim Jong-un, everybody.
after everything that just happened in this country, to talk about influence and how these things can happen and the warnings, because he is living through this right now in his own country. Please give me a warm welcome to Mr. Min, I should say, as he comes out, a former National Assembly member of the Republic of Korea.
Mike DeWine, shit-eating grin, says, just got here. Has it all been like this? Yes. Maybe I'm just cynical and have no hope in Republicans see the name, but this all seems such meaningless fluff and so many buzzwords. What's the solutions other than donate and Trump? Oh.
안녕하세요.
They're throwing out
Ladies
Korean.
and gentlemen, I am the son of a houseboy who worked for American soldiers. My father was 16 when the Korean War broke out. He helped the soldiers with shining their shoes, doing their laundry, and cleaning. In doing so, my father learned English, and he was my hero. I dreamed of speaking English as well as he did. If my father saw me speaking today, he would be so proud of me.
Aww.
We all know of the American dream. In Korea, we also have the Korean dream. We call it a dragon rising up from the ditch. Growing up, we did not even have the bathroom in the house. Despite such difficult circumstances, I worked extremely hard and became a dragon out of the ditch.
I saw D-Wars. I'm not scared of Korean dragons.
While my father was alive, I was his pride and joy. I graduated from South Korea's Ivy League Yonsei University and joined the major South Korean broadcasting network, KBS. I was Washington, D.C. correspondent and the main evening news anchor. I was the Korean version of Tom Brokaw or Peter Jennings.
This is an audible. Why does this guy have a speech?
Following my career as a journalist, I was the presidential spokesperson for former President Park Geun-hye, and after that, I was elected to the National Assembly. So, what am I doing here? On April 15th last year, I lost in the general election. Just like President Trump, my loss was due to election fraud. I have since been fighting diligently against election fraud in South Korea. However, I was ignored by the leftist government, the mainstream media, and the judiciary, all dominated by current President Moon Jae-in. So last September, I came to DC and I engaged the American media, government, and the international community regarding the truth of election fraud. I even held a one-man protest in front of the White House, the Capitol, and at the United Nations headquarters to expose what happened in Korea. I warned, be aware or be next. I predicted that the November 3rd US presidential election would have strange statistics and that Communist China would be involved in the election fraud. These predictions
Breezy says, happy Friday.
How could I do that? Because similar things happened in South Korea and to my own self in my district of Incheon. It was planned by leftists. Electronic voting machines were manipulated. CCP intervened. And early voting and mail-in ballots were manipulated as well. There's overwhelming evidence of election fraud. But let me share with you one thing from my district.
YouTube.
There were 3 candidates in my district, including myself. And the ratio of ballot cast for in-district and out-of-district early voting for all 3 candidates were the same, 0.39. What are the odds? A famous South Korean statistician said that this is like throwing 1,000 coins in the air and all of them landing on the same side. Another eminent professor said that it was either God's work or it was fraud. Election fraud is the biggest threat to democracy. Many South Koreans were shocked.
Maybe the algorithm won't understand what he's saying.
And we hoped that justice would be served for President Trump and the truth will prevail. However, it did not happen. I was sorry and the Korean patriots were sorry. But let's not be disheartened. Let's work together.
Maxim
During the
Perkonikov says
Korean
defund
War,
AI PAC.
General Douglas MacArthur saved South Korea with Operation Chromite or the Incheon landing. Democracy was saved and I'm grateful. 70 years after the Korean War, the democracies of South Korea and the US are again facing a threat due to election fraud. In order to solve this problem, an active collaboration between conservatives in the 2 nations is very much needed. Operation Chromite's odds of success were 5,000 to 1 against. Our efforts to expose election fraud and to defend democracy might be more difficult, but we cannot stop now.
Okay. Zaram says this is a Korea boo. There's a Korea boo in the crowd speaking Korean.
Operation Chromite is in the district I represent, Yeonsugu-ul Incheon. I don't think this is a coincidence. The seeds of freedom planted by General MacArthur 70 years ago in Incheon grew in my father's heart and mind.
I see
and
the,
that made me fight for freedom.
Caption
the son of a
typist
humble
didn't even
American
try.
soldier's houseboy now shouts, let's go together in this fight to preserve freedom and democracy.
Yeah, get it.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I like that. I like that. That was good. It ended strong. Fuzzy Creature says fund AI PAC. Night of Hope says it's like the CPAC elite think they can say ring bing bing. What?
It's a good audible. So where do we go from here is the question, and how do we win this battle?
Intelligent banter for us rednecks and inbreds.
Clearly, because
like we can't tell noises from actual promises in English to fight for our rights and values.
Either. How do we win this battle against big tech? I go back to what the governor said this morning in the great state of Florida when he said, we're taking on big tech as a state.
Audible with the planned speech is weird, though.
It's not going to be in Washington over the next 4 years. I can promise you that. In fact, we had many Republicans that did not fight to bring in and rein in big tech as they were going after many conservatives as we were yelling at them to please help us out. And they did nothing but tweet about it, and they didn't pass any legislation to stop it. It's a problem in this country.
Correct.
First of all, I
thought
mean
that
this when I say this to
they
everyone.
literally proved that
You know
Google
when
was
you see
more
those
powerful,
posts on
or
social
Twitter was
media,
more
people that you
powerful
like,
than
you
government
agree
by
with,
tweeting instead
share
of
them.
passing legislation.
We have to get back to grassroots. It's no longer good enough to see it. It's no longer good enough to like it. You have to help spread the word because the algorithms are against us. We know that. Second, find out who your local elected officials are that represent you at the state legislatures and go talk to them, because right now, that is how we are going to beat big tech in this country. They're the ones that are going to have to rein in big tech. They're the ones that are going to have to do exactly what Governor DeSantis said we are going to do in the legislature in this state. That is how we win. And finally, make sure that every friend and family member you know does not keep giving their money, their time, their information to companies that disdain our values.
I mean, you're not going to get people off big tech, buddy.
Why do we continue as conservatives? Because I will say this, liberals do it better than we do. They vote with their dollars and they make sure they don't give money to anybody they disagree with.
The
And
liberals
we, for
don't
far
have
too long,
dollars
as a
to vote
conservative
with.
movement, continue to give our dollars for convenience to organizations and people just like Amazon who say, hey, we're going to take down places like Parler, and we have to stop doing it in this country. We have got to protect freedom of speech. We have to make sure that the next generation of conservative, and it's fun to be here being a little bit older. I came to my first CPAC, I think, when I was 17. We have got to make sure they even have a place to have an opinion that disagrees with the big tech and what the liberal media tells them they have to agree with. We have to have a place for them to fight, protect, and defend this country's freedom of speech so that they don't grow up in a society where they can't say anything at all. God bless you guys. Thanks for supporting CPAC. Thank you for coming out. And we'll see you next year.
Crackbot says, if CPAC was smart, they would invite a VTuber from Japan to support them and they would take over the weebs. Yes. Yes. Okay, thank God we've got some boring ads going on. Night of Hope says, hey, y'all remember Rush, right? Hyuk, hyuk, hue, 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 wee. Dat Rush, though, y'all. He was a real Rush. Weehaw. God, the CPAC shit is so effing insulting. This is a lot of lip service. This TPUSA guy is only kind of good. They won't listen to him anyway. Night of Hope says, who is this pork ass? Legatus Rex says, man has bigger balls than most of the Republican Party. Talking about the Korean guy, I believe. This isn't surprising considering most Republicans are apparently fossilized geldings. Ooh. Cindy K says, this is putting me to sleep. They should have invited Steven Crowder, Brandon Tatum, and Alex Jones. That would be a show, and it would engage the greater audience. Yeah, they're not showing their best. Next person up is Big Tech is for sale and China and Russia are buying. Rebecca Heinrichs and Buck Sexton, moderated by KT McFarland. We'll have to see how that goes. Then we've got Rick Scott, then Josh Hawley, then Trump Jr., introduced by Kimberly Guilfoyle, then James O'Keefe from Project Veritas, then Dan Bongino to close it out. Then it goes to breakout sessions, and I'm pretty sure I'm not going to do the breakout sessions. Those sound kind of... That seems like a little bit much for me. They also go forever. They have till well into 5 o'clock. Plus, how do you pick which one to listen to when all of them sound boring? So we'll, that's where we're at. That's on the agenda for the rest of the evening. Trump will not speak until Sunday. This is a 3-day event. Technically 4, because it kind of started yesterday, but. AGK says, yeah, get rid of big tech, return to low tech, tap Morse code over steam pipes to communicate with one another. Yeah, that's the thing. You're not going to get people off big tech. It's too good of a product. It's too good of a product. So what you have to do is make sure that competition can actually survive. That's the trick of big tech. It's not necessarily forcing people to stay on Twitter, forcing people to stay on YouTube or, Facebook or anything like that. It's making sure an alternative actually has a shot. It's the banks. It's the banks, by the way. That's a big part of that. You need to regulate the banks. You have a Fed, regulate the banks. Republicans talking about regulating banks. It's only 2021. We're not at 2035 yet. Anyone can build big tech today. It's open source. You can build it. Once it gets to a certain size, you're done. You can't sustain it.
Children.
Thank you, Matt.
Radioactive sponge, probably.
Thank you for
We'll
all
see.
being here.
I don't know yet.
This is where we get the really serious, wonky part of CPAC, which means you do not
Stop.
immediately now head for the doors. Look, China, Russia, big tech. What could possibly go wrong?
Who's this third guy?
You know, if we'd had this conversation 10 years ago, even 5 years ago, we wouldn't have thought, well, that's a problem, right? Russia, we beat Russia during the Cold War. They're finished. China, as even Joe Biden said a year ago, hey, man, they're not going to eat our lunch. They're our friends. They're not competitors. And we would have all happily turned over every bit of our personal information to Amazon, Google, Facebook, you name it. But here we are, and the world is a very different place. And we now have a pretty serious conversation to have. I want to start with China. You know, China's plan, and they've been quite open about it in recent years. 10 years ago, they weren't. Now they're very open about it. They plan to replace the United States as the dominant world power, economically, technologically, militarily, politically, diplomatically. Their original plan was to do it by mid-century. They've pulled up the timeline between the pandemic and the election of Joe Biden, who they know will be very soft on China. They've now pulled up the timeline. They think they're going to get there.
To be fair, Joe is old and he's not eating Viagra, so he's going to be soft on China.
The next issue, though, is Russia. Russia, we thought they were gone. They were done. They can't compete as a serious world power. What did
Russia.
Barack Obama, some regional third world power, basically. Well, the Russians are back, and the Russians are back in the cyber technology, but this time it's different. With Putin, it's personal. I mean, Putin saw the collapse of the Soviet Union. He blamed the United States. He blamed the West, and so it's payback time. He knows he can't compete with China or even the United States, but what he wants to do is be a spoiler. He wants to muck around in our elections, and he wants to hack into the American technology and in every other thing. So he's a problem, but it's a personal problem. But then the final thing is big tech. You know, three months ago, we all thought they might have been our friends. And now it's cancel culture. They've deplatformed people. They are becoming political adversaries of free speech in the conservative movement. So with that, I want to just turn to our experts. And I'd like to start first with Buck Sexton, who's going to talk to us about the Russia threat.
Buck Sexton,
and then Rebecca
like the best named,
about China.
Best named political commentator there is.
Former Attorney General, who's going to tell us about big tech. And we're going to ask them all, what are we going to do about it? So Buck, would you like to take off?
So I would ask that you think about how you view the success of the Russian information operation.
Buck's upper head is huge compared to his lower head.
This in the context of it was wildly exaggerated, it didn't change the election, and that's all true. But there's also a follow-up to that. Russia was actually more successful in 2016 with the pretty minimal hacking that they did in terms of the election and Facebook and all the things you know about than they ever could have really imagined. When you look at the cascade of effects that came after that, and yes, this is only possible because of the Democratic Party and the Russia collusion hoax. KT, you could speak to that in more detail than I can, having been closer to that, and the way the Democrats turned this into a weapon. But what Russia was able to do was create the grounds for one, a 4-year-long story.
What happened to your
that
video,
they still
Buck?
cling to. I mean, you will see people on news today still who say that Russia collusion was real, that it still happened in some capacity. Collusion's not a crime. We didn't say conspiracy. They play that game. But also,
you have the beginnings of big tech now in full-out censorship mode because of the 2016 narrative of Russia hacking the election, and all the people,
Night of Hope says Buck is an
Democrats,
intellectually
woke folks on the left
dishonest sack
deciding
of shit.
Something must be done about this to stop it. That's actually the justification for why people like me, even, and many others at this conference, are being censored on social media. It all goes back to that 2016 hacking. And then when you add to this that Putin right now, they actually just put Navalny, who's the most well-known critic of Moscow and essentially anti-corruption crusader, they sent him to a penal colony. That was just a few hours ago, that was reported.
Uh-oh.
So that's what you don't want to have happen. Russia now, and we can talk about some of the specific platforms they use, is in a position where they can say, if American political tech, or American tech rather, can be politicized to squash dissent on effectively a partisan basis, why can't we? Think about the precedent that has been set. Think about the layers here. You had 4 years of Russia collusion nonsense against Trump. Then you had big tech weighing in, and now you have actual autocrats around the world saying, if Twitter and Facebook can block conservatives from having speech, guess what we can do in Moscow? And I haven't even gotten to the fact that they're still more skilled at hacking than the Chinese, although the Chinese are a bigger threat, but I will leave it there.
Bad Nut says, you're a drunk fook. I'm not dunk, I dink, I don't dink.
What I'd like to do is start
Night
off
of
by
Hope says,
saying,
Buck
why
is
do
an
we talk
intellectually
about
dishonest
China
sack
and
of
Russia?
shit.
Why are those the two big countries we talk about most? And that is because when you think about the threats to the United States, you think about what is the country's objective and what is their ability to carry out that objective. And of those two countries, China, as KT said, has the desire, the will to replace the United States as the global superpower, and now they have the greatest ability to carry that out, economically, militarily, and then tech. And I'm going to talk most about that third basket. Russia, still a very serious problem, doesn't have the same kind of engine that China has economically. They have a lot of nuclear weapons, and so they are a serious competitor that we care about greatly, and they have the desire to undermine the United States, but they don't have the engine and the ability like China has to carry out just the amount of destruction that China can to undermine the United States and replace the United States as the global preeminent power. Why does it matter for the United States to remain the global preeminent power? Because the country that has the biggest economy and the biggest military and the most alliances and partners is going to be able to put our fingerprint,
garbage people.
Our fingerprint on things like trade, on things like travel and commerce. And we know, certainly as conservatives and as Americans, that the United States has the moral high ground there. We want to put the United States' influence on things like trade and global business, et cetera, and commerce. And so we have to fight for that. Now, that means militarily, it was Donald Trump. It was the Trump administration that said, enough is enough. The United States is going to have our lunch eaten, Joe Biden, if we don't do something about it, and it's going to happen by the Chinese Communist Party. And so what does that mean? It means we have to start competing. And it was the Trump administration that really oversaw this seismic shift and helped the United States to take the Chinese threat seriously. And so we have to put money into our military to make sure that we are deterring Chinese aggression in the Western Pacific. We want to stand with our Taiwanese partners, great contributors to the free world, our South Korean allies, our Japanese allies, our Australian allies. And we want to make sure that we are able to make good on our security commitments to them and that China can't push us out. That's the military piece. Economically, that's why we get into trade, a trade war with the Chinese. But on tech, the Chinese want to use technology to censor and to steal. Remember those two things, censor and steal. That's how they do it.
Now we're getting to the topic.
So they do it by having these 5G. It's the next generation technology abilities of fast speed internet.
Stop.
Again, the previous
Stop
administration
it with the 5G.
We have to have clean network initiative. Our Secretary of State, Mike Pompeo, was the face of that. He said the UK can't have their Huawei, and we can't deal with these other technology companies, Chinese companies, and 5G networks. It has to be clean, and we can't let them take our data and take our allies' data as well. And so you have to have clean network technology. So it's going to take a federal level. We can't let ZTE and these other companies steal the United States' information technology, and we can't let them censor the United States. And so those are the big things. It's going to take federal level, state level. We've got a great example here in Florida with a state representative that KT knows well. Her daughter is a state representative here, introduced a piece of legislation to make sure that Floridians have to concede, they have to agree to have their data handed over to technology companies, to take ownership of their own technology. So it's going to take federal level work, state level work, and it's going to take individual. This is my last point. You individually have to care that your data is not being sucked up by the Chinese Communist Party and by big tech. You have to care enough because they can muscle us out, but they can also win by our acquiescence, and that's something that we can't do. So look and see what technology you're using. Do not buy commercial technology and drones off the shelf that are made in China. There's no distinction in China between the private sector and the military. They take all of it and they apply it, put it in artificial intelligence and quantum computing to sift through all of that information data and weaponize it against us. And I will leave it at there to continue our discussion.
Well, I think that leads pretty easily. It's great. So between the two
was
of you,
it great?
we're
And
now
that
on the
didn't
big
seem
data
great
and
to
big
me.
tech, and are they the enemy?
Yeah. Well, obviously, how many people here have lost followers on social media recently?
Oh.
Am I right?
I've lost 10,000 plus followers on social media.
Am I right?
Both KT and I have experienced that when the purge happened on Twitter. And the same thing happens on Facebook. And big tech is not our friend. And they are too powerful. They are too ubiquitous. They are too important. And I know that all of us here could talk for hours on this subject.
Please don't.
But the real thing that I want to leave you with is it's not just losing followers. It's not just not being able to communicate. I mean, our First Amendment rights obviously protect our speech in the public square. But right now, Twitter, Facebook, and other social medias are controlling and regulating your speech. I think inconsistent with American values, quite frankly. I think American company that doesn't allow everyone to speak, no matter if you, in fact, I think most of us grew up and believe to this day that I may disagree with what you say, but I will defend your right to say it to the death, quite frankly. That's not what
I don't
big
know if I'm
tech's
going to
about.
die defending your
Big
right
tech
to
is now
talk about 5G,
manipulating data
frankly.
and thereby manipulating public opinion
I don't know about that.
and elections by what you see and how you see it. As much so as how they study the color of the background to see how effective and persuasive messaging can become. We are being manipulated beyond what our brains can comprehend. That's not even the scariest thing, my friends.
Do you think this guy would honestly die for your right to free speech? Do you think this guy would die for you to speak?
You want this app you're using to use your location all the time or only when you're using it? Well, if you've seen what's behind it, which I have, and I'm sure several of you have, that data and that location data is now being anonymized and sold to see the behaviors of individuals. But if you anonymize location data at someone's house, there's only 2, 3 people that live in that house. And then you can follow that little dot, and I've seen it done to the extreme where they followed a terrorist until he was eliminated by his cell phone location data. Because one of those apps, and you have lots of apps on your phone, follow you everywhere you go.
Terrorist.
And so that power that we have now given and we don't control is the scariest thing as I look at what our future holds. Because like this title of this panel says, KT, that data is for sale and it's being bought by people that don't like us very much. Not just marketers, not just people that want to sell you things, but countries that are hostile to our interest in the American interest.
That phrase about dying to protect your right to say it
and a proud supporter of Donald
has
Trump,
become cheapened.
I wish I could tell you
quite a bit.
that in the 4 years we accomplished
I think we're
a lot,
missing
and
the
we did.
root of it.
But on this front, I fear that big tech is winning. Because with the Biden administration and their stance towards big tech, I don't think they're going to fight back on your behalf. And I don't think your ability to speak freely about how you feel about current events and issues of the day and who you support politically. I don't feel like those rights are going to be protected by this administration. So what does that mean? That means what we always have to do. We have to regroup. We have to stand for something and then convince others, changing hearts and minds, knowing that we are up against a massive mountain. But I think it's possible. I think we are seeing with this bill that's in Florida, and I think a lot of the individual personal information protections that we could see both move federally and then the states, I think we can take back some of the control, not only of the content that we create, but the personal information that we don't even know we're giving up. So I'll turn it, it's gonna be a great discussion, so I'll turn it back over to you, KT, and we.
And let's
Bad
go
Note says,
okay,
I
so
found
Bob,
you through Medicare
you're
streams. Have you tried moonshine booze? It's good.
Hours a day on
Yes.
the radio and television.
Yeah, moonshine can be very
How do
good.
you stop it? I mean, are the Chinese everywhere? Because it just seems like they're
there's
in
just so
our
many of
media,
those
they're in
Chinese.
our
Are they everywhere?
Economic institutions, for sure. They're at the Confucius Institutes. I mean, can you stop it, and should you stop it?
I think it's fascinating when you look, we're talking about Russia and China, and Russia is clearly the secondary concern, despite what you may have seen in the media for leading up until now, of course. But the Russians are very good at hacking. The Chinese are very good at stealing enormous amounts of data through cyber, to the point where I think you would have to say that you'd go back to the era of the Soviet Union, you'd go back to the KGB and some of their efforts, and this dwarfs that. Because back in the day, as you know, KT, you needed to have somebody, pretty much,
because you were
who
alive
got
back
access
then,
to documents,
KT.
who carry them out. Now we don't even know the full scope and scale of how much is being stolen. The way I describe it on radio, with the Chinese specifically, is that this is civilization shifting level knowledge transfer. And it's the kind of thing that you don't necessarily understand the full ramifications of it until all of a sudden you realize whose fifth generation fighters are better, who's building a few aircraft carriers after not long ago. China doesn't want a blue water navy. Who remembers that? That was the smart analysis. That analysis was wrong. There's a lot of places now where you look and see the Chinese are actually out ahead of us technologically. We talked about quantum computing, 5G, where are they, where are we? And how do we stop it? Whereas the Russians come in, smash and steal, the Chinese coerce.
You guys hate the quantum computing leaders in America right now. I want to point that out.
Incredibly sophisticated, and you see this in the way that they use college campuses, for example, and people that are doing innocuous research projects, things along those lines. How do you stop it, KT? That's the question you asked. The first step is a wake-up call, I think, for the country that I believe Donald Trump started. I'm not sure we're fully at the point yet where people understand how pervasive this is. But when NBA superstars will certainly say whatever they want about American politics, but will say, oh, I've got nothing to say about China, that brings it into the popular mindset. How powerful is this country that our globally recognized celebrity ultra-millionaires are afraid of crossing them?
Yeah,
That's
self-censoring. They're self-censoring.
Of course, they're self-censoring, and the access to the Chinese market for even the most powerful companies and corporations is too powerful at this point for us to expect any of them to put American interests first.
You know, Charlie Kirk said something I thought was really interesting. Don't expect Washington to go after big tech, because big tech's in their pockets, and they're not going to do it. You have to do it at the state level. But what's the prospect of that? I mean, can 50 individual states say, we want big tech out of our lives? We want China out of our lives? I mean, Matt,
yes.
Talk me through that one.
There's a lot we can do at the states, and I hope that we have not completely given up on electing courageous individuals that are willing to advance the things we care about. So I'm not yet willing to give up on the fact that we can elect members of Congress like Matt Gaetz, or senators, that are willing to do the people's work.
Matt Gaetz has got to be what, like 5'4"?
We should question our whole very being. But I think in the near term, I think you're absolutely right. I think state legislatures
like a weird
around the country are going to have to lead on this front. And but it's always been they've been the laboratories of innovation. And I think once the people speak through the states, then will find the right regulatory scheme to take back some of this, power that is contained in our data.
You said something really interesting, Rebecca. You were talking about the Chinese plan to replace
His head is 3'1"
technologically. So are we still? I mean, we think of ourselves, right, as we're the technological superpower. The only thing the Chinese have is what they steal, and the Russians don't have much of anything. But are we really still the cutting edge of technology? Are we the drivers of world technology? Because you know, technology drives the future, and if we're not there, then who has the commanding heights of technology?
In many of the key fields, we still are, but the Chinese are engaged in massive espionage. I mean, to steal our technology, to be educated in our universities, especially in these STEM programs, you know, the hard sciences, to learn what we're doing here. And of course, they're exploiting the American benevolence and kindness. We want to have this open system where they come here and then learn the American way. But that's not what's happening. They're coming here. The Chinese Communist Party has long tentacles that reach across the ocean. And so just because we have the Chinese national here studying in our universities, we want them to have a taste of the American dream. But many of these individuals are still members of the Chinese Communist Party and taking that information and that knowledge and going back and pouring it into their own fields.
What the heck are they doing with it, though? Okay, so they're stealing our medical information. They're stealing our personal data. I mean, are they designing biological weapons that will only affect America? I mean, what are they doing with all this stuff? Well, they're vacuuming it up like mad.
They're certainly eroding the commercial advantages that we have. And when you look at some of the most valuable companies in the world, they're largely built on intellectual property. You look at the algorithms that run Google. You look at different companies, whether you're talking about aerospace and defense. I mean, clearly the military and intelligence applications of what they're doing that's a huge driver behind this. But they've also made commercial espionage something that is, again, on an unprecedented in human history scale. We've never seen anything like this before in terms of the duration as well as the actual sheer volume. And KT, I mean, you and I both know from the government side, it's hard to even understand how much of this we're catching, how much of this we're not catching, you know, a lot of companies don't even want to admit when they've been essentially robbed by cyber.
So I asked a tech expert, a former White House chief information officer, I said, well, what about these companies? Why are they not
This lady's a tech expert?
And she said, you know something, KT? They found this easier to buy insurance. Yeah. And if they're hacked, then they have to pay the insurance out and they figure it out. It's much less expensive and much easier than for them to take all the steps they have to take to protect your data.
I got a nice little, I mean, I used to work at the CIA, which is why I think they put me up here on this specific topic, and I got a nice little note from the Office of Personnel Management in the mail saying that, they didn't say China, but it basically was China, got all your stuff, good luck.
I think they refer to it as a state actor.
Here's 6 months of identity theft protection. They robbed my government file, they know more about me than most of my friends, and I had, you know, some sort of a notification if somebody tries to buy a house in my name in Beijing. That's
and on that point too, KT, I think it's important to remember, and some of these Republican senators are putting these Biden nominees on the spot in their Senate confirmation hearings, which is great. And that is, they're saying, listen, are you going to treat American companies as American companies first? Not these transnational, no loyalty to a set country. That's the problem. Over the last many decades,
oh, she asked a tech expert.
That
okay.
got really rich because of our system, because of the system that we have that's great for ingenuity, great for business, that's great for transparency and accountability, all of those things. They forgot where they're from and who they owe their loyalty to, and they've become these global companies. And so we have to get back to saying, no, all Google, Twitter, all of these companies, they owe it to Amazon. They need to be American companies first and foremost.
I want to go back to something you said, because I think it is far-fetched that the Chinese would take our data, release a pathogen or a virus on the United States, and then cripple our economy. I don't think that will happen in our lifetime, but in all joking aside, we still are the innovation capital of the world. You look at how we created the vaccines in record time.
Yeah, who would have thought? I mean, China sent it on the world and America cured it.
They had it before we had it, and they still haven't really produced an effective vaccine like we have. And so there's America is still the global leader in innovation. The challenge is exactly what the other panelists point out, and that is the Chinese understand that, and they want to be in a position that once we prove a concept, they can steal it. And so that's why things like Huawei routers, which you mentioned, need to be taken out of the entire U.S. communication system. Yeah, we cannot have a Huawei router in the United States. The 5G, the Chinese were very involved in development of the 5G protocol for the first time really in the world, sort of system of creating those protocols. And I think one of the reasons they were so involved was so that they could seed any network with
Look
an
at
ability
Wilson
to take
Fisk
down the
here.
data that crosses that network. It's a scary time, and if we don't wake up, and if our leaders don't wake up, I think we're in for a long-term struggle against the Chinese.
Limbaugh is not going to wake up, by the way.
No.
The Chinese are going to get their way with him.
The bottom line of all of this is it's a wake-up call. It's, 2 minutes to midnight. We really have to, as a nation, figure this out, whether it's to break up big tech, whether it's to maintain the commanding heights of technology, whether it's to go after protect our systems as a national government or as state governments. But this doesn't go away. This only gets worse. And I fear very much politically with the Biden administration, hey man, they're our friends. They're not gonna eat our lunch. Guess what? They wanna eat our breakfast, lunch, dinner, and make us pay for it. Thank you very much for all of your time and attention.
Okay. Frank the Tank says in Kermit voice, no wonder they get blown out of the water. They may have some good points, but they can't get a message across to save their lives. Tenjin Ken, thanks for the donation. A Fuzzy Creature says we need our own CPAC with whiskey and barbecue. You ain't lying. I am so hungry. Polyfrog64 says bring back young Pharaoh. He's based. He got books. Tim says not saying there aren't issues that should be addressed, but listening to the GOP talk about tech feels like listening to the Dems talk about guns. And Cyanide says this is an atrocity. Night of Hope says, I don't think we should put the United States' interests above other countries in trade, travel, or currency. We should open the world up and create free markets, even when it hurts us in the short term. Trade wars and protectionism are just big government. So there you go. I don't know how you're going to convince big tech to be, oh, we got to remind them that they're America first. How do you do that? How do you do that? Speaking of, guys, I'm going to turn the audio back on. I'm going to run to the bathroom. I'll be right back. The next speaker is Rick Scott. So it should be interesting.
Now, to Judicial Watch on social media to catch Tom Fitton's weekly update.
Forgotten Hillary Clinton. Judicial Watch exposed the Clinton email scandal, and we're in court right now holding her accountable to the same laws and rules the rest of us are expected to follow.
Your ideas, innovations, and inventions are precious. Don't let patent pirates steal your treasure. Support American innovation by passing the Stronger Patents Act. You will be helping American inventors and our economy. Learn more at SaveTheInventor.com. Stolen inventions tell no tales. Stop big tech and their patent pirating ways. Support American innovation by passing the Stronger Patents Act. You will be helping American inventors and our economy. Learn more at SaveTheInventor.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the way forward. Unlocking our churches, our voices, and our social media accounts. Please welcome Florida Senator Rick Scott.
Well, first off, it's great to be here. I hope you're enjoying Florida. If you haven't moved here yet, I hope you move here for lower taxes, much better weather. So hope you're enjoying Orlando. So I just got into Washington,
who's this guy?
And I want to make sure you're all aware of President Biden's new slogan: open borders and closed schools.
Whoa! Zing!
As you may know, my colleagues recently voted for me to be the chairman of the National Republican Senatorial Committee.
I got some meatballs while I was away.
So you know what that really means.
Rick Scott.
It really means
Isn't
that
there
my
a different
Republican
Rick
colleagues
Scott?
in the U.S. Senate, they have to hate me. Right? You have to raise $1 gazillion, and now you have to navigate all the infighting.
Am I thinking of a different Scott? I thought he was a black guy.
Sounds like a lot of fun, right? should be pretty easy. So, now many people are saying that my job is to mediate between warring factions on the right and mediate the war words.
Tim Scott.
between the
I was
party
thinking of
leaders.
Tim Scott. Oh.
Didn't sound like much fun.
I was more excited for
Well,
him.
I've got some news for you. I'm not going to mediate anything.
Dred Scott?
Instead, I'm
Oh,
going
no.
to fight for our conservative values. I'm going to do it boldly, and I'm not going to apologize to anyone for what we believe in. I'm not going to, absolutely. I'm not going to spend 1 second going backward. We're going to look forward, and we're going to fight for our conservative values and principles, and we're going to do it boldly, and we're not going to apologize to anyone. Why do we do it?
Philly cheesesteak
Because it's
calzone?
good for every
Yum.
American family. I will spend every day talking about how Democrats are an absolute mortal threat to our freedom, to our prosperity, to our way of life, to our families, and the future of the United States of America. We are going to go right at these radical left-wing fanatics every second.
Right at the radical
And we're
left.
going to expose
Got
them
it.
for exactly what they are. We're not going to stand down, and we're never, ever going to retreat. Now, let me make sure there are three things that are abundantly clear right up front. First, both of the impeachments of President Trump were nothing more than unserious political vendettas and political theater.
This is not spaghetti meatballs. This is Scandinavian meatballs.
This last charade should have been conducted at the other end of Washington at the Kennedy Center instead of the U.S. Capitol. It was a waste of time and money and was all about politics. Second, President Trump did something that has never been done in our lifetime. He stood up to all of establishment Washington and said no.
Magnum D-Pad says Rick signed a law in Florida making it so
No,
18 to
I
20-year-olds
will not
cannot buy
accept
guns.
business as usual.
19-year-old college girl on your own,
No,
enjoy your
I will
graping.
not allow any
Thanks,
bad
Rick.
trade deals that favor
Bad
Communist China
law.
and hurt American workers. No, I will not cozy up to Iran or back down from supporting Israel.
Whoa.
No, I will not support unnecessary
These guys
foreign
piggybacking
wars or
Trump
giveaways of American treasure
Rings
or
hollow
lives.
to me. I think it rings hollow to the audience, too.
No,
Look at all
I
the
will
things
not stop
Trump
pushing
did.
for secure
What did you
borders.
do, Rick? We want to know about you.
And no, I will not accept your political correctness or the push to silence conservative voices in America. Now, of course, President Trump has flaws, I have flaws, we all have flaws.
I have
I've
flaws.
known him for many years. By the way, you can make sure when he speaks, or he'll probably call me tomorrow and he'll say, nice speech, Rick, except for that part about that he had flaws. You know that's going to happen. But look, it was high time for someone to go to Washington
Rick,
and say no.
it wasn't a nice
And I'm
speech,
thankful
really.
and
I
glad
would
that
have done a
President
much
Trump had
better
the
job.
guts to do
Anybody
it.
could have done a better job speaking than you. Terrible speech. Little bit embarrassing. You're up there congratulating yourself when your speech wasn't
Third,
any
the
good.
Democrats control all the levers of power in Washington. And the new left no longer believes in any tolerance in the promise of America that our nation was exceptional, or in the American dream. It's time for all of us to wake up to reality. They want to silence you. If they can silence a former president, what makes you think you're not next? They want to take away your freedom of speech. They want to take away your religious liberty. They want to take away your right to bear arms. They want to get you fired from your job. They want to get your bank to drop you.
You restricted the right to bear
They
arms,
want to
buddy.
make you unemployable in the future. And you know what? They've got a lot of friends in corporate America that are absolutely willing to help them. They don't simply want you to silence conservatives. They want to destroy us. And yet, in the face of this mortal threat to our nation, our very existence, some prefer to fan the flames of a civil war on our side. That's foolish and it's ridiculous. We have absolutely serious work to get done. We don't have time for that. Let's be honest. The Washington establishment breathed a sigh of relief when President Trump left town. There are plenty of people in Washington who are hoping that we can go back to regular order.
Why'd you sign the red flag law, Rick?
The Republican Party used to be. They want to retreat to a safe space. Look, we can go backwards. We can go to dial-up internet. We can go to flip phones. We can go to typewriters.
You can. I'm not going back.
This is absolutely not the time to go backwards. We have in front of us massive challenges and massive opportunities. I'm going to focus on the massive opportunities we have. We will not win the future by trying to go back to where the Republican Party used to be. If we do, we will lose the working base that President Trump so animated. We're going to lose elections across the country.
He's right here.
And ultimately, we're going to lose our nation.
Basically saying the Republican Party is now a populist party, and it should stay that way. I agree. I agree.
Now, let
you
me
need a populist place, and the Democrats are no longer it.
Let me describe for you what the price of failure is. If we fail, our children will learn that throwing a brick through a shopkeeper's window and looting the store, well, that's a mostly peaceful protest. The left will tell our kids it's actually the right thing to do because of the terrible oppression in this racist country. If we fail, how many selfless police officers are still going to be around to protect us and put their lives on the line once we've demeaned and defunded them? If we fail, our armed forces, they're going to use the politically correct pronouns that Pelosi asked them to do, but our military is going to cower in the shadow of communist China.
The Chai comes.
Communist President Xi, he said he hopes for a win-win. Oh, there's going to be a win-win. Hunter Biden's going to win and get richer.
Whoa, Hunter Biden.
As communist China wins, it becomes the most powerful country in the world.
What aide looked at news stories on a conservative website and wrote this guy's speech?
Democrats will lead us into the past, eroding our economy and our culture. And we will become another decaying example of socialism. Let me say that again. If we fail to lead our country into the future, Democrats will lead America into the past. They'll ditch capitalism. Even though capitalism has lifted more people from poverty to prosperity than any idea in American history. Calling someone a capitalist will become an insult. In fact, it already is on some college campuses. But don't worry, in their phony
his nose shadow gives him a
Washington
Hitler
utopia,
stash when he turns the wrong
Chuck
way.
Schumer
It's
will
kind
tell
of
you
funny.
what kind of work you're allowed to do. AOC will tell you how you're allowed to do it. Nancy Pelosi will tell you how much you'll be paid for it. And Kamala Harris will tell you how little you're allowed to keep after you pay your, quote, fair share. In a socialist system, politically incorrect thought
He's
can't
just
be
buzzwording
tolerated
the entire speech.
because
That's
truth
boring.
Can't be tolerated. So don't think out loud. Don't suppose you have freedom to worship or that the churches they closed down during the coronavirus are essential. Don't complain about men, women, women's sports. Don't think you have the right to bear arms. Like socialist dictators, our adversaries will confiscate your weapons. If any of this sounds impossible to you, you've got to wake up. This stuff's already happening. I had a reporter the other day ask me a typically uninformed question. He said, do I believe that in order to appeal to more voters, we need to moderate our values or compromise on some of our principles? My response, hell no. Just the opposite. I believe we need to start acting like we really believe our principles. America, with all of our shortcomings, is the greatest country in the world.
Yeah, but you're not making it that
America
way.
is, in fact, not racist.
We all know this. This isn't interesting.
We need to stand up and say, our fundamental principles are not only right and true, they are the only ideas that work. We choose our children's education. We respect our law enforcement. We thank God every day for our freedoms. The American family is an idea that works. We believe family should be the center of our lives.
Listen to that
and is crucial
enthusiasm.
to civilization. Religious liberty is an idea that works. But Democrat mayors and governors say you can protest, but you can't go to church. Our flag, that's an idea that works if we all respect it. It's why my father chose to put his life on the line and serve this country in World War II.
The flag working as an idea is a weird thing. It is a flag. It's a symbol, but it's not an idea that works. That's
unlike many of the woke athletes in the NBA and the NFL, we stand for the flag.
Yeah. No energy.
Why
no
is our
conviction.
nation so divided? Well, our unique individual differences as human beings become divisions without our flag, our national anthem, and our unique American identity. Our nation's founders were brilliant men who designed a system that works. It's the best system of governance in world history. And the memories of the men who built it must be honored, and we'll never allow our history to be erased.
Woo.
We believe strong borders work. Individual responsibility works. We believe our children have the right to be born and go to the school of their choice. School choice works. Lower taxes work. The Second Amendment works. Funding our police works. Capitalism works. Standing up to Communist China dictators, buying American, and shutting the door to Communist Chinese products, you better believe that works.
I mean, it doesn't, though.
We believe that freedom, not socialism, is always a new idea. These are our principles, and we will never compromise or moderate them to appease anyone. We care too much about each of our families.
How long are you going? Oh my God.
These principles can and will lead us to a majority coalition in America. Are we perfect? No, but we are free to repair our faults. And the conservative principles that beat in our hearts are the only ones that actually lift people to better lives and build a great and compassionate nation. But
Chicken Noble, this is Senator Rick Scott from Florida.
That old, broken down idea called socialism has not only never worked, it has destroyed more countries, families, and lives than we can count.
We know socialism is bad.
Venezuelan children are starving today.
You're at CPAC. We know.
Refugees are risking their lives today to flee Cuba's squalid hospitals, rationed food, and relentless oppression. That's socialism. Communist China is jailing and murdering its own citizens today because they've spoken the truth about the Wuhan virus. That's socialism. Let me leave you with this.
Thank God.
We have generations of young people who have effectively been brainwashed by the liberals who have captured our education system. They're now attempting to capture the boardroom of every corporation and even our military leadership. Many of these young people were not taught our real history in middle school, high school, or college. They think socialism is a cool new idea. Think about that. The most disastrous and discredited idea of the 20th century.
I think they undersell that. I don't think kids are learning that socialism is a cool new idea.
They think it's as new as the iPhone 12.
I really don't think kids think it's new.
It's now on each of us to explain why the Democrats' old socialist plans are a coming disaster. We've got to explain why globalist socialism is destined to fail even more spectacularly in today's fast-moving world than it has in the past. That is what I'm going to fight for. That is what I'm asking you to fight for. Our battle to win the future starts today. In Washington, they're doing the opposite.
Oh, buddy, today for you?
And forming a circular firing squad. They're busy assigning blame and avoiding responsibility. You and I don't have the time to waste going backwards. The people in Washington have that covered. All we've got is us, the power of our ideals, and the truth. And that is plenty. Now it's time to get to work, making this great country better than it has ever been. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless this great nation. Have a great day.
Oh, please leave. Okay, thank goodness that was over. F-Name L-Name says, can I have flip phones, typewriters, and President Trump? Graza says, this is tough talk that will never be backed up by action. Don't fall for it. Carnicle Blackburn says, we will never compromise our freedoms and principles. Guy who wrote the red flag laws. And Penultima says, guys, hear me out. Socialism is bad. Am I right?
How are ya?
All right, here's Josh Hawley, who just proposed a federal minimum wage hike. Who are these people?
Hello, CPAC. How are you doing?
But only on big businesses, though, so
Didn't
it's
anybody
fine.
tell you that you're supposed to be canceled?
Oh!
You didn't get the memo. You're supposed to ask permission before you came here today.
Yeah, cancel culture, am I right?
It's great to be here among patriots. And I tell you what, can I just tell you, speaking of being canceled.
I like Josh Hawley,
the last 6
he has
weeks,
some bad policies in there, too.
The radical left, their corporate allies, the liberal media, have tried to cancel me, censor me, expel me, shut me down, stop me from representing the people of Missouri, stop me from representing you. And guess what? I'm here today. I'm not going anywhere, and I'm not backing down. Not a chance. Not a chance. And neither are you, am I right? You're not going to back down. You're not going anywhere. I just want to say to those people who say to us, oh, you're the past. Your moment has passed. It's over. It's Joe Biden's America now. I just want to say, we're not the past. We're the future.
Yeah.
We represent the future of this country. We represent the next generation of the country. We represent what's coming next. And there is no way that we're going to back down. We're not going to back down to the woke mob. We're not going to back down to the cancel culture. We're not going to be told what we can say or do. But listen, we've got to be honest, and we got to face the challenges that are in front of us. And I tell you what, you know this or you wouldn't be here. You know that we are facing a crisis in our country. This is one of the great moments of crisis in American history. We're facing a fight for the republic itself, and we are facing an unprecedented alliance of radical liberals and the biggest, most powerful corporations in the history of the world. They are standing together. You know who I mean. People like Google, Facebook, have you heard of them? Twitter. These companies have more power than any companies in American history, and they're allying with the radical left to try to impose their agenda on this country. They want to run this country, and if we don't do something, they are going to. And we've got a word for that. It's called oligarchy. And that's what we're facing in America right now, and we've got a basic choice. We can have a republic where the people rule, or we can have an oligarchy where big tech and the liberals rule, and that is the choice, that is the challenge that we face today. It's a perilous moment. We have to stand up and take our stand on the Constitution of the United States and the Declaration of Independence, because last time I checked, the Declaration of Independence said that our inalienable rights to life and liberty come from God and not from government. Is that right? I mean, am I forgetting something? And I also thought, last I checked, I thought that the Declaration said that our rights come from God, not from Google. Is that right? I mean, last I checked.
I like this.
But that's the fight of our time, to make the rule of the people an actual thing again, to restore the sovereignty of the American people. You know what? That's always been the fight. That's the fight of liberty. That's been the fight of liberty since the beginning of human history. You've always got a small group of people who think they know best, and they ought to be in charge, and they ought to be able to tell us what to think and do. And today, that's the big corporations and the liberal elites. That's the oligarchy. And what are we fighting for? It's the same thing our founding fathers fought for. We're fighting for the rule of the people. We're fighting to be able to have our own say. We're fighting to be able to run our own government. We're fighting to have real self-government in America, and that's what we're about. You know, you can see where the oligarchs want to take us. Just look at the last 2 months. The last 2 months, the big tech corporations have deplatformed conservatives left and right, shut them up, shut them out, shut them down. Heck, they censored the President of the United States. If they can censor him, they can censor any American citizen. And I've got my own experience with this, unfortunately. You know, on January the 6th, I objected during the Electoral College certification. Maybe you heard about it.
IWD says we have China imprisoning its own citizens. Why would you talk about another country at a Trump-era CPAC? They really have no idea how their base thinks. Pathetic. No, I think you're right. I think you're right on that. Do you remember the thing I did?
I stood up and I said, we ought to have a debate about election integrity. I said it is the right of the people to be heard, and my constituents in Missouri want to be heard on this issue. And so I did what, by the way, I did what our Democrat friends, my Democrat colleagues have done in every single election where a Republican president has won for the last 20 years. Do you know they've objected to 11 different states in certifications over the last 25 years, 3 different presidential elections? So I did that, and I said I want to have a debate on election integrity. And what was the result of that? Oh, you know what the result was. I was called a traitor. I was called a seditionist. The radical left said I should be resigned, and if I wouldn't resign, I should be expelled from the United States Senate. Yep. Well, as I said a moment ago, I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying right here. I'm going to stand up for you. Because if we can't have free and open debate in this country, we're not going to have a country left. If we can't have free and open debate according to the laws in the United States Senate, what good is the United States Senate? Why do you send anybody to Washington at all? I thought it was an important stand to take. And for that, the left has come after me. They've tried to silence me. They canceled a book I was writing called The Tyranny of Big Tech. These people have no sense of irony.
Self-publish it, you weirdo.
Still going to get published, by the way. It'll be out soon.
Okay, thank you.
Not long to wait. They did all of that. It didn't work. But listen, that's just a slice of what they've done. A lot of people have had it a lot worse. I mean, they made lists of Trump voters. You know this. You can find online. Lists of Trump voters so they could go and try to punish them. One outfit in Washington's keeping a list of everybody who ever worked for Donald Trump, including White House interns, to try to make sure they can never get another job in Washington again. I was struck by this story about a gal named Cara DeMoplin.
I hate that politicians do this.
A lady with a business online. She does a consulting on how to get babies to sleep. Now listen, before you say, what do we care about that? I've got 3 little kids at home, including a newborn. My baby Abigail, my wife and I welcomed her on November the 9th, so she's just over 3 months old. Thank you.
Angry Baneling, that's
so
a live
really
feed
interested in
glitching
sleep.
out.
I can tell you, the Hawley household, we care about sleep. My wife knew of this gal, Cara DeMoplin, who had an Instagram online thing where she counseled people on how to get their babies to sleep. It was great. She had like 4 million followers. What happened? She supported Donald Trump. So what did they do? They came after her. They came after her, tried to shut down her accounts, tried to run her out of business. I just heard this morning, that a Christian worship leader at a church in this country who has albums, worship albums he put out, he just got a call this morning from his corporate distributor, and they told him they're not going to distribute his next album. What was his sin? He supported Donald Trump in the election. This is what corporate America and the radical left is doing. This is what they're doing left, right, and center. And they're going to keep on doing it unless we do something about it.
As you guys
the real question is, how
Pharaoh.
do we get here? How do we get to this point that these oligarchs, these massive corporations in hock with the left, can do what they're doing? And you know the answer to that. The answer is that the policy experts in Washington, D.C., and the elected officials there for decades on end have let them do it.
They have given them the power. How did big tech get so big? Washington gave away the store. That's how they got so big. Washington subsidized Google and Facebook. Washington subsidized Twitter. And what are these companies, these other mega corporations, these multinational companies, what have they done to repay the favor? No, you know, they've shipped our jobs to China. They paid our workers poverty wages. They have violated all of the principles.
I mean, Google
that we
plays
hold dear.
pretty
That's
well
what they've done.
Employs people
That's what
in the
these
U.S.
companies, that's what they live to do. And the left
I don't
is
know
just
about
fine with
Twitter.
it.
Amazon
because
has
the left
its own
and these
problems,
companies
but-
together, these oligarchs, they can impose their agenda on the rest of us, and that's exactly what they're trying to do. So what are we going to do about it? I mean, that's the real question, isn't it? In this moment of crisis, our country needs us to take a stand. In this moment of crisis, our country needs us to stand up and to say, we will not be ruled by giant corporations and the liberal elite. We will not be told what to do by these modern-day oligarchs. What we need is a new nationalism, a new agenda to make the rule of the people real in this country and give the people of America back.
A new
Give
nationalism.
it back to them.
Whoa,
Give it back to
spicy.
you. No more ruled by oligarchs, ruled by the people. That's what we've got to do. And I can tell you how I would start. I would start by breaking up the big tech corporations. Just break them up. Break them up in the name of the rule of the people. For the good of the American people and our liberty, we need to break those corporations up and cut them down to size. You know what? The Republican Party, once upon a time, we were the party of trustbusters. You know it? I mean, we invented the concept, basically. It's time to reclaim that legacy. It's time to reclaim that legacy. And not just for big tech, but for all of the huge multinational corporations that have sold us out to China, that have sold out our workers, that have sold out our jobs. They need to be broken up. And we need to have free, fair competition in this country again. That's what it means for the people to rule. We've got to stand up to China and not allow them to continue to push us over, to take our jobs.
Can we just outcompete
to cheat
China?
on trade.
Can we just outcompete
We got to put
them?
American workers
We can.
first, not illegal immigrants. Can I just say, by the way, on that subject, just on the subject of immigration, you know, we get told all the time, oh, if you believe in a border, if you think that borders actually matter, if you think that citizenship actually matters, well, my goodness, I mean, you're a bigot. You're backwards. Can I just try to enlighten our liberal friends for a second? We believe in borders because we believe in citizenship. And we believe in citizenship because we believe in America. Citizenship, you know, where I come from in Missouri, I grew up in rural Missouri, small town right in the middle of Missouri. It's a working class town full of good folks working hard to make it every day. And I can just tell you, where I grew up, we believe in citizenship because we're proud of it. We're proud to be Americans. And when you come to America, you join a family. And in this family, we stick up for one another. We protect one another. We believe in one another. That's what citizenship means. That's why it's worth protecting. That's why we need a border. Do you agree? I mean, that's what it is. And we've got to resist the attempts of the oligarchs to divide us. You know, they will only succeed at the end of the day. They will only succeed if we do nothing and if we allow ourselves to be divided. You can see what their strategy is. I mean, we saw it this whole last year. We heard endlessly from corporate media, from big tech, from the left, how terrible our country is. We heard that we are systemically racist. You heard that once or twice? We heard that the real founding of the country wasn't in 1776, it was in 1619 or whatever. You know, we heard that America is founded in lies and evil. I mean, that's what we've been told. All of that is false.
What's this 1619
All of that is a
shit?
lie. America is not a perfect place, but it's a good place. More than that, it's a great place. It's the greatest nation in the history of the world. And part of standing up to the oligarchs in
Halesburg,
tech and
Mike
in the
Lee
media
spoke
and the
early
liberals
this morning
is
before I was
reclaiming our
awake.
history and saying it is good, and we are proud to be Americans. We're proud to have lived in a country that started with nothing and became the greatest country in the face of the earth. We're proud to live in a country that liberated slaves, that liberated a continent that was under the thumb of Nazi dictatorship, that rebuilt the entire world after a world war. We did all of that. This nation did all of that. And are we perfect? Of course we're not perfect. It's like your pastor says at church. Have you heard this? He said, have you ever been to a perfect church? The answer, I mean, I haven't ever been. Maybe you have. The answer is no, of course not. Why? Because it's full of people. You know, every church is full of people. America's full of people, but it's full of good people. It's full of good people who continue to seek the light and continue to strive towards that more perfect union. Now, my friends, it's up to us to stand up and to remind our fellow Americans.
The 1619 Project sounds great. I'm for it now.
Of what we love together, and to tell the oligarchs.
Can't believe I'm in this room with all you racists.
This country that their day has passed, that we are going to stand for the liberty that our forefathers fought and died for, and we are going to make it real again in this day. We can do it. We can do it. You know, it seems now in this moment like the oligarchs and their allies are so powerful, but the truth is that the strength of America is always in the unheard voices of its people all across this great land. The strength is in you. The strength is in us together. And I just want to close with a line I've thought a lot about, a quote from Daniel Webster, who in some trying years of his own that he knew, a trying time before the beginning of the Civil War, he used to end his speeches in the United States Senate by saying, "Union now, union forever." What he meant is that for those who said that America's time had passed, that the country was hopelessly divided, that it was irredeemable, sound familiar? He said, no, union now, union forever. I just want to say, my friends, America now, America first, America forever. God bless you. It's great to be with you. Take care. Thank you so much.
That was a solid ending. Good job, Josh. AGK says every single one of their message should be that the spilled blood of patriots is not literal blood today, but reputation. Real patriots must risk reputation by opining to local, state, and national government when they smell BS. Garant says, Rekieta, explain to me how the F can the U.S. outcompete China's use of slavery? Can you make a cheaper product than paying food and housing than killing them when their bodies are used up? China is literally Germany now. We've done it. We've done it before. Slavery isn't new, and slavery is an economic destroyer in the long run. So there's a lot to go with there. IWD says we already have an oligarchy. Holly needs to be talking about taking the country back from the oligarchs. John A says we need action. It's called the Conservative Political Action Committee. We need to see these tough words backed up. Not buying it till I see it. Yeah, hold them accountable. Jonathan says thoughts on Patrick Byrne and deepcapture.com blog posts. No idea who that is. Chicken Nooble says these people have no sense of irony as the guy in a suit tells a room full of people they're not going to tell us what to do. What is this? Samurai futurologist? Why is he Japanese Colonel Sanders? What is happening? Automata says Pharaoh was going to drop those truth bombs like how white people can't build anything outside because they just get skin cancer, and that's science. Magnum D-Pad says bold words now that you have no legislative power. Republicans are good at fighting from behind. What is happening with this guy?
I want to build solid friendship with real American patriots or American samurai. Let's fight together for freedom.
What is going on?
Of culture. Let's start US-Japan Samurai to Samurai Alliance.
Yeah! Get that guy speaking.
Ladies and
I want Samurai to Samurai Alliance. I want that. With the in the background, the Japanese stereotype music from Karate Kid. When I was young boy in Okinawa. Uh-oh, Kimberly Guilfoy's there.
All right, all right. Well, hello, CPAC. How are we doing, Florida? How are we America? I have to tell you, I absolutely love the state of Florida. I mean, really, what's not to love compared to California and New York, right? I love this state. I love Governor DeSantis, and we all love all of you. And thank you for being here today and standing for conservative values and principles. Now, in the great state of Florida, it's not all sunshine and rainbows. Well, not every day, maybe like 6 out of 7. Because I got to remind you of one thing, that Joe Biden, I cannot believe it still, is in the White House.
You don't have to remind us, we know.
But Joe did not disappoint because just like we told you, he is leading from behind. From behind Kamala, that is. True story. However, with Joe Biden sort of bumbling his way through the first
she bombs
month,
the
reporters
joke
probably
twice.
in the back of the room are trying desperately to write our obituary. But we are alive and well in this country.
How do you bomb one joke twice?
The press wants you to believe that the American conservative movement is fractured. They want America to believe that this movement is dead. News flash to those out there, we aren't going anywhere. It's the thousands of conservatives here today and the millions across this country who are not going to be silenced. And we are definitely not going to cede this fight to the socialists and the communists who want to see our nation burn. The fight for liberty,
her mouth is wide as
the fight for
hell.
Conservative values, and the fight for the heart and soul of this nation will not be abandoned.
Okay.
That fight continues right here and right now with all of us. And that's because the America First policies and programs, we're not going anywhere. This movement is not going anywhere. And I can promise you this, President Trump is not going anywhere. He is here to stay. That's the good news. We love President Trump, and I'll tell you, I will confidently say that President Trump from his desk at Mar-a-Lago will accomplish more for America in the next 4 years than Joe Biden and Kamala Harris could ever dream of.
Okay.
That is because we are not giving up. The Republican Party is being reborn thanks to President Trump. It is being reborn as the party of the working class, of minorities, of hardworking American men and women, the party of America First, the party of President Trump. And we bid a farewell to the weak-kneed, the spineless, and the cowards that are posing in D.C. pretending that they're working for the people.
Yeah.
Let's send them a
get
pink
Trump
slip
Jr. out.
straight from CPAC. What do you say?
Get Trump Jr. out. I'm kind of
We
done
tell
listening to
them
you
that
talk.
America has no use for them, and this movement is leaving those cowards in the ash bin of history, and we will strive forward thanks to the courage, the policies, and the strength of President Trump. Instead, we will chart a new path, a path driven by bold conservative solutions, a path where we don't kowtow to the demands of the leftist mob, and a path where we are willing to stand up and fight for what we believe in and what we hold true. From California to New York, we will fight to take back this country.
Timothy Reaper says they seem to be trying to imitate Trump and it sounds so hollow.
However,
How do you do, fellow patriots?
We must do 3 important things. We must demand more from our elected leaders and officials and those that are actually pursuing public office. It is not enough to just be, quote, Republican. That means very little when they get to Washington, D.C., and they don't perform. We're not interested in those type of politician empty suits. We want fighters like President Trump, warriors for this country, for America. And our movement must stay true to America first. As the Democrats scurry to re-enter the corrupt Iran nuclear deal and cozy up to China, we must understand that the survival of our nation is based on putting the American worker and the American family first. And finally, we must take our message into every corner of our nation. America first means all of Americans. All of us united together as a country. Our ideas, our conservative values, and the solutions that we champion are the key to lifting up everyone in this country. As a movement, our message must transcend party lines, socioeconomic lines, and cultural lines. As one America we put first. If we can accomplish that over the next 4 years, I can promise you, we will be winning elections. It will only be the start of what is going to happen because, yes, ladies and gentlemen, the best is yet to come.
Oh, no, the audience should not be saying that along with her.
God bless Madam Mercedes Schlapp and the entire team, your family, the military, the veterans, law enforcement, first responders. God bless President Trump, and thank you, President Trump, on behalf of a grateful and humble nation. God bless this country, and ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to introduce to you the son of the greatest president this country has seen, a leader of the warrior MAGA movement and conservative values, Donald Trump Jr.
Stop yelling. Okay, I want to, you know what? Never mind. I lost it.
Wow! Whoa. How's it going, CPAC?
Holy hell, he's loud.
Or I heard someone earlier phrase it a little bit better. TPAC.
Oh, if
this were... That's what it feels like, guys. Well,
if this were Libertarian PAC, she would have stripped naked.
It's great to see this kind of enthusiasm, and it's great to actually be in a full room.
Libertarians get naked at their conventions.
Honestly, guys, what I see in Florida right now is exemplary of the Republican Party, right? This is a state, like the party is, that has open schools, open businesses, and open churches. What we've seen in some of the more left-leaning states is exactly the opposite. The only thing that they have open is open borders.
Whoa!
And it doesn't work, guys. In the first 30 days of Joe Biden's presidency, all of the things that I said would come true in the book Liberal Privilege that I wrote last summer are happening. We listened to months of media telling us that Joe Biden, he's a moderate, don't worry. He's not going to end energy. He's not going to end pipelines, which is partially correct. He's not going to end Russian pipelines. He's only going to end American pipelines. The Russian ones are just fine. They're going to cave to China. No, that was never going to happen.
China.
Of course it happened. You think that billion-dollar investment in Hunter came for free? No, the Chinese have a great return on investment. But guys, more importantly, who would have thought that within 33 days we'd be bombing the Middle East again?
I did. I thought that would happen.
Oh no, guys, come on, the military-industrial complex, I'm surprised it took them 33 days. I guess they waited till the first month, so they couldn't say that was part of the first 30, but it was only shortly thereafter where we started bombing the Middle East.
Maxim says China's bad, but at least it's not blowing up the Middle East, forcing regime changes and purposefully keeping the third world in poverty.
No, listen, the one thing I'll say for Liz Cheney is I'm sure she has a lot of bipartisan support, because if there's one thing that she and Joe Biden definitely want to do, it's bomb the Middle East. Everything else is a disaster. Everything else is just rhino policies, the kinds of policies that put the Republican Party in a position where they needed a Donald Trump.
Can you imagine sitting and talking to this guy at dinner? He's like, hey, pass the gravy.
Liz Cheney and her politics
I need
are
some
only
butter.
slightly less popular than her father is at a quail hunt.
This steak is delicious.
What? Fact checkers, please have at it. Fact check true. Right? Listen, like I said, Liz Cheney, she hates Donald Trump and his policies because her family has a long history of friendly fire. But she also hates them because she's tied to an establishment that has done nothing but fail us time and time again. You've heard the rhetoric from some of them over the last couple of weeks, and now you've seen that change very quickly. Because if there's one thing the Republican Party has been really good at over the last few decades, is snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. They've caved to every special interest. They've caved to corporate America. They've caved and bowed to the radical left that hates their guts, hates their values, and hates their freedoms.
He's right on there. Republicans are really good at caving.
Project Liz,
regular
as I'd like to call
spelunkers.
her, is the leader of that failed movement. And if we want to go back to losing, if we want to go back to an America Last policy, we should be following that. But I don't, and I don't think anyone in this room does either. So, you know what, guys? The first 30 days has been a disaster. The lies the media told you wouldn't happen are all happening. But hey, at least they have a diverse cabinet. Right? No, yeah, it's very diverse. That's what we saw, right? What is the policy of the SBA? Well, first and foremost, we appointed a woman. Well, that's wonderful. Is she competent? Because there's competent women and there's incompetent women, just like there's competent men and incompetent men. We've seen that. We know that to be a fact. But when you don't have policy to address the incompetence and think you can get away with it by just talking about diversity blindly, it's sort of a problem, isn't it? This month alone, they've banned the Muppets.
Well, they didn't ban them.
Right? I mean, if there's things
Not
that you
right.
thought were sort of above cancellation, you would be wrong. There is nothing the radical left won't cancel. Hasbro now wants a gender-neutral Mr. Potato Head. These are the issues of our times, folks. I mean, if Hasbro really wanted a gender-neutral Mr. Potato Head so badly, they should just slap a picture of CNN's Brian Sletler on the cover of their next potato.
Okay, that was...
What?
Okay, he nailed that one.
They don't call him Mr. Potato Head for nothing. I mean, you know, we might as well get something out of the branding.
Worth
Guys,
being
we
wrong
can
on
talk
Potato
about
Head just to nail
all
Brian
of these
Stetler.
things. We can talk about the liberal hypocrisy, liberal privilege. Just look at how magically, in 33 days, children in cages turned into migrant shelters for children. Now, mind you, nothing actually changed. If you look at the pictures, there's nice bars on the walls. Nothing changed other than the media's outlook. Where is the outrage about this? Where is the outrage about an asinine immigration policy that is encouraging people to bring children, unaccompanied and otherwise, into a country? Guess who gets hurt? our low-wage earners, who for the first time in modern history under Donald Trump started seeing real wage growth. We see it time and time again. There's a double standard by which we live, but when you look at what's going on, if people were informed of the actual facts, rather than spoon-fed a narrative by big tech and the mainstream media, we wouldn't be in these things. There was a poll that came out just this week that said 1 in 6 people would not have voted for Biden had they known about the Hunter Biden scandal. Yeah, where is Hunter? Guys, I'm sure he's making billions in China right now. Don't worry. Don't worry. One in 6, guys, 17% of the 80 million that voted for Joe Biden wouldn't, had they even heard of the basics of his corruption. We were all talking about it, guys. It wasn't anything new, but that also shouldn't surprise us. We've been talking about Andrew Cuomo sentencing Nana to death for 10 months. But no one was going to talk about it until they got their wishes. No one was going to address Democrat incompetence. We believe all women until they accuse a Democrat. Then, not so much. But guys, that's why we have to stay engaged. That's why we have to stay in the fight. That's why we can't allow them to steamroll us like they have done for decades. When you look at what's going on just this week in Congress, you have Democrats petitioning major corporations, Comcast, Amazon, to ban conservative news outlets. Not radical parties. Fox News, Newsmax, OAN, just ban them. You don't see Republicans saying, let's talk about CNN as a place of disinformation. I mean, as a recipient of their ire.
I mean, I do actually see Republicans saying that
they were lying about Russia collusion.
They just don't want to cancel them.
But no one actually brings it up because they can get away with it. They are able to do that. Big tech will silence you if you come out against it. They will crush you. They will call you racist and everything else. Just like, imagine, we'll bring back Cuomo, right? Imagine Ron DeSantis did what Cuomo has done over the last couple of years. He wouldn't be getting an Emmy. He'd be in jail.
He'd be dead.
Right? Credible accusations of harassment swept under the rug. Verbal harassment swept under the rug. Hiding evidence from the DOJ swept under the rug. No problem. Give him an Emmy. Remember Fredo when he was talking about it? Oh, for months? Oh, where's Fredo? He's so quiet these days. Why isn't Fredo talking about these things right now? Again, liberal privilege. No, we can't address that. Really, you can't address that. But you had no problem joking around with massive Q-tips, making clowns of yourselves for months prior. That's what we're up against, folks. But together, we can win these fights. We have to be vocal. We can't be put in the corner. We must
Nobody
be
puts
out
baby in
and
a corner.
engaged. And that's where you guys come in. So, I'm looking forward to Sunday. I imagine it will not be what we call a low-energy speech.
Donald Trump's going to outsource it to Jeb.
Will solidify Donald Trump and all of your feelings about the MAGA movement as the future of the Republican Party. So thank you, CPAC. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the love. You guys are the best.
Not a bad speech, just a lot of yelling. Just a little too much yelling. Let's see, we've got Penultima says, Samurai, follow the Bushido and small government. Maxim Berkonikov says, so sick of hearing about socialism. Democrats and the establishment are pushing us technocratic fascism, the merger of corporation and state. Janet says, love your program. Keep up the good work. Hey, thank you, Janet. My pleasure. Automata says, remember the giant mouth mutant on Futurama? Stop. F-Name L-Name says, the GOP is so high on memes now. All we want is for them to destroy H.R. 15 and 127. We don't care if you're funny, guy. Who's this guy? Oh, no.
Comforts of life. And I could go on for 80 years and then make money, do the formula of life. Then I'll just fall to ashes.
To have that burden lifted off of my soul is, I've never felt happier. When I'm coming and explaining what Google was doing, this is an act of atonement to make my conscience clear.
I think the big problem that we have today is there's an ambiguity about whether tech is neutral or whether it's biased.
There's no ambiguity. Tech is biased.
Going on that I personally found to be troubling. And so I felt that the best thing to do was to inform the public.
I think the truth is more powerful than any NDA. As you say, be brave. I am more brave than I am scared.
Most people just don't have the cojones to do this.
I saw like a blatant exception that just targeted conservatives.
I decided to wear the camera because I didn't see any other option.
They may be able to stop one man, but they can't stop all of us. Your courage will be contagious. And
how James O'Keefe hasn't been killed yet is kind of a miracle. This man is out here doing yeoman's work. Like, for real, of people who are out on the front lines, James O'Keefe is out on the front damn lines.
And now, ladies and gentlemen.
Real quick, Magnum D-Pad says they are not, in fact, competent. There are not, in fact, competent women. Oh, whoa. All Out of Bubblegum says, this sounds exactly like the Tea Party days.
Everyone.
And after using the Tea Party to get in, they just toss them into a ditch. I'll never trust them.
CPAC edition, uncanceled. Everyone's saying, what can I do about the censorship? You know, most recently, just this week, one of our Twitter accounts was canceled. Project Veritas Action, our second organization, was suspended. Twitter said that we were evading permanent suspension. I'm not sure what they mean by that. We've had this account for years. This comes on the heels of Project Veritas's Twitter account being suspended. The reason given to us was because we violated people's privacy. But we're doing reporting, investigative reporting. We confronted this guy outside of his house, the Facebook vice president. We caught him on a hidden camera talking about censorship.
The Facebook vice president lives in that tiny-ass house?
Twitter suspended our account 2 weeks ago, saying we were posting people's private information. Again, we don't know what they mean. Now, CNN does the exact same thing. Drew Griffin confronts people outside of their homes, but not Facebook vice presidents. No, he confronts non-public figures, private residents. And unlike CNN, they didn't blur the number on the house. So what we're doing is what journalists have done for decades. And they didn't blur the number, I'm blurring it for you. But that tweet by CNN remains online. Now, we tried to appeal the suspension. They told us we could. During the appeal, we were suspended. The media called Twitter. Twitter changed their minds and suspended us permanently, saying to CNN that we violated the company's, quote, anti-doxing policies. We're not sure what they mean by that. We're just reporting information the public has a right to know. And we were suspended on Twitter permanently. But unlike what Brian
Spectrum Ball, I agree with you, but James O'Keefe wasn't high profile at first.
This is part of a much
he went hard right from the
social
start.
Media giants on accounts that are promoting misinformation.
Misinformation, that's not what Twitter told us. They said we were violating people's privacy. Brian Stelter, again, just making stuff up.
But Project Veritas, a very controversial conservative group, got swept up in a Twitter policy by violating multiple rules on the site.
But we didn't violate multiple rules on the site. We violated one rule according to Twitter, anti-doxing and privacy. They're just lying. They just make stuff up. Anna Cabrera then says this.
Project Veritas, a conservative activist organization, at least that's how they couch themselves.
I have never couched myself as an activist organization. That's psychological projection on behalf of CNN. They're the activist. And you know what? Usually I demand a retraction. Usually we have the retracto
How
alpaca,
based is
but they lie
James
so
O'Keefe?
much. You know,
The
we
man
already
brings
sued the New York Times for
a
defamation.
video
and you know what?
presentation
We're going
to
to go
his
ahead and
speech.
sue the hell out of CNN for what they said here.
Everybody else up there just talking. He's like, no, I got video. Blip, blip.
We're going to start going on offense. You want to lie about me, Brian Stelter? How about you lie to a federal judge? How about you lie under oath? How about you perjure yourself, Brian Stelter, Ana Cabrera? We're going to sit you down under oath, and you'll be forced to do something you've never had to do, and that's tell the damn truth.
Yeah! Finally, someone I like.
It's about time we go on offense and sue the shit out of them.
Yeah! Dropping the spicy S-bombs.
Also, we're going to have a legion of whistleblowers, brave heroes, people on the inside like Eric Cochran, the Pinterest software engineer. He leaked code
Can I get an amen?
that said they were censoring Bible verses. You couldn't actually type the word in verses. It changed it to verse us. And you never would have believed it, except Eric blew the whistle, went on the record, lost his job, and did this for the public's right to know. I asked Eric Cochran why he did such a thing.
To me, there's no other option. I could go through life and I could live in the
By the way, if
comforts
you're
of
on
life,
Pinterest,
then I'll just fall to ashes.
I mean,
no
I
matter
guess.
what I lose, it'll mean something after I'm gone.
And Eric Cochran from Pinterest is here today. Eric, would you come on stage?
Get out there, Eric!
2 years ago, my life changed drastically after uncovering hidden censorship of live action and the pro-life movement. In these times, some risk is required of all of us who want to make a change bigger than ourselves. That means different things for all different people. If you see corruption on the inside of a major institution, government agency, big corporation, come talk to us at Project Veritas. We'll have your back and we'll make that change.
And
Nice.
Eric's actions helped inspire a Google insider. Zach Voorhees found a memo, a privileged memo inside Google, talking about algorithmic unfairness. Sounds like a fictional term out of 1984. It's not fiction, it's reality. Google saying that we have to, even if things are factually accurate, they're unfair. And in some cases, it might be helpful to make society reach a more fair and equitable state via product intervention. We're not sure what Google means by that, but Zach went public with PowerPoint presentations saying people are programmed. He told me that blowing the whistle and losing his job at Google was like an act of atonement.
I feel that when I'm coming and explaining what Google was doing, this is an act of atonement, okay, to make my conscience clear.
And Zach, Google whistleblower, is here today. Come on stage, Zach.
Look at James O'Keefe. So James O'Keefe has been doing the media spiel for a while now, and you can tell. His speech is better. He's got optics going. His visuals are great. He's bringing people out. He's breaking up his own words. He's giving credit to the people who earn the credit. He's not hogging it for himself. This guy is really smart.
Represent the Trojan horse for totalitarianism, sacrificing American freedoms at the altar of their cancel gods. And they would have gotten away with it if it weren't for James O'Keefe and the brave employees at Project Veritas. Thank you. Let's give them a round of applause.
Now,
O'Keefe's got a nose on him. Look at it. Look at that thing. Look at that beautiful schnoz.
What you almost know is that
Look at
CNN
it.
and Washington Post don't have that much
He
power,
can
but they have
smell
power
the love
because
from
Google's
here.
algorithms prefer CNN. This man came to us, actually I met him at CPAC 2 years ago, and he recorded all of his colleagues of CNN bemoaning how the network isn't really doing journalism at all.
Teaching what we were and what we could be and what we've become. It's just awful. We could be so much better than we are. Now it's just infotainment. That's all it's become.
This is a 25-year veteran of CNN recorded, and in fact, one of our insiders is still on the inside of CNN. And gave us access to Jeff Zucker's 9 a.m. conference calls, which I recorded for 2 months, and I thought I'd dial into the 9 a.m. and tell Jeff Zucker hello.
Hey, Jeff Zucker, are you there? Hey, this is James O'Keefe. We've been listening to your CNN calls for basically 2 months, recording everything. Just wanted to ask you some questions if you have a minute. Do you still feel you're the most trusted name in news? Because I have to say, from what I've been hearing on these phone calls, I don't know about that. And we got a lot of recordings that indicate you're not really that independent of a journalist.
Thank you for your comments.
I'm
that, I think what we'll do is we'll set up a new system.
Yeah. I'm surprised he let me finish my comments. So one of the CNN insiders came public. He told me it was a choiceless choice to blow the whistle.
I decided to wear the camera because I didn't see any other option, because I noticed that I was in a very unique position in space and time to just do something to protect the Republic.
Gary Porch, would you come on stage from CNN?
Gary.
All right, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Listen, CNN, I did not betray CNN. CNN betrayed me. They betrayed you. They betrayed the rest of the American people when they abandoned their journalistic mission. This right now is our 1776. The new battle for our republic is the battle of information of whom is allowed to see what at what given time. Truth is now subjective. That's why we do what we do. If you have a story in government, media, or education, come find us. We will protect you and tell your story. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Gary. And now we move on to Facebook. Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg recorded talking about how bad the vaccine is, something that you're not even allowed to say inside Facebook or you'll be banned. In fact, me playing the video of Mark Zuckerberg making his comments might make me get banned, so I'm not going to play it. But we were also filming people inside Facebook saying they do shadow ban.
Facebook shadow bans. Yeah. Facebook's notorious for it. And they say they don't, but it's clear that people's content don't comes up because it's been defiltered off the queue.
So they're saying that they do this when under oath they say they don't do it. The two whistleblowers inside Facebook, Ryan and Zach.
I saw like a blatant exception that just targeted conservatives.
And then there was Zach McElroy, who said he violated his own non-disclosure agreement for your right to know what's going on.
I think the truth is more powerful than any NDA. As you say, be brave. I am more brave than I am scared.
And here they are, the two Facebook whistleblowers.
Guy looks just like a guy I know from
CPAC,
church.
I filmed with a hidden camera for 9 months straight while working for Facebook. And I got to tell you, it was 100% worth it. I have zero regrets. We need more people to stand up, to come forward, to fight against big tech censorship.
Speaking truth to power against one of the biggest tech companies in the world, really, was simultaneously one of the easiest and hardest things that I've ever had to do. It was risky, but I also saw the need to speak out about the abuses that I saw as greater. So if I could leave you with one thing in my experience, I would say that sometimes it can take a lot to speak the truth, but it takes a lot more to speak truth to power. So I would say find the confidence in you and do something great with it.
Thank you. And last but not least, the letter carrier, Richard Hopkins, who overheard his supervisor talking about backdating the postmarks on ballots.
I heard him say to the supervisor that they messed up yesterday. I was like, oh, what did they mess up on? And he told the supervisor that they had postmarked one of the ballot to the 4th instead of the 3rd.
And federal agents were sent to coerce Richard to change his story. Thank God he recorded it.
I'm not, well, I am actually. I am trying to twist you a little bit because in that, believe it or not, your mind will kick in. I am not scaring you, but I am scaring you.
It's coercion. And Richard asked, what am I signing? What do you have? What are you telling the media? And these guys had no interest in getting to the bottom of what happened. They want, and of course, Hopkins felt betrayed.
They were grilling the hell out of me.
How are you feeling right now?
I'm kind of pissed. I feel like I just got played.
He watched the Washington Post with a headline that said he recanted his statement, according to anonymous sources. He recorded the whole interaction. So who are these sources when he had the tape itself? And he said he had a family. He said what he went through, losing his job with the post office, was worse than his combat experience overseas.
Yeah, I've got a daughter. My daughter's 4, so she doesn't know anything about this. I'll tell you, I'd rather be out back in Afghanistan getting shot at by Afghans, honest to God, than, you know, having to be in this kind of position.
Richard Hopkins, come on stage.
Look at that suit swagger. Same guy bought all these suits.
How y'all doing today?
USA, USA.
Okay,
Well,
stop. That was
I'm an average guy. You know, your average Joe you see on the street. You never even would notice me back before this all happened.
Oh no, it's a
That's
virgin
part of
high
the
school
reason why
speech.
I was able to be where I was and overhear what I heard and be there and get a hold of Project Veritas, who has been they've been at my back this whole time helping me out with this whole situation.
We are anonymous.
I just couldn't let it happen the way it was going down. It bothered me. It at least needed to be known. Whether people believe me or not, I wanted you to know. And now you know. So.
Thank you, Richard.
That
If
poor
you see
guy.
Something,
He was not
if you're
designed
out
for this
there,
at all.
If you're lying, cheating, stealing, scamming, just know that we have an army of informants, an army of brave heroes, and we will make you the next unwilling internet celebrity. Thank you very much.
Base James O'Keefe. Probably the best speech of the day so far, in my opinion. Without irony. Without a hint of irony, that was great. He nailed it. It was concise. Again, he wasn't glory hounding. You know what he wasn't doing either? He didn't shill anything. He didn't try to get me to vote for him. He didn't do anything. He said, we're doing this. Not, you need to help me do this. He didn't even whine for more whistleblowers. He just said, we're out there. There's a bunch of us. You don't even know where we are, and we're coming for you if you cheat. Brilliant. Brilliant. All right, now we got Dan Bongino. This is the last speech of the night. For me. Their breakout sessions, I'm not doing those.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That means a lot. I don't, thank you. I don't get out of my house much. So it's interesting. I was telling my wife.
Crackbot says this CPAC is sponsored by Men's Warehouse.
Show from home.
You're gonna like the way you look.
It's a really kind of peaceful,
I guarantee
calm,
it.
sedate environment. We're at like a 0 energy level outside of the show all day, and then when we leave, we get immersed into this crowd of patriots, and it goes to a 99.6, and it's so overwhelming. You make my emotional cup runneth over. So thank you very much. You all are the best. And listen, before we get started, I can't in good faith start this speech without saying a big thank you to the godfather of the conservative movement in modern times, the now too soon departed Rush Limbaugh. Just a hero in our time. You know, folks, it's not just that, as I think some of you may have heard me say on Fox, but I'll say again, it's not just that Rush was the best player in the game. It's that he was the best player in the game for his entire time in radio. And he invented the darn game. Like the game is, you know, Mickey Mantle didn't invent baseball. Rush did. And I would never be here without Rush Limbaugh. Sadly, I'm going through kind of a similar fight, you know, now. You know, we'll be okay and everything, and I appreciate everyone's wonderful wishes. Your positive energy and prayers are just infectious. Thank you. They are. But I can tell you, and I'm sure many people in this room have been through that and some sadly worse, but it really does change things. And it's almost been a blessing. They say, gosh, that's weird. No, it's not. You really see things more clearly. See everything more clearly. Things you thought mattered don't matter anymore. You know, I was telling my wife when I came home from the hospital in New York and we didn't know how severe this condition was going to be. I remember driving by this area that hadn't been built yet in Florida. It was still under construction. And I always thought to myself, gosh, I'll live long enough to see what goes there. And you know, I didn't really have that answer that week. And your attachment to things just changes. But I'll tell you one thing that's really like laser focused my attention on all of this is, you know what matters more than anything? Ladies and gentlemen, all the rest is BS. What matters more than anything is the fight right now, and there is no more time to sit down on our knees and cry and do this victim stuff because we lost. That stuff is over. All of everything else is bullshit. I'm sorry. Right now, the fight is all that matters.
There you go.
You have to understand
There you
that.
go. Thank you.
I love everyone in this room. I know you're all here for the right reasons because you believe in liberty and freedom and patriotism and the greatest country in the history of humankind right now, in the greatest state in the country, by the way, Florida. I get that. You get that. But it's not enough. There are a lot of folks out there who are really beat up. I get it. I get it. Election night and the days later were devastating. Anyone telling you otherwise is full of it. It was devastating. But there's no more time for that now. None. It is up to you as evangelists for the cause to go out there and get everyone off their knees, get everyone out of bed, dust off, get off the mat. There you go. Get the dust off, stand up, and get back in the fight now. There's no more time. The left, right after the election, it's a fact. You may not like them, and I certainly don't like their ideas, but right after the darn election, what were they doing? They were out there in their pink hats in 2016, marching the next day. They were, you saw it. I get it. A lot of us are beat up and are down. We lost a great advocate for the cause in this election, President Trump. But he's not done. You're not done. And listen to me. There is no done. There's no done. Forget that. Take done, throw done out. There's no done. Get immediately back up and get back in this fight tomorrow. Everyone. There's no time for this BS. None. You know, I think about this great quote from Aeneas all the time. You know, a victor is not victorious.
Okay.
Remember this. Tattoo this on your brain. A victor is not victorious until the vanquished considers himself so. Are you vanquished? You're damn right you're not vanquished. Everybody has to get up. You're not vanquished until you consider yourself defeated. I don't care if we lose every single seat in the House and Senate. If we are 0-535, if we don't have a single person on the Supreme Court and lose every election nationally, if one of you in this room does not consider themselves vanquished, you are not. You're not. You're not. It's the time for feeling sorry for ourselves is done. And I'll tell you why. We are right. We are on the right side of this. Believe it. Be proud of it. Stand up and fight for it like your expiration date is around the corner. There is no time to waste. It's not a matter of, you know, what I think. It's a matter of what you are doing. Thoughts are great. Thoughts and talk. I do a talk show. Talk is great. I love it. I live to speak to you every day on my show. I love it. But it doesn't mean squat if it doesn't motivate you to do something.
Do squats, people. He just said
Pick
it.
a candidate in a primary. We've got a hell of a lot of rhinos out there, folks. I'm really sorry. The Democrats are next. That's 2022. But primary season starts now. It started yesterday. You're a day late. No more complaining about the rhinos. We got them. Get them out. Go. We're not going to miss you. Please get lost. I was talking to someone backstage. That guy right there in the seersucker. Sorry, dude. Didn't mean to point you out. Nice guy, by the way, with a cool suit on. I love that. And what did I tell you? I was talking about the 80-20 rule. 20% of the Republicans do 80% of the work, right? Unbelievably, all 20% are here at CPAC right now, right?
I mean, I guess.
We're done with the 80-20 rule. Let's make it in this election the 50-50 rule. And then let's make it the 80-20 rule the other way. That 80% of the party actually believes in ideas that are right. We are on the right side of this. Folks, you know, when I love to talk about issues, taxes, healthcare, school choice, my bread and butter. I love it. It's all great. I could talk about Milton Friedman until the cows come home.
Please don't.
But the hard reality is,
Milton wouldn't want that.
There are more pressing issues right now. You know, having been obviously an investor and promoter of Parler, Rumble, and other parallel technology platforms, well, thank you. And more ahead, by the way. I'm a doer. I'm not a talker. I talk for a living, but I do stuff because the do matters. The do changes the world. Talk is great. The do matters. I'm just telling you, those issue fights are fantastic, and I love them, and I will talk them to death. But the hard reality is the fight right now is for the very fabric of this country. That's not a joke. That's not hyperbole. I am not kidding. These people are playing for keeps. Make no mistake.
Michael Burnham did nothing wrong and says,
over there.
hey, Nick, any plans to cover the Washington State Supreme Court decision that ruled federal felony possession charges unconstitutional, decriminalizing all drugs?
They are not
yes.
kidding. They want you silenced,
talked about it last night. We'll talk about it more soon.
Embarrassed, humiliated, and in the case of Donald Trump, they want him in prison. This is not a joke. Just put it in your search engine, just not Google. You will see it yourself.
F-Name, L-Name says this is lead up to Federalist bait and switch, though.
The healthcare fight, school choice and regulations. But how are you going to wage it if we can't speak? How are you going to do that? Listen, when I was a kid in college, maybe not a kid, a young adult, whatever.
I was a kid in college.
I had a bumper
like
sticker
Doogie
on
Howser.
my car. Not kidding. It said question authority. I thought that's what we did here in the United States. I thought that's what we did, right? We respectfully question authority. And sometimes, sadly, throughout our history, we couldn't do it respectfully because they didn't respect us back. What happened to that? Where are our friends in the ACLU? And our liberal friends who may disagree with us, but who, in the past at least, historically were the ones who fought against government spying and things like that. Where'd they all go?
They're dead.
It's just us now. It's just us now in this room. And I'm really sorry to tell you that. Sometimes I get like choked up even thinking about it. It's just us. You're the real renegades now. Everyone in this room. You're the misfits. You're the new hippies. You're the renegades. You are. Damn right. And ladies and gentlemen, if we're going to go down, then we're going to go down fighting. You want to cancel us off Twitter? We'll start Parler. You want to cancel Parler? I'll start Parler too. You want to cancel Parler too? I'll start another platform after that. You want to dump a server farm? I'll buy a server farm. You want to shut down a cloud support? I'll start a cloud company too. You want to do DDoS stuff? What do you want? Anybody? I'll do it all. Payment processors?
Do it.
Start a bank with you if you want.
Do it. Start a bank. What is wrong with you? Do it.
If we have to split this country's economy in half because we will speak and we will not be silenced, then damn it, we will do it in this room with the real misfits and renegades sitting in this room right now.
Then do it. You need to do it. You can't wait. You need to do it.
Because you will get nothing. You will get nothing from these conformist lemmings on the left and these media buffoons who are the useful idiots of our time. You will get nothing from them. Expect nothing, and you will never, ever be disappointed.
If we need to do it.
Ever.
We need to do it. So do it.
Someone told me Acosta was running around here. You expect him to tell you, I don't even know this guy, don't even care. You expect them at CNN to tell you the truth? This is hilarious. They want Fox deplatformed for, get a load of this one. This is joke time, okay? They want for disinformation. Fox. They want Fox deplatformed. That's the pee-pee tape network. They promoted the pee-pee hoax. The collusion. They want Fox deplatformed. Are you kidding? Like, what planet This reminds me, right? You ever watch Seinfeld? I use this analogy all the time. Remember the Seinfeld episode where George, he does everything backwards and it works out for him? That's the world we live in right now. Everything's backwards. CNN is calling out right-wing media for disinformation. These were the guys. The building was burning in a riot. And they're like, all good here, folks. Nothing to see. It is a peaceful... Hey, dude, get the fire extinguisher. Your jacket is up. It's a peaceful protest, folks. This is the same network. You had Rachel Maddow on TV for 3 years talking about how Donald Trump was colluding with Russia, only to we find out later that her buddies at the Lincoln Project had the ties to Russia. Or the Lenin Project, we should call it maybe, right? The Vladimir Lenin Project. You didn't hear any about that. But they want us deplatformed for disinformation and misinformation. Don't forget what I'm telling you. You are the real renegades. You're the misfits, man. You're the new hippies of our time. You're the counterculture revolution right here because you actually want to talk. And you know what? You want other people to talk too. You know why? There's nothing I love more than going on Hannity with Geraldo. I love it. It's the greatest day of my life. Everything. I look for, I go, God, thank you. Please bring on her. He's a nice guy. It's not personal. I mean, but he doesn't know anything. So I love it. Why do you not want liberals to talk? Just let them talk. They humiliate themselves every time. When I got involved with Parler, I'm like, issue liberals money to come on Parler. We had a bounty. Please come on. We love when you say your stupidity on our platform so we can expose it. But they don't feel the same way. You know why? They're scared. They're scared because we are right. I only got 25 seconds. I told her I messed with the lady backstage. I'm like, half hour minimum. Just kidding. I will wrap it up. Close to on time. Nice lady backstage. She said she'd tackle me if I went after 50 minutes. I'm just going to end with it because it's important.
Sexual harassment.
Leave here tonight with your chest out proud. You are the renegades. You are the misfits. You are the real fighters. You're the one that matters. And don't make no mistake as you leave. You are on the right side of everything. Free speech, the freedom to protect your family, the freedom to assemble, to make your own money, to save your own life through your health care, and to get your kids in a good school. That is you. You are on the right side of this. Be proud. Say your prayers. Thank the Lord Almighty. You are on the right side of history. Amen. Thank you all. Fight the good fight. Fight the good fight. Fight on.
All right.
Fight on.
Okay. So I have a couple comments. That's the last one I'm watching tonight. There are breakout sessions that are going. They're hour-long breakout sessions. I'm not really interested in watching 2 more hours of this stuff. So I'm done with it. Let me get it off the screen there. Just a second. I have some comments about Dan's speech, though, that I want to talk about. So here's the thing. Dan, to his credit, is a man of action. He's a man of action. He did fund Parler, or part of Parler or whatever, and that's great. Very good. Good work. I wish I could do something like that. I don't have the resources or the technical ability. Personally, wish I could. If I get to that place, believe me, I would love to. I'm talking to someone about doing something, but, if that something emerges, I'll tell you. Until then, I'm not going to act like I'm some great savior. That being said, here's my problem. He's right. We have to be able to speak. We have to be able to speak. And that's why something like Parler is important. I think Parler got caught with their pants down from bad planning, but you know what? Lesson learned. Now do the next thing. Do it. Fine. Great. Wonderful. But he said more than that. He said, if we need a server farm, I'll buy a server farm. If we need DDoS protection, I'll build DDoS protection. If we need a bank, I'll build a bank. If you think we don't need those things, you're behind. And that might be why Parler got caught with their pants down. You need a bank. He's talking about people going on Hannity because they don't know their stuff. If you don't know that we need servers, DDoS, and a bank, then you're behind. You're behind. You haven't been paying attention. Here's the problem. You can't just build a bank because the banking system in the US relies on cooperation with other banks. It's part of it. It's part of the deal. And you have to participate in the ACH system, which is how banks do overnight lending and how the actual transfer of money across the system works. To participate in it, you have to agree to the trustees' terms of service. And the trustees are the 10 biggest banks in the country. So you can't just build a bank. They're federally regulated. That participation matters. So it's not that simple. But if you're saying we'll build a bank, build a bank. Like if buddy, we're way past if. If you're going to start doing it, you need to start. I'm not saying you need to start. Like I'm not saying, oh, this guy sucks if he's not doing X, Y, and Z. His words are, if we need this, I'll do it. Well, hey, guess what? We need it. So do it. If that's what your claim is. But that being said, overall, I thought his speech was okay. I agree with the core message of it. It was a little bit low energy after James O'Keefe. He was great. Bad Vibe says, I sent you some nightmare fuel in Twitter DMs. I know you love horror movies, so this is quite fitting. I'll take a look at it. Oh, wait. Do you guys want an exclusive look? I just got a package from Lady Rackets. Whoa. I'm live streaming. I don't think they could hear you though. This mic has pretty good directional sound. So before we end up here, this is exclusive. You guys are the first. You get to see this at the same time I do. Let's okay. All right, let's see. What do we got? Okay, here we go. Check this out. Whew. Hey, there it is. We got the Rekieta Law 100,000 subscribers silver play button. So, oh look, there's a reflection. So there you go. Pretty neat. Very cool. No, I'm not going to cry because that's weird. But very cool, very cool. I didn't ever think I'd make 100,000 subscribers legitimately. I never thought I would. So very fun to have that. And then once I did, I didn't quite think YouTube was going to give it to me, but they did. So good job. Good job. That's all you guys. That's for you guys clicking that button, and I really do appreciate it, by the way. If you're not subscribed, please do. Please do. That being said, Robert Stratton says, would you consider giving an update on that OCC rulemaking about fair access to financial services? It passed. It actually passed, but Joe Biden is talking about rolling it back, and no, that's not a joke. F-Name, L-Name says, banks legally must hire people from the industry. They're turning my conservative bank into a social justice camp, one audit and executive at a time. Angry Baneling says, you have to cry, though. I don't cry. I killed that part of me a long time ago. Frederick Little says, congrats, Nick, for your achievement. Hey, thank you. Johnny Stoffel says, I'm so proud of this community. Cool button, bro. Thank you. Thank you, guys. All right. All right. I'm going to go rest up for a little bit. and we'll see. I don't know if I'm doing a full YouTube stream tonight. I might not. I got to go talk to Lady Rackets. I haven't even, that's the first time I've seen her today. Believe it or not. That's the first time I've seen her this entire day. So I'm going to go hang out with her and the kids for a little bit, figure out what's going on in the world, and then stay tuned on all of my different platforms for an announcement. If you're looking for a live stream tonight, I will announce yes or no on YouTube, on Twitter, on Parler, on Gab, on Minds, on the Fediverse. I will announce it on all of them. So, and I'm going to try and make a locals landing video today so people know it's the real deal. And we'll start posting over on locals. The channel art for locals is coming, so look for that. Thank you guys for hanging out with me for these last 6 hours. It's been fun. Timothy Reaper says, burn the play button on the 24-hour stream. I don't think you could burn it that easily, but thank you guys for hanging out. You make watching these weird political things during the day very fun. So we'll talk soon. Have a good day, guys. Oh, I should get the outro ready. Just a sec. Have a good day, guys. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitterland. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lafroig, the spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what